Chapter 1. The day Jason Jessup walked out of prison, a police detective who had never stopped believing he was a monster sat in his truck and watched the gate. The truck was a dirty Ford F-15, 3 years old, parked across the street from the visitation lot. The detective kept the engine running for the air conditioning. Late October in San Hilario was still 92 degrees. He wore jeans, a black polo shirt, and a Glock 22 on his hip beneath an unzipped windbreaker. His name was Frank Navarro, and for 24 years he had carried the Jessup file like a stone in his shoe. He had not been the original arresting officer. He had been a patrolman back then, just 5 years on the job, when the call came in about a missing girl. Her name was Emma Flores. She was 9 years old. She had walked to a friend's house 3 blocks from her home in the San Hilario foothills and never arrived. They found her body 6 days later in a drainage culvert beneath the old Merced Highway. She had been strangled, then posed. Her hands were folded across her chest, as if in prayer. Navarro had never forgotten that image. No one who saw it ever could. The man who killed her, Jason Jessup, was 26 at the time, a part-time landscaper with a prior arrest for indecent exposure and a car that matched a witness description. A jury convicted him in 2002. The evidence was mostly circumstantial: fiber analysis, a dog that alerted on his truck bed, a jailhouse informant who later recanted. But the prosecution had one thing that sealed it: a partial palm print on Emma's backpack, lifted from the ditch. The lab matched it to Jessup with the certainty of 1 in 2.7 million. Jessup maintained his innocence for 24 years. He filed appeal after appeal. Then 18 months ago, a non-profit innocence project took his case and requested advanced DNA testing on the backpack strap. The original test had been inconclusive. The new test, Touch DNA, more sensitive than anything available in 2002, found a second profile. Male, unknown. No match in Codis. The prosecution's own expert admitted under sworn declaration that the palm print could have been transferred secondarily. Jessup could have touched the backpack before Emma ever owned it. The lab that did the original fiber analysis had since been discredited for shoddy work in 3 other cases. The judge threw out the conviction. The district attorney, facing an election year and a media firestorm, declined to retry. So here Navarro sat watching the gate because old habits died harder than little girls. The prison was San Hilario State Penitentiary, a low-slung concrete complex 40 miles east of downtown. The gate was a sliding steel barrier with razor wire spiraling above it like tangled Christmas ribbon. At 9:47 a.m., the gate shuddered and began to roll open. Navarro sat up straighter. He reached for the coffee in his cup holder and found it cold. He drank it anyway. A man walked out. Jason Jessup was 50 years old now. He had gone in with dark hair and a thin, angular face. He came out gray at the temples, softer in the jaw, but his eyes were the same. Pale blue, almost colorless, like ice melt on a windshield. He wore jeans and a button-down shirt that someone had left for him. He carried a small cardboard box. He squinted against the sun and smiled. That smile made Navarro's stomach turn. A woman approached Jessup. She was in her late 30s, dark-haired, dressed in a cream-colored blazer and heels that clicked on the asphalt, even from 50 yards away. Navarro recognized her from the news. Her name was Andrea Luce, Jessup's lead attorney from the Innocence Project. She hugged him. He hugged her back, one-armed because of the box. Then she guided him toward a black sedan waiting in the lot. Navarro had a decision to make. He could sit here, watch the sedan drive away, and go back to his cold case squad desk with nothing but bile in his throat. Or he could follow. He followed. He stayed 3 car lengths back as the sedan took the ramp onto the 60 freeway heading west. The sky was white with haze. The San Hilario skyline emerged from the smog like a photograph developing in reverse. First the high-rises, then the foothills, then the endless grid of stucco and asphalt below. Navarro's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. The caller ID read, Rossi J. DA's office. He let it go to voicemail. The sedan exited downtown at 4th Street. Navarro followed. They wound through streets he knew too well, past the Hall of Justice, past the old courthouse where Jessup had been convicted, past the diner where Navarro had eaten lunch every Tuesday for 15 years. The sedan pulled into the underground garage of the Meridian Tower, a glass and steel monolith that housed the San Hilario County District Attorney's office. Navarro parked on the street. He killed the engine. He watched the garage entrance and waited. 3 minutes later, his phone buzzed again. Rossi J. DA's office, he answered this time. Navarro. Frank, it's Jack Rossi. You at the office? Navarro looked at the Meridian Tower. Close. Good, I need you in my office in 20 minutes. We have a problem. Jessup. A pause. Then, how did you know? Because I just watched him walk out of prison, Navarro said. And I'm parked across the street from your building, and I've been a detective for 29 years. You don't call me on a Tuesday morning to talk about cold case funding. Another pause. Longer. Come up, Rossi said. I'm going to make you an offer you won't believe. I don't like offers. Neither do I, Rossi said. But I just hired a defense attorney to prosecute Jason Jessup. And he's asking for you by name. The line went dead. Navarro sat in his truck for a full minute. Then he got out, locked the door, and walked toward the Meridian Tower. Chapter 2. The Meridian Tower lobby smelled like money and disinfectant. Polished gray marble floors, a security desk manned by 2 retirees who looked like they could still break a knee, if necessary. Fluorescent lights that hummed at a frequency designed to keep the public moving. Frank Navarro signed the visitor log and took a badge on a lanyard. The elevator required keycard access for floors above 12. The DA's office occupied 15 through 18. Navarro rode up alone, watching his reflection in the brushed steel doors. He looked tired. He always looked tired now. 61 years old, 29 of them wearing a badge, and he still couldn't let a case go. The elevator opened on 17. A receptionist with perfect posture and a headset pointed him down the hall. Rossi's office was at the end, a corner suite with windows facing east toward the prison Navarro had just left. Jack Rossi was 53, a former homicide prosecutor who had been elected DA on a reform platform 3 years ago. He had thinning red hair, a boxer's nose broken twice, and the kind of handshake that crushed small bones. He was standing by the window when Navarro walked in, a coffee mug in his hand, his suit jacket draped over the back of his chair. "You made good time," Rossi said. "I was across the street." "So you said." Rossi gestured to a chair. "Sit." Navarro didn't sit. "Who's the defense attorney?" Rossi set down his coffee. "You want the long version or the short?" "The short. I haven't had breakfast." "Leo Cruz." Navarro blinked. That was not the name he expected. "Leo Cruz, the guy who got the Moreno brothers acquitted. That Leo Cruz?" "The same." "Jesus, Jack, he's a defense attorney. He's the defense attorney. The man built his career keeping guilty people out of prison. He also built his career winning impossible cases." Rossi walked around his desk and leaned against the front edge. "I'm not hiring him to defend Jessup. I'm hiring him to prosecute him. That doesn't make any sense." "It makes perfect sense. The conviction review trial is a special proceeding. The law allows me to appoint special counsel. I need someone who can match wits with whatever lawyer Jessup hires, someone who thinks like a defense attorney because he is a defense attorney, someone who can anticipate every trick, every motion, every piece of manufactured reasonable doubt. Navarro crossed his arms, and Cruz agreed to this. He agreed on one condition. Rossi paused. He wants you as his lead investigator. The room went quiet. Somewhere in the building, a photocopier hummed. Navarro could feel the shape of the words in his chest, heavy and unfamiliar. He had worked with prosecutors before. He had never worked for a defense attorney. Why me? He didn't say, but I can guess. Rossi picked up a file from his desk and tossed it onto the chair Navarro had refused. The file was thick, worn at the edges, held together with rubber bands. Navarro recognized it immediately. The Jessup file, his copy. The one he kept in a locked drawer at his desk. "You've been carrying this case for 24 years, Rossi said. "You know more about Jason Jessup than anyone alive. Cruz knows that. He doesn't want a fresh set of eyes. He wants your eyes. The ones that have been staring at this file since before I passed the bar." Navarro didn't touch the file. "What's the catch?" "There's always a catch. The biggest catch is that Jessup is out on bail. Judge Chiang granted it yesterday. $2 million. His family posted a property bond." Navarro felt his jaw tighten. "He's walking free. He's walking free for now. But here's the thing, Frank." Rossi stood up straight and looked Navarro in the eye. "I don't think Jessup killed Emma Flores. Neither does the Innocence Project. Neither does the judge who vacated his conviction. But you do, and so does Leo Cruz. That's the only reason this case is moving forward. Two men who believe Jason Jessup is a killer, working for the prosecution, trying to put him back in a cage. Then what's the problem? The problem is the evidence, or what's left of it. The DNA profile we found on the backpack doesn't match Jessup. That's why we lost the conviction. We have no weapon, no confession, no eyewitness who hasn't recanted or died or disappeared. What we have is a 50-year-old man with no criminal record since his arrest, a high-profile legal team, and a media narrative that's already calling him the innocent landscaper." Rossi walked to the window and looked out at the skyline. "Cruz thinks he can win. He thinks he can find something the original prosecution missed, but he needs you to find it. And you need to decide right now whether you're willing to spend the next 6 months of your life chasing a ghost." Navarro finally sat down. He picked up the Jessup file. It was warm from the sun hitting the chair. He opened it to the first page, a photograph of Emma Flores, the one her mother had given to the police. School picture, 3rd grade, front teeth missing, dark hair in braids, smiling like she didn't know there was evil in the world. "I'll do it," Navarro said. "Good." Rossi handed him a business card. "Cruz is expecting you at his office. 1 hour. He's on the top floor of the Bradbury building." Navarro looked at the card. It was simple black lettering on heavy white stock. Leo Cruz and Associates Criminal Defense. No website, no email, just an address and a phone number. "He still practices out of that old building?" Navarro asked. "He says it reminds him who he's fighting for, the ones who can't afford the glass towers." Navarro stood up. He tucked the card into his pocket and tucked the Jessup file under his arm. "One more thing," Rossi said as Navarro reached the door. Navarro turned. "Jessup's new lawyer, the one Cruz will be facing." Rossi's voice dropped. "It's Diane Calder." Navarro felt something cold slide down his spine. Diane Calder, former federal prosecutor, now the most expensive defense attorney on the West Coast. She had never lost a murder trial, not once, in 20 years. She's already filed a motion to suppress every piece of physical evidence from the original investigation, Rossi said. Claims chain of custody was broken. Claims the search warrant was defective. Claims the whole thing was a frame job from the start. Can she win? Rossi didn't answer. He didn't have to. Navarro walked out of the office and headed for the elevator, the Jessup file heavy under his arm, the name Diane Calder echoing in his skull like a bad diagnosis. 3. Chapter 3. The Bradbury Building stood 5 stories tall in the old warehouse district, a relic from 1928 with a terracotta facade and windows that didn't quite close. Leo Cruz had bought it for back taxes 15 years ago, when defense attorneys still worked out of strip malls and nobody wanted to be east of the 110 freeway. Now the neighborhood was called the Arts District, and condos across the street sold for $1 million. Cruz kept the building exactly as he'd found it. Peeling paint, squeaking floors, a sign out front that read Cruz and Associates, in letters so faded you had to squint to read them. Navarro parked in a loading zone and walked up 3 concrete steps to a heavy oak door. No buzzer, no security camera. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The lobby was small and dark, wood-paneled walls, a reception desk that looked like it had been salvaged from a high school principal's office. Behind the desk sat a woman in her 60s with silver hair, reading glasses on a chain, and the kind of face that had seen everything and judged none of it. "You must be Detective Navarro," she said. "Just Navarro." "I'm not a detective anymore. I'm Cold Case." "Cold Case is still a detective, just with less sleep." She stood up and gestured toward a hallway. "He's in the library, end of the hall. Don't knock, he hates knocking." Navarro walked down the hallway, past offices with doors open. He saw paralegals at computers, law students at folding tables, a wall of corkboard covered in index cards connected by red string. The place smelled like old paper, coffee, and something else, something familiar. Hope, maybe, or desperation. He could never tell the difference anymore. The library was at the end. Navarro opened the door without knocking. The room was 2 stories tall, lined floor to ceiling with law books that hadn't been touched in years. A long oak table dominated the center, covered in files, photographs, and 3 laptop computers, all open. At the far end of the table, a man sat hunched over a yellow legal pad, writing with a fountain pen. Leo Cruz was 57 years old. He had dark skin, close-cropped gray hair, and a face that looked like it had been carved from mesquite wood. He wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, no tie, and a pair of reading glasses perched on his nose. He did not look up when Navarro entered. "Sit down," Cruz said. "I'm almost finished." Navarro sat. He set the Jessup file on the table and waited. Cruz wrote for another 90 seconds. Then he set down his pen, removed his glasses, and looked at Navarro for the first time. "You don't like me," Cruz said. "I don't know you. You don't like defense attorneys. You think we spend our careers lying for guilty people and gaming the system." Navarro didn't deny it. "That's fair," Cruz said. "I've known a lot of defense attorneys who do exactly that. I'm not one of them, but you'll have to decide that for yourself." He leaned back in his chair. "Jack Rossi tell you why I wanted you? He said you asked for me by name." "I did. You know this case better than anyone. You've interviewed every witness, reviewed every piece of evidence, probably dreamed about it more nights than you'd care to admit. Go on. But that's not why I asked for you." Cruz stood up and walked to a window that looked out on an alley. A stray cat was sleeping on a dumpster. "I asked for you because you're the only person connected to this case who never once wavered. The original prosecutor had doubts. The lead detective had doubts. The jury had doubts. That's why it took them 9 days to convict. But you, from day one to right now, you have believed with absolute certainty that Jason Jessup murdered Emma Flores. Navarro said nothing. I need that certainty, Cruz continued, because certainty is contagious, and I'm going to have to convince 12 people to feel the same way you do, with almost nothing to show them. You have the palm print. We have a palm print that a defense expert will testify could have gotten there 100 different ways. You have a recanted jailhouse informant who's now living in a trailer park in Arizona and won't return anyone's calls. You have fiber evidence from a lab that no court in this state will certify. And you have a 9-year-old girl's body with no DNA, no weapon, and no confession. Cruz turned from the window. So tell me, Navarro, why are you so sure? Navarro looked down at the Jessup file. He thought about the photograph on the first page. Emma Flores, 3rd grade, missing teeth. Because of what he did after, Navarro said. Cruz tilted his head. After the murder? After the arrest, after the conviction, after every door closed. Navarro opened the file and pulled out a stapled stack of papers. Prison visitor logs, 24 years' worth. Look at these, 8 different men. All of them convicted sex offenders, all of them housed in the same unit as Jessup at various times, all of them dead within 18 months of meeting him. Cruz walked back to the table and picked up the pages. He scanned them quickly, then more slowly. Prison deaths aren't unusual, Cruz said, especially in protective custody units. 8 men, Navarro repeated. All of them died of what the prison called natural causes. Heart attacks, aneurysms. One fell down a staircase and broke his neck. No autopsies, no investigations, just paperwork. Cruz set down the pages. You think Jessup killed them? I think Jason Jessup learned how to kill without leaving marks. And I think he's been practicing for 24 years. Navarro leaned forward. You want to know why I'm certain? Because a man who can strangle a 9-year-old girl, fold her hands in prayer and walk away, doesn't stop being that man just because he's behind bars. He adapts, he waits, and now he's out. The room was quiet. The cat outside the window stretched and jumped off the dumpster. Cruz sat down again. He put his glasses back on. He picked up his fountain pen. All right, Cruz said. Where do we start? We start with the witness, Navarro said. The one who saw Jessup's truck near the culvert. Her name is Gloria Reyes. She was 17 years old in 2002. She testified at trial. Then she disappeared. Disappeared how? She got scared. Jessup's first trial ended in a hung jury. During the second trial, someone slashed her tires and spray-painted the word liar on her garage door. The prosecutor put her in a motel during testimony. After Jessup was convicted, she packed up her family and moved. No forwarding address, no social media, nothing. Cruz wrote something on his legal pad. You've tried to find her. For 20 years, off and on. Every time I got close, she moved again. The last address I had was in Bakersfield, 2015. After that, nothing. But you think she's still alive? I know she's still alive. Her sister gets a Christmas card every year from a different postmark, no return address. But the handwriting is Gloria's. Cruz looked up from his pad. Then we find her, before Diane Calder does. Navarro nodded. There's something else. What? The palm print on Emma's backpack, the one that put Jessup away. The defense is going to say it was transferred secondarily, that Jessup touched the backpack in a store, or at a bus stop, or anywhere except the crime scene. That's exactly what they're going to say. I don't think it's true. Navarro pulled out a photograph from the file. It showed the backpack lying open in the ditch, Emma's school books scattered around it. Look at where the print was found, not on the outside, not on the strap. On the inside flap of the main compartment. You don't get a secondary transfer to the inside of a child's backpack unless you opened it. Cruz studied the photograph. His eyes moved slowly across the image, then back to the beginning. "That's good," Cruz said quietly. "That's very good. It's not enough, not on its own." "No, but it's a start." Cruz set down the photograph and looked at Navarro. "Here's what's going to happen. Diane Calder is going to file a motion to have me removed from this case. She'll argue that a defense attorney can't ethically prosecute a case he used to defend. She'll lose, but it'll take 6 weeks. Then she'll file a motion to have you removed as investigator. She'll argue that you're biased, that you've been obsessed with this case for 24 years, that you can't be objective. That one she might win. She can try. She will try, which means we have 6 weeks to find Gloria Reyes, re-interview every surviving witness, and build a case strong enough that Judge Cheng won't grant a dismissal before trial." Cruz stood up and extended his hand. "You in, Navarro? For real?" Navarro looked at the hand. Then he looked at the photograph of Emma Flores on the table, her smile frozen in time, her whole life reduced to 3 by 5 inches of glossy paper. He shook Cruz's hand. "I'm in." 4. Chapter 4. Diane Calder worked from a penthouse office on the 42nd floor of the Pinnacle Tower, a glass needle that pierced the San Hilario skyline like a warning to anyone who couldn't afford the view. Her office had 3 walls of windows, a Persian rug that cost more than Navarro's truck, and a separate meditation room where she went to center herself before trial. Navarro had heard stories about Calder for years. She had defended a tech CEO accused of murdering his wife and gotten him acquitted in 6 hours of deliberation. She had represented a cartel accountant who had laundered $40 million and walked him out the back door of the federal courthouse with a suspended sentence. She had never lost a murder trial because, as one legal reporter put it, Diane Calder doesn't take cases she can't win. Jason Jessup had been out of prison for 72 hours. Calder had already filed 12 motions, given 3 press conferences, and booked her client on a podcast called Wrongfully Convicted. Navarro watched the podcast in his truck that morning, coffee going cold in his hand, Jessup's pale blue eyes staring out from the screen like a man who had nothing to hide. "I don't blame the jury," Jessup had said. "They were given bad information. They were told I was a monster. But I'm not a monster. I'm just a man who lost 24 years of his life." Navarro had turned off the podcast and thrown his phone onto the passenger seat. Now he stood outside Calder's office, waiting for an interview she had no legal obligation to grant. Cruz had advised against it. "She'll use whatever you say against us," he'd warned. But Navarro had insisted. He wanted to see Jessup face to face. He wanted to watch the man's eyes when someone who believed he was guilty stood 3 feet away. The receptionist, a young man in a tailored suit who looked more like a model than an administrative assistant, escorted Navarro down a hallway lined with framed magazine covers. San Hilario magazine had called Calder the Velvet Hammer. California Lawyer had named her Attorney of the Year. There was a photograph of her shaking hands with the governor, another of her speaking at a Yale reunion, another of her on a ski slope in Aspen, looking like she'd never broken a sweat in her life. The conference room was at the end of the hall. Glass walls, a table that seated 20. Navarro walked in and found Diane Calder sitting at the head, a legal pad in front of her, a cup of green tea steaming at her elbow. She was 51 years old, with sharp cheekbones, dark hair pulled back in a low ponytail, and the kind of posture that came from years of practicing in front of mirrors. She wore a charcoal gray pantsuit and no jewelry except a thin platinum watch. She did not stand when Navarro entered. "Detective Navarro," she said. Her voice was low and precise, every syllable placed exactly where she wanted it. "Thank you for coming." You didn't give me a choice. You subpoenaed me. A formality. Please, sit. Navarro sat across from her. The chair was upholstered in leather and cost more than his monthly rent. Where's your client? Navarro asked. He'll be here shortly. I wanted a few minutes alone with you first. Calder set down her pen. I know what you think of Jason. I know you've spent 24 years believing he killed that little girl, and I know nothing I say will change your mind. Then why am I here? Because I want you to understand something. Calder leaned forward slightly. I'm not going to try to convince you Jason is innocent. That's not my job. My job is to make sure the prosecution, your new client, Mr. Cruz, cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Jason is guilty. And with the evidence we have now, that's not going to be difficult. Navarro said nothing. The DNA doesn't match, Calder continued. The fiber analysis is junk science. The jailhouse informant has recanted. The eyewitness, Gloria Reyes, has vanished. And the palm print your entire case rests on could have gotten there 1,000 different ways. You know this. Cruz knows this. The only reason this case is moving forward is because Jack Rossi is too proud to admit he made a mistake. You're wrong about one thing. What's that? Navarro looked at the glass wall, at the city spreading out below, at the freeways snaking through the haze. This case isn't moving forward because of Rossi's pride. It's moving forward because Leo Cruz believes Jason Jessup is guilty. And so do I. Calder smiled. It was a small smile, barely a movement of her lips, but it changed everything about her face. Belief isn't evidence, detective, and hope isn't a strategy. The door opened. Jason Jessup walked in. He was dressed casually, khaki pants, a blue button-down shirt, brown leather shoes that looked new. His gray hair was combed back from his forehead. His skin had the pallor of someone who had spent 2 decades indoors, but his eyes were the same pale blue Navarro remembered from the trial, from the booking photo, from the nightmares he had never admitted to having. Jessup looked at Navarro and smiled. "Detective Navarro," he said, "I've thought about you over the years." "I'm sure you have. You were the one who interviewed my mother. She said you were polite, respectful. That meant a lot to her." Jessup sat down at the table 2 chairs away from Navarro. "She passed away while I was inside. Cancer. I couldn't go to the funeral." Navarro felt something move in his chest. He didn't know if it was anger or something worse. "I'm sorry for your loss." "Are you?" Jessup tilted his head. "Really?" The room went still. Calder watched the exchange like a chess player studying an unexpected opening. Navarro stood up. He had seen what he needed to see. Jessup wasn't nervous, wasn't scared, wasn't angry. He was calm, too calm. The calm of a man who had been waiting for this moment for a long time and had rehearsed every line. "I'll see you in court," Navarro said. He walked out of the conference room, down the hallway, past the magazine covers, past the receptionist with the model looks, and into the elevator. The doors closed. The elevator began its descent. His phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "She knows where Gloria Reyes is. Calder found her first." Navarro stared at the screen. Then the elevator reached the lobby, the doors opened, and he stepped out into the bright California sun, with a name burning in his head. Gloria Reyes. And a race he hadn't known he was running. 5. Chapter 5. The text came from a burner phone. Navarro knew this because he had spent 29 years watching criminals use them, discard them, and buy new ones at gas stations with cash. He called the number. It rang 4 times and went to a generic voicemail inbox that hadn't been set up. No name, no greeting, just a beep. He tried again. Same result. He texted back, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared, then stopped, then appeared again. Then nothing. Navarro stood on the sidewalk outside the Pinnacle Tower, the sun hot on his neck, his mind racing through possibilities. An anonymous tip could mean anything. A disgruntled employee at Calder's firm, a former client with a grudge, a journalist playing both sides. Or it could be a trap, something designed to send him on a wild chase while Calder's team buried evidence somewhere else. He called Cruz. "I just got a text," Navarro said. "Someone says Calder knows where Gloria Reyes is." A pause, then, "You believe it?" "I don't know what I believe, but I'm not going to ignore it." "Don't do anything stupid, Frank. If Calder really has located Gloria, she's probably already offered her a deal. Testimony immunity, witness protection, money. Whatever it takes to keep her off the stand. Or off the planet. Let's not go there yet." Cruz's voice was tight. "Come back to the office. We need to figure out our next move. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Navarro hung up and walked to his truck. He sat in the driver's seat for a moment, the engine off, the heat already building inside the cab like a second skin. He looked at the text again. "She knows where Gloria Reyes is." Calder found her first. The words felt wrong, too clean, too precise. If Calder had really found Gloria, she wouldn't advertise it. She would keep the information close, use it to prepare her case, and spring Gloria as a surprise witness at trial, someone who could testify that she had lied in 2002, that she hadn't really seen Jessup's truck, that the police had pressured her into identifying him. That was the nightmare scenario. Gloria Reyes recanting on the stand, a tearful apology to Jessup on national television. The final nail in the prosecution's coffin. Navarro started the engine and pulled into traffic. The Bradbury building felt different in the afternoon light. Shadows stretched across the lobby floor. The silver-haired receptionist, her name was Margaret, Navarro had learned, was on the phone, her voice low and soothing, calming down a client who was probably facing life in prison. She waved him through without looking up. Cruz was in the library, but he wasn't alone. A woman stood at the oak table, her back to the door, studying a large map spread across the surface. She was tall, early 40s, with broad shoulders and dark hair cut short above her collar. She wore jeans, a black leather jacket, and boots that looked like they had walked through fire. When she turned around, Navarro saw a face that was simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. High cheekbones, a scar running from her left eyebrow to her hairline, and eyes the color of burnt honey. "Frank Navarro," Cruz said. "Meet Elena Torres. She's our new investigator." Navarro stopped walking. "I'm the investigator." "You're the lead investigator," Cruz corrected. "Elena is going to be your shadow. She's former FBI. 10 years in the behavioral analysis unit. She left the bureau last year to go private." Torres extended her hand. Navarro shook it. Her grip was firm, dry, and measured, exactly what he expected from someone who had spent a decade shaking hands with serial killers. "You don't look happy to see me," Torres said. "I'm not happy to see anyone who might slow me down." "I won't slow you down. I'll keep you alive. There's a difference." She released his hand and turned back to the map. "I've been tracking Gloria Reyes for the past 6 months. Off the books. For Leo." Navarro looked at Cruz. "You've been looking for her." "Elena has," Cruz said. "She found something 2 weeks ago, a possible sighting in a small town called Santa Rosita, about 300 miles south of here, near the border." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I wanted to be sure before I raised your hopes." Cruz walked to the map. Santa Rosita was a speck on the map, tucked between the mountains and the sea, accessible by a single 2-lane highway. "Elena has a contact down there, a former Border Patrol agent who does private security." He saw a woman matching Gloria's description at a local market. She was using a different name, but the photo matched. Navarro studied the map. Santa Rosita was remote, isolated, the kind of place where someone could disappear for years without anyone asking questions. If Calder found her first, Navarro said, she's already there, or she's already gone. Maybe. Torres pulled a photograph from her jacket pocket. It showed a woman in her early 40s, dark hair streaked with gray, standing in front of a produce stand. She was wearing sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat, but her face was visible enough. This was taken 4 days ago, by my contact. Navarro took the photograph. He stared at the woman's face. The last time he had seen Gloria Reyes, she had been 17 years old, terrified, testifying in a packed courtroom with her hands shaking so badly she could barely point at Jessup. This woman looked nothing like that girl, but the bone structure was the same. The way she held her shoulders, the set of her jaw. "That's her," Navarro said quietly. "That's her," Torres agreed. And as of 4 days ago, she was still alive, still hiding, and still alone. Cruz picked up his car keys from the table. "We leave in 1 hour. Frank, go home. Pack for 3 days. Elena, you're driving." "Where are we staying?" Torres asked. "We're not staying anywhere. We're finding Gloria Reyes before Diane Calder does. And we're bringing her back to San Hilario, dead or alive." "Alive," Navarro said. "She stays alive." Cruz looked at him. For a moment his face was unreadable. Then he nodded. "Alive," he agreed. "Now move, both of you." Navarro tucked the photograph into his pocket and walked out of the library. His heart was beating faster than it had in years. He could feel the case shifting beneath his feet like tectonic plates. Gloria Reyes was the key. She had always been the key. And now 2 teams were racing toward her, one to protect the truth and one to bury it. He didn't know which team would get there first, but he knew what was at stake. Not just a conviction, not just justice for Emma Flores, but the chance to stop Jason Jessup before he killed again. Chapter 6, The Drive to Santa Rosita, took just under 6 hours. Elena Torres drove a black Jeep Cherokee with tinted windows and a V8 engine that growled like something alive. Navarro rode shotgun, the Jessup file open on his lap, rereading Gloria Reyes's original testimony for the 100th time. Cruz sat in the back, making calls on a burner phone, his voice low and careful. They left San Hilario at 4 p.m. By 6:30, the city had dissolved into farmland, and the farmland had dissolved into desert. The sun dropped behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that would have been beautiful if Navarro had been capable of noticing beauty. He wasn't. He was thinking about Gloria Reyes, about the terror in her voice when she had described the truck, about the way she had looked at Jessup across the courtroom, not with anger, but with something closer to dread. "I saw his face," she had testified. "He was cleaning something out of the truck bed, something red. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but later when I saw the news, I knew. I knew what I had seen." The defense had hammered her on cross-examination. It was dark. She was half a block away. She had been smoking marijuana earlier that evening. How could she be sure? How could anyone be sure? But she had held firm. She had pointed at Jessup and said, "That's the man. I'll never forget his face." And then, 3 months after the trial, someone had spray-painted liar on her garage door. Someone had slashed her tires. Someone had called her phone in the middle of the night and breathed into the receiver for 30 seconds before hanging up. She had packed her bags and disappeared. Navarro had always believed Jessup was behind the harassment. Not directly, he was in prison by then. But he had friends on the outside, family. People who believed in his innocence and were willing to do ugly things to prove it. The same people who might be looking for Gloria right now. "You're quiet," Torres said. She hadn't taken her eyes off the road in 3 hours. Her posture was perfect, her hands at 10 and 2, her speed exactly the limit. "I'm thinking." Dangerous habit. Old habit. Navarro turned a page in the file. "How did you find her?" Torres was quiet for a moment, then, "Bank records. Gloria Reyes hasn't used a bank account in 20 years. She hasn't used her own name, but she's used a credit card under a different identity. A woman named Elena Mendez. Same birthday, different year. Same social security number, different last 4 digits. Someone taught her how to build a ghost. Who? That's the interesting part." Torres glanced at him. "There's a non-profit organization based in Albuquerque that helps domestic violence victims create new identities. Gloria contacted them in 2004, 2 years after the trial. They set her up with documents, a rental history, a job lead. She's been using that identity ever since." Cruz leaned forward from the back seat. "The non-profit has a data breach 6 months ago. Someone hacked their servers and downloaded client files. Gloria's file was one of them." "Calder," Navarro said. "Maybe. Or someone working for her, or someone working for Jessup's family." Cruz sat back. "Doesn't matter who. What matters is that the information is out there. Gloria's location is compromised. We need to get to her before someone else does." Navarro closed the file. "You think she's in danger?" "I think a woman who has been hiding for 20 years is always in danger. But right now, yes. I think she's in more danger than she knows." The highway narrowed as they approached the coast. The desert gave way to scrubland, then to hills covered in dry grass, then to the first signs of civilization. A gas station, a diner, a motel with a flickering neon sign. Santa Rosita was another 30 miles south, tucked into a cove where the mountains met the sea. Torres's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, then handed it to Cruz. "It's your contact," she said. "Read it out loud." Cruz read. His face went pale. "What does it say?" Navarro demanded. Cruz looked up. "The contact says Gloria's house was broken into last night. No forced entry. Someone had a key. Her car is gone. So is she." Navarro's blood turned to ice. "When?" "Last night, approximately 2 a.m. A neighbor heard glass breaking and called the local police. They responded, but the house was empty. No sign of a struggle. No blood. Just an open back door and a missing woman." "Calder," Torres said again. "Or Jessup's people," Cruz said. "Either way, we're too late." Navarro shook his head. "No, we're not too late. We're just getting started." He turned to Torres. "How fast can this thing go?" Torres smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. She pressed the accelerator to the floor. The jeep tore through the night, headlights cutting a tunnel through the darkness. Navarro gripped the door handle as Torres took curves at speeds that defied physics. Cruz had gone quiet in the back seat, his phone pressed to his ear, trying to reach the local police chief in Santa Rosita. Navarro stared out the window at the passing darkness. He thought about Gloria Reyes, alone in a strange town, sleeping in a bed she had probably chosen because it faced the door. He thought about someone slipping a key into her lock in the middle of the night. He thought about the word liar spray-painted on her garage door 20 years ago, and he wondered if the same people had finally come back to finish what they started. His phone buzzed. Another text from the unknown number. "Don't go to the house. It's a trap." Navarro's heart stopped. He typed back, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared. Then, "Someone who wants Jessup back in prison as much as you do." Another pause. Then, "Calder didn't take Gloria. Jessup's brother did." His name is Matthew. He's ex-military. He's been looking for her for 10 years. Navarro's hands were shaking. He typed, "Where is she?" The response came immediately. "Old Lighthouse, Point Rosita." "You have 2 hours." Navarro showed the phone to Torres. She read the messages without slowing down. "It could be a lie," she said. "It could be," Navarro agreed, "but it's the only lead we have." Cruz leaned forward again. "Matthew Jessup. I remember that name. He was investigated after the trial for witness intimidation, but the DA didn't have enough evidence to charge him." "Now we know why," Navarro said. "He was waiting, biding his time, and now that his brother is out, he's cleaning up loose ends." Torres took a curve so fast the Jeep tilted onto 2 wheels. The tires caught and they straightened out, racing toward the coast, toward the lighthouse, toward whatever waited for them in the dark. Navarro checked his watch. 2 hours, if they were lucky. 7. Chapter 7. The lighthouse at Point Rosita had been decommissioned in 1987, its beam replaced by a GPS beacon that blinked silently from a metal tower a quarter-mile inland. The old structure stood on a rocky outcrop 50 feet above the sea, its white paint peeling, its iron railings rusted, its spiral staircase still intact but dangerous. Local teenagers used it for dares and parties. Drifters used it for shelter. And tonight someone was using it for something much worse. Navarro saw the light first. Not the lighthouse beam that had been dark for decades, but a flicker of orange through a broken window on the 3rd floor. A candle, or a kerosene lamp. Someone was up there, waiting. Torres killed the Jeep's headlights a quarter-mile from the point and coasted to a stop behind a stand of eucalyptus trees. The engine ticked as it cooled. The ocean crashed against the rocks below, a rhythmic thunder that would cover their approach. "How do you want to play this?" Torres asked. Navarro was already out of the Jeep, his Glock in his hand, his eyes adjusted to the darkness. "You take the east side, I'll take the west. Cruz stays here with the engine running." "I should come with you," Cruz said from the back seat. "You're a lawyer, you argue. We shoot." Navarro didn't wait for a response. He moved into the trees, low and fast, the way he had been trained 40 years ago and had never forgotten. The ground was uneven, covered in loose rock and twisted roots. Navarro picked his way carefully, each step placed with intention. The lighthouse grew larger as he approached, its silhouette black against the star-scattered sky. He could hear voices now, 2 men, arguing. "I'm telling you, this is a mistake." The voice was young, nervous, cracking at the edges. "She's a witness. If anything happens to her..." "Nothing's going to happen to her." The second voice was older, flatter, devoid of emotion. "We're just going to talk to her, convince her to change her story." "You broke into her house. You drugged her. That's not just talking." "Shut up and watch the door." Navarro reached the base of the lighthouse. The door was wooden, warped by decades of salt air, hanging slightly ajar. He pressed himself against the wall and listened. Footsteps on the stairs. Someone coming down. Torres appeared from the east side, her own weapon drawn, her face hard. She nodded once. Navarro nodded back. They moved together. The door swung open on rusted hinges. Navarro went low. Torres went high. They cleared the ground floor in 3 seconds, empty except for an overturned bucket and a pile of old fishing nets. The stairs groaned under their weight as they climbed. Navarro counted the steps, 12 to the 2nd floor, another 12 to the 3rd. The arguing had stopped. Now there was only silence, and the crash of the waves and the hammering of Navarro's heart. He reached the 3rd floor landing and stopped. The room was circular, maybe 15 feet across, with windows on all sides. A kerosene lamp sat on the floor, casting jumping shadows on the walls. In the center of the room, tied to a wooden chair, was a woman, Gloria Reyes. She was 41 years old, but she looked older. Her dark hair was matted with sweat. Her face was bruised, a purple welt on her left cheek, a split lip, a cut above her right eye. Her hands were bound behind her back with zip ties. Her ankles were tied to the chair legs with what looked like electrical cord. She was conscious barely, her head lolling forward, her eyes glassy. Standing next to her was a man Navarro recognized from old photographs. Matthew Jessup. He was 48 years old, 6 feet tall, with the same pale blue eyes as his brother, and a shaved head that gleamed in the lamplight. He wore tactical pants, a black hoodie, and combat boots. A knife hung from his belt. A pistol was tucked into his waistband. He was smiling. "Detective Navarro," Matthew said. "I was wondering when you'd get here." "Let her go, Matthew." "I don't think I will." Matthew circled the chair slowly, his eyes never leaving Navarro's gun. "You see, Gloria and I have some unfinished business. 20 years ago, she lied about my brother, sent him to prison for a crime he didn't commit. Ruined his life, ruined our family's life, and now she's going to set the record straight." "She's not going to do anything." Navarro took a step forward. "You're going to untie her. You're going to walk out of here, and you're going to turn yourself in." "Or what? You'll shoot me?" Matthew laughed. "You're a cop. You can't shoot an unarmed man." "Matthew, you're not unarmed." Matthew's smile faded. His hand drifted toward his waistband. Behind Navarro, Torres shifted her weight. The floor creaked. Matthew's eyes flicked towards the sound. That was all Navarro needed. He closed the distance in 3 strides, swept Matthew's hand away from the pistol, and drove his shoulder into the man's chest. They crashed against the wall. The lighthouse shuddered. Dust fell from the ceiling. Matthew was strong, ex-military, just like the text had said, but Navarro was angry. 24 years of anger. 24 years of staring at Emma Flores's photograph. 24 years of knowing a killer was breathing free air. He punched Matthew once in the face, twice, 3 times. Matthew's head snapped back. His eyes went unfocused. He slumped against the wall. Navarro stepped back, breathing hard. His knuckles were bloody. He didn't remember throwing the 3rd punch. Torres was already at Gloria's chair, cutting the zip ties with a folding knife. Gloria gasped as her hands came free. She grabbed Torres's arm, her fingers trembling, her eyes wild. "Easy," Torres said. "You're safe now. We're here to take you home." "Home?" Gloria's voice was a rasp, barely audible over the waves. "I don't have a home. I haven't had a home in 20 years. "You have one now," Cruz said from the stairs. Navarro hadn't heard him approach. The lawyer stood on the landing, his phone in his hand, his face pale but steady. "I just spoke to Judge Chiang. She's issuing a material witness warrant. You're coming back to San Hilario with us, under protective custody." Gloria stared at him. Tears cut tracks through the dirt on her face. "He'll kill me," she whispered. "Jessup, he'll find me. He'll kill me." Navarro knelt in front of her chair. He looked into her eyes, the same eyes that had stared across a courtroom 2 decades ago, terrified but truthful. "Not if we kill him first," Navarro said. "In a courtroom with your testimony, the way it should have been done 20 years ago." Gloria closed her eyes. A sob escaped her throat. Behind them, Matthew Jessup groaned and tried to sit up. Torres put a boot on his chest and pressed down. "Stay," she said. Matthew stayed. 8. Chapter 8. The San Hilario County Superior Courthouse stood on 1st Street, a Beaux-Arts limestone monument to justice that had survived 3 earthquakes, 2 riots, and 1 attempted bombing by a defendant who didn't appreciate his attempted murder conviction. The building had 97 courtrooms, 1,400 employees, and a security checkpoint that processed 10,000 people a day. On the morning of November 15th, all 97 courtrooms were conducting business as usual, but only one of them mattered. Department 42, Judge Patricia Chiang presiding. The conviction review trial of People versus Jason Jessup was scheduled for a preliminary hearing at 9 a.m. Navarro arrived at 6:30, unable to sleep, unwilling to wait. He sat in the gallery of Department 42, alone in the dark, staring at the empty bench where Judge Chiang would soon preside. The room smelled of lemon polish and old carpet. The jury box was empty. The witness stand was empty. The defense table was empty. The prosecution table was empty, but not for long. At 7:15, Leo Cruz walked in carrying a cardboard box filled with files. He set them on the prosecution table and began arranging them in precise stacks, his fountain pen in his shirt pocket, his reading glasses hooked onto his collar. He wore a navy blue suit, a white shirt, and a tie the color of dried blood. He did not look nervous. He looked like a man who had been preparing for this moment his entire life. "Sleep well?" Navarro asked. "Sleep is for the innocent," Cruz said without looking up. "Did you bring the Reyes file?" "On your left, third stack." Cruz found it and slid it into position. "Gloria's in protective custody. 2 marshals, 24 hours a day. She's scared, but she's holding together. She saw Jessup's brother kidnap her. She'll testify." "Testifying isn't the problem. Surviving cross-examination is the problem." Cruz finally looked up. "Diane Calder is going to tear her apart. 20-year-old memory, drug use, inconsistencies in her original testimony, the fact that she disappeared for 2 decades. By the time Calder is finished, the jury won't believe Gloria Reyes could identify her own mother. That's why we have the other witnesses." "What other witnesses?" "The jailhouse informant is still in Arizona. The fiber analyst is dead. The DNA expert retired to Costa Rica. We have a palm print, a frightened woman, and a lot of hope." Navarro said nothing. He had heard this speech before. Cruz was venting, not informing. At 8:15, the gallery began to fill. Reporters first, then law students, then the curious public. Navarro counted 3 television cameras in the back row, their red lights blinking like angry eyes. The Jessup case had become a media circus, the innocent landscaper, the wrongful conviction, the flawed justice system. Every network wanted a piece of it. At 8:30, Diane Calder arrived. She swept into the courtroom like a general entering a captured city, her team trailing behind her like a well-trained army. 2 associates, a paralegal, a private investigator, and a jury consultant. They carried laptops, tablets, and 3 rolling suitcases filled with documents. Calder took her place at the defense table and began arranging her materials with the precision of a bomb squad technician. She did not look at Cruz. She did not look at Navarro. She did not look at the reporters. She looked at the door. At 8:45, Jason Jessup walked in. He was wearing a gray suit, a white shirt, and a tie that matched his pale blue eyes. His gray hair was freshly cut. His shoes were polished. He moved with the easy confidence of a man who had nothing to fear, because he had already spent 24 years in hell, and everything after that felt like a gift. He sat next to Calder and whispered something in her ear. She nodded. She smiled. Navarro wanted to throw up. At 8:55, Judge Patricia Chiang took the bench. She was 62 years old, with silver-streaked hair, wire-rimmed glasses, and a reputation for being the smartest person in any room she entered. She had been a public defender, a federal prosecutor, and a Court of Appeal judge before being appointed to the Superior Court. She had presided over death penalty cases, gang injunction trials, and one memorable hearing involving a chimpanzee and a restraining order. She was not easily impressed. "Good morning," she said. Her voice was low, calm, and carried to every corner of the room, without amplification. We are here for the preliminary hearing in People versus Jason Jessup, case number 200-2-08976. The court has reviewed the pleadings. The court has considered the motions. The court is ready to proceed. Counsel, please approach. Cruz and Calder walked to the bench. They stood shoulder to shoulder, two warriors in a war that had already lasted longer than either of them had planned. Mr. Cruz, Chiang said, the defense has filed a motion to dismiss based on prosecutorial misconduct in the original trial. What is the people's response? Cruz placed both hands on the bench. Your Honor, the people acknowledge that errors were made in 2002, but those errors were not intentional, they were not malicious, and they do not erase the fact that Jason Jessup murdered Emma Flores. The evidence, new and old, supports a conviction. The people request that this motion be denied and that we proceed to trial. Calder stepped forward. Your Honor, the errors in the original trial were not minor. The prosecution withheld exculpatory evidence. The lead detective committed perjury. The jailhouse informant was paid for his testimony. This is not a case of simple mistakes. This is a case of systematic corruption. My client has already served 24 years for a crime he did not commit. The court should dismiss these charges with prejudice and allow Jason Jessup to rebuild his life. Chiang listened without expression. When both attorneys had finished, she removed her glasses and polished them with a small cloth. I will take this motion under advisement, she said. I will have a ruling by the end of the week. In the meantime, the defendant is released on his own recognizance, pending trial. Cruz's face tightened. Your Honor, I said released on his own recognizance, Mr. Cruz. No bail, no monitoring. Mr. Jessup has complied with every court order for the past 72 days. He is not a flight risk. He is not a danger to the community. The court will not punish him for exercising his constitutional rights. Navarro felt the floor drop out from under him. Jessup was free. Not just out on bail. Free. No ankle monitor, no check-ins, no restrictions. Jessup turned in his chair and looked at the gallery. His eyes found Navarro. He smiled. Then he stood up, buttoned his jacket, and walked out of the courtroom. Calder followed. The reporters followed. The cameras followed. Navarro sat alone in the gallery, his hands clenched into fists, his heart pounding in his ears. Cruz walked back to the prosecution table and began packing his files. He's going to run, Navarro said. No, he's not. How do you know? Cruz stopped packing. He looked at Navarro with something that might have been pity. Because running would make him look guilty, and Jason Jessup's only weapon is his innocence. Cruz picked up his cardboard box. He's not going to run, Frank. He's going to stay right here and watch us fail. Cruz walked out of the courtroom. Navarro stayed. He stayed until the lights went out. He stayed until the janitor came to clean. He stayed until the only thing left in Department 42 was darkness and silence and the ghost of a little girl who would never see justice done. 9. Chapter 9. The first body was found on a Tuesday. Navarro was at his desk in the cold case unit when the call came in. The unit occupied a windowless basement room in the San Hilario Police Department headquarters, a space shared by 3 detectives, 2 part-time clerks, and a filing cabinet that had been locked since 1998 because no one could find the key. Navarro had worked there for 11 years, ever since he'd been kicked off the active rotation for emotional involvement in a case that was supposed to be closed. He didn't mind the basement. The lack of windows meant fewer distractions. The call came from a patrol officer named Delgado, one of the young ones who still believed he could make a difference. His voice was tight, controlled, the way voices got when they had seen something they couldn't unsee. Detective Navarro. You're going to want to come to this one. I'm busy, Delgado. Call homicide. Homicide is already here. They're the ones who told me to call you. Navarro set down his pen. Where? Lincoln Heights, abandoned warehouse on 7th Street. We've got a female victim, Hispanic, late 20s to early 30s. Strangled, hands folded across her chest. Navarro's blood stopped moving. I'll be there in 15 minutes. The warehouse was a crumbling brick shell from the 1950s, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. A crowd of onlookers had gathered on the sidewalk, phones raised, recording everything for their social media feeds. Navarro pushed through them, flashed his badge at the uniform at the gate, and ducked under the yellow crime scene tape. The body was in the back corner of the warehouse behind a stack of pallets and a discarded mattress. She was lying on her back, her arms crossed over her chest, her hands folded as if in prayer. Her eyes were open. Her face was peaceful, too peaceful for someone who had been strangled to death. Navarro knelt beside her. He didn't touch her. He didn't need to. He had seen this before, 24 years ago. In a drainage culvert beneath the old Merced Highway. Emma floors, same pose, same peaceful expression, same careful arrangement as if the killer had taken time to make sure she looked presentable. What do we know? Navarro asked. Detective Marcus Webb, the lead homicide investigator, stood a few feet away, his notepad in his hand, his face unreadable. Webb was 42, black, built like a linebacker with a shaved head and a goatee that he trimmed every morning with religious precision. He had been on the job for 18 years and had never worked a case like this. Her name is Marisol Delgado. No relation to the patrol officer. 29 years old, lived in Boyle Heights, worked at a nail salon. Reported missing by her boyfriend 3 days ago. Webb flipped a page. No signs of sexual assault and no defensive wounds, no ligature marks on her neck. How was she strangled? Manual. Someone put their hands around her throat and squeezed until she stopped fighting. Navarro looked at the woman's neck. There were bruises, but they were faint, barely visible against her brown skin. The killer hadn't squeezed hard enough to leave deep marks, just hard enough to stop her heart. Time of death? Preliminary estimate is 36 to 48 hours ago. The ME will give us a better window after the autopsy. Any witnesses? Any cameras? Webb shook his head. This neighborhood is a dead zone. No city cameras, no business cameras, no doorbell cameras. The killer picked this spot for a reason. Navarro stood up. His knees cracked. He was too old to be kneeling on concrete floors, but he was too stubborn to stop. This is Jessup, Navarro said. Webb raised an eyebrow. Jessup? The guy from the news? The one who got out after 24 years? His signature is all over this. The pose, the lack of defensive wounds, the peaceful expression. Navarro pointed at the woman's hands. He folds them. He always folds them, like he's apologizing. Jessup was in prison for 24 years. He's been out for less than 3 months. You're telling me he killed this woman, and we're just supposed to believe he never killed anyone else inside. I'm telling you he killed 8 men inside, and now he started again on the outside. Webb stared at him for a long moment. Then he looked at the body. Then he looked back at Navarro. You got proof? Not yet. Then you got nothing. Webb closed his notepad. Look, Frank, I know this case is personal for you. I know you've been carrying it for a long time, but I can't hang a homicide on a man just because you have a feeling. I need evidence. I need witnesses. I need something I can take to the DA. You'll get it. When? Navarro didn't answer. He was already walking toward the door, his phone in his hand, dialing Leo Cruz. Cruz met him at the Bradbury building an hour later. Elena Torres was there too, sitting on the edge of the oak table, her legs crossed, her face hard. Navarro told them everything. The warehouse, the body, the folded hands, the look on Marisol Delgado's face, peaceful and wrong. "When did this happen?" Cruz asked. "The ME will give us a window, but Delgado, the patrol officer, said she'd been missing for 3 days. That means she was probably killed sometime last weekend." "Where was Jessup last weekend?" "At home, under house arrest. He had an ankle monitor until Judge Chiang removed it." Navarro paced the length of the library. "But house arrest doesn't mean he couldn't have left. Ankle monitors can be tampered with, and he had 3 days before anyone reported her missing." Torres spoke for the first time. "You think he's sending a message?" "I think he's doing what he's always done. Killing women and posing their bodies. The only difference is now he's free, and he wants us to know it." Cruz removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "If you're right, if Jessup killed Marisol Delgado, then we have a serial killer on our hands. A serial killer who's been dormant for 24 years and just woke up." "He wasn't dormant. He was adapting, learning, waiting." Navarro stopped pacing. "And now he's not waiting anymore. We need to tell the DA." "The DA already knows. I called Rossi on my way here. He's convening a task force, but he can't arrest Jessup without probable cause." "So we give him probable cause." Torres stood up. "We find the connection between Jessup and Marisol Delgado. We find out how he knew her. We find out where he was last weekend. And we find out who else he's killed since he got out." Navarro looked at her. "You think there are more?" "I think a man who spent 24 years in prison doesn't wait 3 months to kill again. I think he's been killing this whole time. I think we just haven't found the bodies yet." The room went quiet. Somewhere in the building, a pipe groaned, the sound of old bones settling. Cruz put his glasses back on. "Then we'd better start looking," he said. Chapter 10. The task force assembled at 8 a.m. the following morning in the basement conference room of the San Hilario Police Department. Navarro had spent the night there, sleeping in his chair, waking every hour to check his phone for updates he knew wouldn't come. The room smelled like coffee, stale sweat, and the particular desperation of law enforcement officers working against a clock they couldn't see. Jack Rossi sat at the head of the table, his suit wrinkled, his red hair disheveled, his eyes bloodshot. He had been up all night, too, fielding calls from the mayor, the police chief, and 3 different news directors who wanted to know why a convicted child killer was roaming free while women were turning up dead. "We have a problem," Rossi began. No one laughed. The understatement was too painful for humor. "Marisol Delgado is the first victim we know about, but the ME found something during the autopsy that suggests she might not be the first." He slid a photograph across the table. Navarro picked it up. It showed a close-up of Marisol's left wrist. There was a scar there, thin, white, old, the kind of scar that came from a blade. "She had similar scars on her right wrist and both ankles," Rossi said. "Healed. Years old. Someone restrained her at some point in the past, tied her up, maybe multiple times." "Jessup was in prison," Webb said. He was sitting across from Navarro, his arms crossed, his expression skeptical. "He couldn't have made those scars. Unless he made them before he went in." Torres was leaning against the wall near the door, her leather jacket still zipped, her boots still laced. Marisol Delgado would have been 5 years old when Jessup was arrested, but Jessup had victims before Emma Flores. "We just never found them." "We never looked," Navarro said quietly. Rossi nodded. "That's changing today. I've assigned 4 detectives to cold case review. They're going back through every unsolved homicide in San Hilario County from 1995 to 2002. Female victims, strangulation, any sign of posing. If Jessup killed before Emma Flores, we're going to find out. And if he killed after he got out? Webb asked. We're looking at a 3-month window. How many women could he have murdered since October? Torres answered. Depends on how organized he is. Bundy killed 13 women in 4 months. Ridgway killed 6 in 3 months. If Jessup has been planning this for 24 years, if he's been thinking about it every single day, he could have a system, a method, a way of finding victims that doesn't leave a trail. You think he's been killing in prison? Webb said. It wasn't a question. I know he has. Frank has the records. 8 men, all dead within 18 months of meeting Jessup, all ruled natural causes, no autopsies, no investigations. Just paperwork and closed caskets. Rossi turned to Navarro. Those records, can we exhume the bodies? I can try, but the families, most of them probably don't want to dig up their loved ones, based on the theory of a detective who's been called obsessed by 3 different judges. Then we don't tell them the theory. We tell them there's new evidence in a homicide investigation. We tell them we're looking for a serial killer. We tell them whatever it takes to get those bodies exhumed. Navarro nodded slowly. It would take weeks, maybe months, but it was something. What about Gloria Reyes? Webb asked. She's our only living witness from the original trial. Can she tie Jessup to Marisol Delgado? No, Cruz said. He had been silent until now, sitting at the far end of the table, his fountain pen in his hand, his legal pad covered in notes. Gloria saw Jessup's truck near the culvert where Emma Flores was found. She didn't see him kill anyone. She can't help us with this new case. Then what good is she? Cruz looked up. She's our best chance of convicting Jessup for Emma's murder, and if we convict him for Emma's murder, he goes back to prison for life. He doesn't get to kill anyone else. But we don't have Emma's murder, Webb said. We have a palm print and a witness who's been hiding for 20 years. That's not a conviction. That's a prayer. Then we'd better start praying. The room fell silent. Navarro looked around the table at the faces of the people who had volunteered to help him, the people who believed, or wanted to believe, that Jason Jessup was a killer. He saw exhaustion. He saw determination. He saw fear. He saw something else, too, something he hadn't seen in a long time. Hope. After the meeting broke up, Navarro walked to his truck and sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard. His phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number, the same one that had warned him about Matthew Jessup and the lighthouse. Check the prison visitor logs, last 6 months before his release. There's a name you missed. Navarro's heart skipped. He typed back, "What name?" The response came immediately. Anthony Rivas. He visited Jessup 5 times. He's a freelance photographer. He takes pictures of women without their permission. Jessup met him through a pen pal program. Rivas is how Jessup found Marisol Delgado. Navarro's hands were shaking. He called Cruz. I just got another text, Navarro said. Same source. They're telling me to check the prison visitor logs for a man named Anthony Rivas, photographer. Visited Jessup 5 times before his release. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I know that name, Cruz said slowly. Rivas was investigated 3 years ago for stalking. The victim was a woman in Santa Monica. The case was dropped because she refused to testify. He takes pictures of women without their permission, that's what the text said. Frank? Who is sending you these messages? I don't know, but they've been right twice now. I'm not going to ignore them. Then don't, but be careful. If someone is feeding you information about Jessup, they have a reason, and not necessarily a good one. Navarro hung up. He started the engine. He had a photographer to find. 11. Chapter 11. Anthony Rivas lived in a one-bedroom apartment above a garage in Westlake, a neighborhood that had been called up and coming for so long that even the optimists had given up. The building was pale yellow stucco, the kind that turned brown at the bottom from decades of exhaust and neglect. A security door hung crooked on its hinges. The buzzer list had names written in 5 different languages, most of them crossed out. Navarro parked across the street and waited. The text had given him an address, but no context. He didn't know if Rivas was a suspect, a witness, or a victim. He didn't know if the apartment was empty or if someone was waiting inside with a weapon. He called Torres. "I'm at Rivas's building. You want to knock with me or watch my back? I'm 5 minutes out. Don't go in alone." "I wasn't planning to." Navarro hung up and settled into his seat. The neighborhood was quiet for a Wednesday morning. A woman walked a small dog past his truck, eyeing him suspiciously. A man in a bathrobe retrieved a newspaper from a stoop. A kid on a skateboard cut through the intersection without looking. 5 minutes turned into 10. Torres's Jeep pulled up behind him. They approached the building together. The security door was unlocked. The latch had been broken for years, held in place by a rubber band. They climbed the stairs to the second floor. Apartment 2B was at the end of the hallway, a wooden door painted blue, a brass number 2B hanging crooked. Navarro knocked. No answer. He knocked again, harder. "Anthony Rivas, police, open the door." Nothing. Torres tried the knob. It turned. They drew their weapons and went in. The apartment was small, living room, kitchenette, a door leading to a bedroom, another to a bathroom. The curtains were drawn. The air was thick and stale, like no one had opened a window in weeks. Navarro's eyes adjusted to the dim light. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds of them, thousands. They were taped to every surface, the walls, the ceiling, the cabinets, the refrigerator. Photographs of women, young women, older women, women at bus stops, in grocery stores, walking down the street, sitting in their cars, looking out their own windows. None of the women seemed to know they were being photographed. Their eyes were elsewhere. Their guards were down. Navarro felt his skin crawl. "He's a surveillance photographer," Torres said. "Specializes in the unseen moment. That's what his website says." "His website also says he's an artist. This isn't art. This is obsession." They moved through the apartment slowly, checking corners, clearing rooms. The bedroom was worse than the living room. Photographs on the walls, on the ceiling, on the headboard of the bed. Photographs of women sleeping, women undressing, women in bathrooms, in locker rooms, in their own bedrooms, and in the center of the far wall, larger than the others, a photograph of Marisol Delgado. She was standing outside the nail salon where she worked, her back to the camera, unaware she was being watched. The photograph had been taken from a distance, probably with a telephoto lens. A red heart had been drawn around her head in marker. Navarro pulled out his phone and took a picture of the photograph. "He was stalking her," Navarro said, "before Jessup ever got out of prison." Or Jessup asked him to. Torres was examining a desk in the corner of the bedroom. Papers, receipts, laptop. She opened the laptop. It wasn't password protected. "He's got folders for at least 30 different women. Names, addresses, schedules. He knew where they lived, where they worked, when they came home at night." "Where's Rivas now?" Torres checked the desk drawers. "No passport, no wallet, no keys. He's not here, but he didn't leave in a hurry. His toothbrush is still in the bathroom. His clothes are still in the closet. He knew we were coming." "Or someone else got to him first." Navarro's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen. Another text from the unknown number. "Rivas is dead. Check the basement." Navarro showed Torres the message. She was already moving toward the door. They found the basement stairs at the back of the building, behind a door marked with a faded sign that said, "No trespassing." The stairs were concrete steep, unlit. Navarro used his phone as a flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating cobwebs, dust, and at the bottom a pair of bare feet. Anthony Rivas was lying face down on the concrete floor, his hands tied behind his back with electrical cord, a plastic bag over his head. He had been dead for at least a day. The smell was already starting. Navarro knelt beside the body. He didn't touch anything. He just looked. There were no visible wounds, no blood, no struggle. The killer had taken Rivas by surprise, tied him up, and suffocated him slowly. "That's not Jessup's work," Torres said. She was standing at the bottom of the stairs, her phone held high, recording the scene. "Jessup strangles with his hands. He doesn't use bags. He doesn't tie people up." "Unless he's adapting," Navarro said. "Unless he's learning new methods." "Or unless someone else killed Rivas to keep him quiet." Navarro stood up. His knees protested. He looked at the body, then at the photographs in his memory. The walls covered in women, the red heart around Marisol Delgado's head. "We need to trace Rivas's phone," Navarro said. "His calls, his texts, his location history. Find out where he went in the last 72 hours. I'll put in a request. Do it now and call Webb. This is his jurisdiction now." Torres stepped away to make the call. Navarro stayed with the body, staring down at Anthony Rivas's lifeless form. He had no sympathy for the man. A stalker who photographed women without their consent, who sold their privacy for profit, who fed their images to a killer. But he wasn't supposed to be dead. He was supposed to be in a cage, answering questions, leading them to Jessup. Now his mouth was closed forever. Navarro's phone buzzed again. He kept a backup drive under the floorboards in the bedroom. "You'll find everything you need." Navarro typed back, "Who are you?" No response. He looked at Torres. She was still on the phone, her voice low, her back to him. Navarro climbed the stairs and walked back to the apartment. He went to the bedroom, got on his hands and knees, and pried up a loose floorboard near the bed. Beneath it was a small metal safe. The combination was written on the bottom of the floorboard in black marker. 17-32-09. Navarro opened the safe. Inside was a single hard drive, encased in a rubber sleeve, and next to it a photograph. Not of a woman, of Leo Cruz. The photograph showed Cruz leaving the Bradbury building late at night alone. A red circle had been drawn around his head, the same red marker, the same hand. Navarro's blood turned to ice. He picked up his phone and dialed Cruz's number. It went straight to voicemail. He tried again. Voicemail. He called Torres. "Cruz isn't answering. Get the Jeep. We're going to the Bradbury building. Now." 12. Chapter 12. The drive to the Bradbury building took 19 minutes. It felt like 19 hours. Navarro drove. Torres rode shotgun, her phone pressed to her ear, trying Cruz's number again and again. Each time it went straight to voicemail. She tried Margaret, the receptionist. No answer. She tried the office landline. 4 rings, then a fax machine screech. "He's not answering because he can't," Torres said. "Something's wrong." "Don't say that." "I'm not saying it to scare you. I'm saying it because we need to be prepared." Navarro pressed the accelerator. The truck weaved through traffic, tires squealing, horns blaring. He ran a red light at Alvarado and nearly sideswiped a bus. Torres didn't flinch. She had seen him drive before. They arrived at 11:47 a.m. The Bradbury building looked the same as always. Faded sign, peeling paint, Heavy oak door, but something was different. The door was slightly ajar, not locked, not closed all the way, just open. Navarro drew his weapon. Torres drew hers. They entered the lobby. Margaret was behind her desk, slumped forward, her silver hair spread across the wood like a fan. For one terrible moment, Navarro thought she was dead. Then she groaned. Her hand moved. "Margaret!" Navarro holstered his weapon and rushed to her side. "Margaret, can you hear me?" She lifted her head. There was a bruise forming on her temple, purple and swelling. Her glasses were broken, one lens cracked, the other missing. Her lip was split, but her eyes were open and she was conscious. "He came in," Margaret whispered. "Pretended to be a client. I didn't recognize him until it was too late." Who came in?" "Jessup. Jason Jessup. He asked for Leo, said he wanted to surrender, said he wanted to turn himself in for Marisol Delgado's murder." Navarro's heart stopped. "That's not possible. Jessup didn't kill Marisol Delgado." "That's what I told him. But he just smiled and walked past me. He went to the library. That's the last thing I remember." Torres was already moving down the hallway, her weapon up, her body low. Navarro followed, leaving Margaret in the lobby with instructions to stay down and call 911. The library door was closed. The lights were off. Navarro pressed his ear to the wood. He heard nothing. No voices, no movement, no breathing. He looked at Torres. She nodded. He kicked the door open. The library was empty. The oak table was overturned. Files were scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. The laptops were gone. The legal pads were gone. The photograph of Emma Flores that Cruz kept on his desk was gone. But Cruz wasn't there. Navarro swept the room, checking the corners, the windows, the door to the fire escape. Nothing. Torres checked the small bathroom off the library. Empty. "Where is he?" Torres whispered. Navarro's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen. "Check the basement. Hurry." The same unknown number. The same 3 words. "Check the basement." Navarro didn't wait. He ran. The basement of the Bradbury building was accessible through a door at the end of the hallway, past the paralegal offices, past the corkboard covered in red string. Navarro had never been down there. Cruz had mentioned it once. Storage, old files, boxes of records from cases long closed. Nothing important. The door was locked. Navarro stepped back and kicked it. The wood splintered but held. He kicked it again. The frame cracked. A third kick sent the door swinging open. Darkness, cold air, the smell of damp concrete, and something else, something metallic. Blood. Navarro found a light switch on the wall inside. Fluorescent bulbs flickered to life, revealing a long, narrow room with low ceilings, exposed pipes, and cardboard boxes stacked along the walls. And at the far end of the room, tied to a metal chair, was Leo Cruz. His face was bloody. His lip was split, his left eye swollen shut, his shirt torn open. His hands were bound behind his back with zip ties. His ankles were tied to the chair legs with electrical cord, the same cord that had bound Anthony Rivas. The same method. But Cruz was alive. His chest was moving. His right eye was open, and it found Navarro's face across the room. "Frank," Cruz said. His voice was thick, damaged. "He's still here." Navarro turned. Jason Jessup stepped out from behind a stack of boxes. He was wearing a janitor's uniform. Navy blue pants, a matching shirt, a name tag that said Carlos. He had been hiding in the building for hours, maybe since the night before, waiting, watching. "Detective Navarro," Jessup said. "I was hoping you'd come. Step away from him, now." Jessup didn't move. He was holding something in his hand, a knife. Not a large knife, a box cutter, the kind janitors use to break down cardboard. The blade was extended, glinting under the fluorescent lights. "I'm not going to hurt him," Jessup said. "If I wanted him dead, he'd be dead already. I just wanted to talk, man to man. No lawyers, no judges, no reporters." "Put down the knife." "No." Jessup's voice was calm. Too calm. The same calm Navarro had seen in the conference room at the Pinnacle Tower. The same calm that had terrified him then and terrified him now. "You've been chasing me for 24 years, Detective. You've been so sure I'm a monster. So sure I killed that little girl. So sure I'm a serial killer who's been murdering for decades." "Because you are." Jessup smiled. It was a sad smile, almost gentle. The smile of a man who had been misunderstood his whole life. "You don't know anything about me," Jessup said. "You never did. You looked at me in 2002 and you decided I was guilty. Not because of the evidence, not because of the facts. Because I was convenient, because I was there. Because you needed someone to blame." Navarro took a step closer. "I blame you because you did it. And Marisol Delgado? You blame me for her too?" "Yes." "Then you're wrong." Jessup's smile faded. "I didn't kill Marisol Delgado. I didn't kill Anthony Rivas. I didn't kill anyone. I'm not a killer, Detective. I'm a scapegoat. I've always been a scapegoat." "Then who killed them?" Jessup was quiet for a moment. He looked at Cruz, then at Torres, then back at Navarro. "Someone who wants you to think it was me," Jessup said. "Someone who's been setting me up from the beginning. Someone who knows this case better than you do, better than I do." "Who?" Jessup took a step forward. He held out the box cutter, handle first. "Figure it out," he said. "You're the detective." Navarro didn't take the knife. He didn't move. Jessup sighed. He set the box cutter on the floor and raised his hands. "I surrender," Jessup said. "Arrest me for Marisol Delgado's murder. Arrest me for Anthony Rivas's murder. Arrest me for whatever you want. But when the evidence doesn't match, and when the real killer kills again, I want you to remember this moment. I want you to remember that I gave myself up. And I want you to remember that you were wrong." Torres stepped forward and pulled Jessup's arms behind his back. She cuffed him. He didn't resist. Navarro knelt beside Cruz and began cutting the zip ties with the box cutter Jessup had left on the floor. "Are you okay?" Navarro asked. Cruz nodded. His hands came free. He rubbed his wrists. "He could have killed me," Cruz said quietly. "But he didn't." "No, he didn't." Cruz looked at Jessup, standing in the corner of the basement, his hands cuffed behind his back, his pale blue eyes fixed on Navarro. "Why didn't he?" Navarro didn't have an answer. 13, Chapter 13. The interrogation room at the San Hilario Police Department was a windowless box on the 3rd floor, painted a shade of beige that was probably meant to be calming, but felt more like a sedative. There was a metal table bolted to the floor, 3 chairs, a camera in the corner with a blinking red light, and a two-way mirror that looked into an observation room where Navarro now stood, watching Jason Jessup sit alone. Jessup had been there for 3 hours. He had asked for a lawyer. Diane Calder had arrived within 45 minutes, looking like she had been awakened from a nap. Her hair slightly disheveled, her blazer replaced by a cardigan, her heels replaced by flats. She had spoken to Jessup for 20 minutes, then stepped out to make phone calls. Now she was in the observation room with Navarro, Cruz, Torres, and Jack Rossi. The room was crowded. Too many people, too much tension, too little oxygen. "Jason didn't kill Marisol Delgado," Calder said. She was standing with her back to the mirror, her arms crossed, her face impassive. "He didn't kill Anthony Rivas. He didn't threaten Leo Cruz. He didn't break into Gloria Reyes's house. He didn't do any of the things you're accusing him of. Then why did he go to Cruz's office with a box cutter? Rossi asked. To surrender. He told you that. He told us he wanted to talk. Same thing. Calder uncrossed her arms. Look, I know how this looks. I know you want to believe Jason is a monster, but the evidence doesn't support it. The DNA on Marisol Delgado's body doesn't match Jason. The fingerprints in Rivas's apartment don't match Jason. The security footage from the Bradbury building shows Jason entering alone, unarmed, and walking straight to Cruz's office without threatening anyone. He tied Cruz to a chair. After Margaret hit her head on her desk and fell, Jason panicked. He didn't know what to do. So he restrained Cruz and waited for the police to arrive. That's not the behavior of a killer. That's the behavior of a frightened man. Navarro turned from the mirror. He looked at Calder. You don't believe that? Calder met his eyes. It doesn't matter what I believe. It matters what I can prove. And I can prove Jason didn't kill those people because the physical evidence exonerates him. For now. For always. Calder picked up a file from the table and handed it to Rossi. The lab results came in 20 minutes ago. There's DNA under Marisol Delgado's fingernails. She scratched her killer. The profile doesn't match Jason. It doesn't match anyone in CODIS. But it's not Jason's. Rossi opened the file. He read it in silence. His face went pale. This doesn't mean he's innocent, Rossi said. It means he's not guilty of this murder, which means you have no probable cause to hold him. Calder looked at her watch. I'm filing a motion for release in 1 hour. Unless you have something else, I suggest you uncuff my client and let him go home. The room was silent. Navarro looked at Cruz. Cruz looked at the floor. Torres looked at the mirror, her reflection staring back at her, her face unreadable. There's something else, Navarro said. Everyone turned. The witness. The one who's been texting me. They told me about Matthew Jessup. They told me about Anthony Rivas. They told me about the hard drive under the floorboards. Navarro pulled out his phone and held it up. They've been feeding me information for weeks. Information that turned out to be accurate. Information that led us to Gloria Reyes, to Rivas, to the basement where Jessup surrendered. Who is it? Rossi asked. I don't know, but they're not done. Navarro opened the most recent text and read it aloud. The person framing Jessup is in this room. The observation room went cold. Calder's face didn't change. Rossi's did. Cruz looked up from the floor. Torres stopped looking at the mirror and started looking at Navarro. What does that mean? Rossi asked. It means someone here knows more than they're telling us. Someone here has been feeding evidence to the police and the media. Someone here wants Jessup to look guilty. Navarro put his phone away. And someone here is willing to kill to keep it that way. You can't be serious, Calder said. I'm completely serious. Marisol Delgado is dead because someone wanted us to believe Jessup killed her. Anthony Rivas is dead because he knew too much. And Leo Cruz was almost killed because he was getting too close to the truth. Frank, Cruz's voice was quiet, careful. You need to think about what you're saying. I have thought about it. I've thought about nothing else for 3 days. Navarro looked at each person in the room. Rossi, Calder, Cruz, Torres. The killer knows this case. The killer knows the evidence. The killer knows how to frame Jessup because the killer was there in 2002. The killer watched the original trial. The killer knew about the folded hands, about the posing, about the details that never made it into the newspapers. That narrows it down to about 500 people, Rossi said. Or 5. Navarro pointed at the two-way mirror. Jessup is in that room. He's not the killer. He's the decoy. The real killer is someone we trust, someone we've been working with, someone who's been helping us hunt a ghost while they bury the truth. The room was suffocating now. No one moved, no one breathed. Calder was the first to speak. "You're wrong," she said, but there was something in her voice that hadn't been there before. Doubt. "Prove it," Navarro said, and he walked out of the observation room, leaving them all in the dark. 14. Chapter 14. Navarro didn't go home. He couldn't. His truck smelled like coffee and fear, and every time he closed his eyes, he saw the photograph of Cruz with the red circle around his head. He drove instead to the one place he had always gone when the world stopped making sense, the San Hilario County Hall of Records. The building was a granite box from the 1960s, squat and ugly, tucked between a parking structure and a probation office. Navarro had spent hundreds of hours here over the years, digging through property records, birth certificates, death certificates, marriage licenses. The clerks knew him by name. They knew not to ask questions. He signed in at 3:15 a.m. The night shift was a skeleton crew, one clerk, two security guards, and a janitor who was mopping the lobby floor with the enthusiasm of a man who had given up on life years ago. Navarro took the elevator to the 4th floor where the microfilm readers lived and pulled the file he had been thinking about since the observation room. The original trial transcript. People versus Jason Jessup. 2002. He had read it before, dozens of times, but he had always read it looking for evidence of Jessup's guilt. Now he read it looking for something else. Someone else. Someone who had been there. Someone who had known the details before they became public. Someone who had a reason to want Jessup convicted and a reason to want him dead. The trial had lasted 19 days. The prosecution called 34 witnesses. The defense called 12. The jury deliberated for 9 hours before returning a guilty verdict. Navarro read every word, every objection, every sidebar, every moment of testimony. His eyes burned, his head throbbed, his coffee went cold, and then on page 847 he found it. Direct examination of Detective Robert Mallory, lead investigator on the Emma Flores homicide. Prosecutor: Detective Mallory, can you describe the condition of the victim's body when you arrived at the scene? Mallory: She was lying on her back, her arms were crossed over her chest, her hands were folded as if in prayer. There were no visible signs of trauma beyond the ligature marks on her neck. Prosecutor: Was that detail, the folded hands, released to the public? Mallory: No, we kept that information confidential. Only the killer would know how the body was posed. Navarro read the passage 3 times. Then he pulled out his phone and searched for news articles from 2002. Every major newspaper in the state had covered the Emma Flores murder. Every television station had sent reporters to the courthouse. Every true crime blogger who had been alive in 2002 had written about the case. None of them mentioned the folded hands. The police had kept that detail secret. It was their ace in the hole, their way of separating genuine confessions from false ones. Only the killer would know about the folded hands, only someone who had seen the body at the crime scene, or someone who had read the confidential police reports. Navarro thought about the photograph of Marisol Delgado. Her hands hadn't been folded. They had been crossed over her chest, yes, but not folded. Not in prayer. The killer had gotten the detail wrong, or the killer had changed it on purpose. Navarro's phone buzzed. You're getting closer, but you're looking in the wrong place. The answer isn't in the transcript. It's in the evidence log. He typed back. What evidence log? The original, the one that went missing in 2005. Detective Mallory took it home the night before the evidence room fire. He's been holding on to it for 20 years. He's the only one who knows what was really collected at the crime scene. Detective Robert Mallory, the lead investigator, the man who had arrested Jason Jessup, the man who had testified about the folded hands, the man who had retired in 2008 and moved to a small town in the desert where he lived alone and spoke to no one. Navarro had visited Mallory once 10 years ago to ask about the case. Mallory had been drunk at 10 a.m. He had told Navarro to leave and never come back. Navarro had left, he had never gone back. Until now. He stood up, stretched his aching back, and walked out of the Hall of Records. The sun was rising over San Hilario, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. He had been inside for almost 5 hours. His phone showed 17 missed calls. Cruz, Torres, Rossi, even Calder. He ignored them all. He had a retired detective to find. The drive to Desert Pines took 3 hours. The town was a census-designated place with no stoplight, no grocery store, and no police department, just a gas station, a post office, and a collection of mobile homes scattered across the sand, like dice thrown by a careless hand. Mallory's address was a trailer at the end of a dirt road, surrounded by dead shrubs and a chain-link fence with a gate that hung open. Navarro parked behind a rusted pickup truck and walked to the front door. The trailer was beige, the kind that had been manufactured in the 1980s and should have been retired decades ago. The steps groaned under his weight. The screen door was torn. The wooden door behind it was slightly ajar. He knocked. "Detective Mallory, it's Frank Navarro, San Hilario PD. I need to talk to you." No answer. He knocked again. "Bob, you in there?" Silence. Navarro pushed the door open. The inside of the trailer smelled like whiskey and decay. Dishes piled in the sink, empty bottles on every surface. A television flickered in the corner, muted, showing an infomercial for a juicer. And in the center of the living room, slumped in a recliner, was Robert Mallory. He was 74 years old, but he looked 90. His skin was yellow, his eyes were sunken, his lips were cracked. An empty bottle of bourbon rested on his chest, cradled in his hands like a dead pet. He was breathing but barely. Each breath was a struggle, a rattling sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his chest. "Bob," Navarro knelt beside the recliner. "Bob, can you hear me?" Mallory's eyes moved. They found Navarro's face. There was recognition there, but no surprise, as if he had been expecting this visit for a long time. "Frank," Mallory whispered, "you came. I need the evidence log, the original, the one you took from the office before the fire." Mallory closed his eyes. A tear slid down his cheek, cutting a path through the grime. "I destroyed it," Mallory said. 5 years ago. Burned it in the backyard. Thought it would set me free." "Did it?" Mallory opened his eyes. He looked at Navarro with an expression that was somewhere between grief and relief. "No," he said. "Nothing sets you free, not the truth, not the lies, not the whiskey, not the desert. Nothing." "What was in the log, Bob? What did you find at the crime scene that you didn't put in your report?" Mallory was quiet for a long time. The television flickered. The trailer creaked in the wind. Navarro could hear his own heartbeat, loud and insistent, demanding an answer. Finally, Mallory spoke. "Fingerprints," he said. "Not just Jessup's. Another set on Emma's backpack. On the inside flap, where Jessup's print was found." Navarro's blood went cold. "Whose?" "I never found out. The lab ran them through CODIS. No match. I kept them in the log. Off the record, I was going to investigate. But then Jessup was convicted, and the case was closed, and no one wanted to hear about another set of prints. They wanted a killer. They wanted justice. They wanted closure. So you buried it." "I buried it," Mallory's voice cracked, "and I've been burying it ever since. Every day, every drink, every sleepless night. Navarro stood up. His legs felt weak. His mind was racing, putting pieces together, forming a picture he didn't want to see. "The folded hands," Navarro said. "You kept that detail secret. But someone else knew. Someone who saw the body before you got there. Someone who was at the crime scene." Mallory's eyes widened. He tried to sit up, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He fell back into the recliner, gasping. "Frank," Mallory said, "don't." "Who else was at the scene, Bob? Who else saw Emma Flores before the photographers arrived?" Mallory closed his eyes. His chest rattled. His lips moved, forming words that didn't come out. Then he went still. Navarro checked for a pulse. There was none. Robert Mallory was dead. Navarro stood in the trailer, alone with the body, with the empty bottles, with the flickering television. He looked at his phone. No new texts, no answers, just questions, piling up like bodies. He walked outside into the desert sun, and he called Leo Cruz. Chapter 15. Cruz arrived at the trailer 3 hours later, driving a rented Ford sedan with Torres in the passenger seat. The sun had climbed to its zenith, baking the desert floor until the air shimmered above the cracked earth. Navarro was sitting on Mallory's front steps, his back against the railing, his phone in his hand. He had called the local sheriff's department, but Desert Pines didn't have its own. The county seat was 45 minutes away, and the deputy on duty had said they'd send someone when they could. Cruz walked up the steps, stepping carefully around the broken boards. He looked at Navarro's face and didn't ask if he was okay. The answer was obvious. "What did Mallory tell you?" Cruz asked. Navarro stood up, his knees cracked. He said there were 2 sets of prints on Emma's backpack, Jessup's and someone else's. He kept it out of his report, buried it in an off-book evidence log. Whose prints? He didn't know. The lab ran them through CODIS in 2002. No match. He never followed up. Or he followed up and didn't like what he found. Torres had joined them on the steps. She was wearing sunglasses, but Navarro could see her eyes behind them, sharp and focused. Mallory was the lead detective. If he buried evidence, he had a reason. He said he wanted closure. The case was closed. Jessup was convicted. No one wanted to hear about loose ends. No one except the real killer. Cruz looked back at the trailer, at the body visible through the screen door. Mallory took that evidence log home in 2005. The evidence room fire was in 2006. He knew something was going to happen. He was protecting himself. Or protecting someone else. Navarro walked down the steps and into the sun. The folded hands. Mallory kept that detail secret, but the person who killed Marisol Delgado knew about it. They posed her the same way, hands crossed over her chest. Not folded, but close enough to make us think it was Jessup. "Unless Jessup told someone," Cruz said. "Jessup was in prison. He couldn't tell anyone the details of his own crime scene because he didn't know them. The police never told him about the folded hands. It wasn't in any of the discovery. It was never mentioned in court where he could hear it." Cruz's face went pale. So the only people who knew about the folded hands were the killer, the police, and the prosecution. Exactly. Navarro turned to face them. The real killer was at the crime scene in 2002, or had access to the police reports, or both. And that same person killed Marisol Delgado and Anthony Rivas to frame Jessup and silence anyone who could prove otherwise. "You think it's a cop," Torres said. It wasn't a question. "I think it's someone who was on the original investigation, someone who had access to evidence. Someone who knew about the second set of fingerprints and made sure they disappeared." Cruz was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled out his phone and started scrolling. "What are you doing?" Navarro asked. Looking up the original personnel roster, San Hilario PD 2002, everyone assigned to the Emma Flores homicide. Cruz's finger stopped on the screen. There were 17 officers and support staff. 2 have died. 3 have retired and left the state. 5 are still on the force. The rest are scattered. Anyone still in San Hilario? 3. Detective Marcus Webb, Sergeant Anita Reyes, no relation to Gloria, and a crime scene technician named Paul Deng. Navarro felt a chill that had nothing to do with the desert wind. Marcus Webb, the homicide detective who had called him to the warehouse where Marisol Delgado's body was found. The one who had been skeptical, almost dismissive, of Navarro's theory that Jessup was the killer. Webb had been a patrol officer in 2002. He had been one of the first responders to the drainage culvert where Emma Flores was found. He had seen the body before the photographers arrived. He had seen the folded hands. "Webb," Navarro said. Cruz looked up. "You think it's Webb?" "I think he was there. I think he knew the details. And I think he's been working this case alongside us, feeding us just enough information to keep us busy while he buried the truth." "That's a hell of an accusation." "I know." Navarro pulled out his phone. "That's why I'm not making it yet. Not without proof." He opened his texts. The unknown number. The anonymous source who had been feeding him information for weeks. He typed, "Is it Marcus Webb?" The 3 dots appeared immediately. "You're finally asking the right question." Navarro's heart pounded. He typed, "Answer me. Is it Webb?" A long pause, then, "Come to the old morgue. 7 p.m. tonight. Come alone. Bring the evidence log if you have it. I'll show you everything." Navarro showed the screen to Cruz and Torres. "It's a trap," Torres said. "Probably." "You're not going alone." "I have to. That's what they asked for." "Then I'll be close." Torres pulled off her sunglasses. "I'll be very close." Navarro looked at the time on his phone. 2:15 p.m. He had less than 5 hours. He looked back at the trailer, at Robert Mallory's body, at the secret the dead man had carried for 20 years. "We need to find that evidence log," Navarro said. "Mallory said he burned it. But Mallory was a liar. He lied about the prints. He probably lied about the log." Cruz nodded. "We'll tear this place apart, every drawer, every floorboard, every pocket in every jacket. Be careful. The killer knows we're here." Navarro walked back into the trailer, leaving the door open behind him. The hunt for the truth had just begun. 16. Chapter 16. The old morgue had been condemned since 2014, a squat concrete building on the edge of downtown San Hilario that had once processed the dead and now processed only graffiti and neglect. The city had tried to sell it twice, no buyers. Too many ghosts, the real estate agents said. Navarro didn't believe in ghosts. He believed in evidence. And tonight he believed someone was going to try to kill him. He arrived at 6:45 p.m., 15 minutes early. The sun had set behind the mountains, leaving the sky the color of a fresh bruise. The morgue's windows were boarded up. The front door was chained and padlocked, but the chain was loose, recently cut and looped back to look intact. Navarro slipped through a gap in the fence and circled to the back. There was a delivery entrance on the loading dock, the rolling door raised 6 inches off the ground, just enough for someone to crawl through. Navarro got on his belly and pulled himself inside. The smell hit him first. Mold. Rust. Something organic and sweet that he didn't want to identify. His flashlight cut a narrow beam through the darkness, illuminating empty gurneys, overturned trays of surgical instruments, and a row of refrigerated drawers built into the far wall. The drawers were empty now, their doors hanging open like mouths mid-scream. He moved through the space slowly, methodically, the way he had been trained. Clear the perimeter. Identify the exits. Never let your back face an opening. You came. The voice came from behind him. Navarro turned. A figure stood in the doorway of what had once been the administrative office. The light from Navarro's flashlight caught a face. Female, mid-40s, dark hair pulled back, sunglasses even in the dark. Diane Calder. Navarro's hand went to his weapon. You. Me. Calder stepped forward. She was wearing dark jeans, a black sweater, and tactical boots, not her usual courtroom attire. I'm the one who's been texting you. I don't believe you. You don't have to believe me, but you're here and I'm here, and we have about 10 minutes before Marcus Webb figures out where we are and comes to finish what he started. Navarro didn't lower his hand. Why should I trust anything you say? Because I just saved your life. Twice. Matthew Jessup would have killed Gloria Reyes if I hadn't warned you. Anthony Rivas's hard drive would have disappeared if I hadn't told you where to look. Calder pulled off her sunglasses. Her eyes were tired, ringed with shadows. I've been working against my own client for 6 weeks. Do you know what that does to a person? Your client is Jason Jessup. My client is a convicted child killer who I believe is guilty, but I couldn't prove it. Not with the evidence I had, so I did the only thing I could do. I joined his defense team and started feeding information to the prosecution. Navarro lowered his hand, not because he trusted her, because he wanted to hear the rest. Why me? Because you never stopped believing. Everyone else gave up. The DA, the cops, the public. They all decided Jessup was innocent because the DNA didn't match. But you knew. You knew the way a parent knows when their child is lying. You could feel it in your bones. It wasn't my bones. It was the evidence, the palm print, the witness, the 8 men who died in prison. All of which was circumstantial, all of which could be explained away. Except for one thing. Calder reached into her jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. She handed it to Navarro. I found this in the evidence locker last week. It was supposed to have been destroyed in the 2006 fire, but someone kept it, someone who wanted insurance. Navarro unfolded the paper. It was a lab report dated 2002 from the San Hilario County Crime Lab. Subject: latent fingerprints, item 7B, backpack interior flap. 2 prints identified. Print A, Jason Jessup. Print B, unknown male. Comparison to CODIS, negative. But at the bottom of the page, handwritten in blue ink, was a note. Print B compared to officer elimination prints. Match to P. Dong, crime scene technician. Preliminary. Further analysis pending. Paul Deng, the crime scene technician, the one who had been at the Emma Flores crime scene in 2002, the one who had collected the evidence, the one who had touched the backpack with his own hands. Paul Deng, Navarro said. His prints were on the inside of Emma's backpack. His prints were on the inside of Emma's backpack, Calder confirmed, and someone made sure that report never made it into evidence. Dung, or Webb, or both. Calder took the paper back and folded it carefully. Dung was Webb's partner in 2002. They responded to the culvert together. They were the first officers on the scene. They saw the body before anyone else. Navarro's mind was racing. If Dung's prints were on the backpack, he could have planted Jessup's print. He had access to evidence. He had access to Jessup's file from a prior arrest. He had access to everything, and he had a motive. Calder's voice dropped. Paul Ding's wife left him in 2001. She took their daughter. A daughter who was 9 years old at the time, the same age as Emma Flores. Navarro felt the pieces click into place like a lock turning. He wasn't just framing Jessup. He was killing surrogates, women who reminded him of his wife, girls who reminded him of his daughter. Emma Flores was the first. Marisol Delgado was the last. There were others in between. Women who went missing and were never found. Women whose bodies were never recovered. Calder looked toward the boarded windows, toward the darkness outside. Dung has been killing for 24 years, and he's been using Jason Jessup as his alibi. Where is Dung now? He's supposed to be retired, living in the desert, but he's not. He's been in San Hilario for the past week, watching, waiting. Webb has been covering for him, feeding him information, making sure the investigation stayed focused on Jessup. The building creaked. Somewhere above them, footsteps. Navarro drew his weapon. Calder stepped back into the shadows. "He found us," Calder whispered. The footsteps stopped, then a voice, familiar and cold. "Frank, I know you're in here. Let's not make this harder than it has to be." Marcus Webb. Navarro pressed himself against the wall, his gun up, his breathing shallow. Calder was gone. He didn't know where. She had melted into the darkness like smoke. Webb stepped into the room. He was holding a flashlight in one hand and a pistol in the other. His face was calm, almost serene. The face of a man who had made peace with his choices. "You should have let it go, Frank," Webb said. 24 years ago, 10 years ago, last week. You should have let it go. You killed Marisol Delgado." "No, Paul killed Marisol Delgado. I just cleaned up the mess, like I've always done." "You were his partner." "I was his friend, his only friend. Paul has problems, mental problems. He can't control himself sometimes. But he's not a monster. He's a sick man who needs help. He's a serial killer, Marcus." Webb's face twitched, just for a moment. Then the calm returned. "He's my brother-in-law. His wife was my sister. When she left him, something broke inside him. Something that couldn't be fixed. I tried to get him help. I tried to get him medication, but nothing worked. The only thing that worked was Jessup." "So you framed an innocent man?" "Jessup wasn't innocent. He was a predator. He had a record. He fit the profile. It was easy." Webb took a step closer. "And it kept Paul safe for 24 years. 24 years without another murder. Until Jessup got out. Until the DNA freed him. Until Paul saw it on the news and something broke again." Navarro steadied his aim. "Where's Deng now?" "Gone. I sent him away. Somewhere no one will ever find him." "Like the women he killed?" Webb's face hardened. "You don't get to judge me, Frank. You don't know what it's like to watch someone you love fall apart. To watch them become something terrible and not be able to stop it. You've been alone your whole life. You don't understand family." "I understand justice." "Justice?" Webb laughed. It was a hollow sound, empty of humor. "There's no justice. There's only damage control, and I've been controlling damage for 24 years. I'm tired, Frank. I'm so tired." He raised his pistol. Navarro fired first. The shot hit Webb in the shoulder, spinning him around. He dropped his gun and fell to his knees, clutching his arm, blood seeping between his fingers. His flashlight clattered across the floor, casting wild shadows on the walls. Calder emerged from the office doorway, her own weapon drawn. "Don't move," she said. Webb looked up at her. His eyes were wet. "Tell Paul I'm sorry," Webb said. Then he collapsed onto the concrete floor. 17. Chapter 17. The aftermath of the shooting was a blur of red lights and official voices. Navarro sat on the loading dock of the old morgue, a blanket draped over his shoulders, despite the 70-degree temperature, watching paramedics load Marcus Webb into an ambulance. The bullet had gone through his shoulder, missing bone and major arteries. He would live. He would stand trial. He would spend the rest of his life in a cell, assuming the other inmates didn't get to him first. Cruz arrived as the ambulance pulled away. He stood next to Navarro, saying nothing, just being present. Torres was inside the morgue, talking to crime scene investigators, making sure every piece of evidence was properly documented. Calder had already given her statement and left, her face pale, her hands steady. She had done what she set out to do. Now she had to live with it. "Webb confessed," Navarro said. His voice sounded distant, like it belonged to someone else. "He admitted to covering for Dung for 24 years, admitted to framing Jessup, admitted to destroying evidence, but he wouldn't say where Dung went. Torres is working on it. She has people at the airport, the bus station, the train depot. If Dung tries to leave the state, we'll know. And if he's already gone?" Cruz didn't answer. He didn't have to. Navarro stood up. The blanket fell from his shoulders. He walked to the edge of the loading dock and looked out at the city, at the lights flickering in the distance, at the millions of people sleeping in their beds, unaware that a monster had been walking among them for 24 years. "Emma Flores," Navarro said, "Marisol Delgado, all the others. They deserved better than this." "They got you," Cruz said. "That's not nothing." "It's not enough." "It never is." Navarro turned away from the city. He looked at Cruz, at the bruises still fading on his face from where Jessup had tied him to the chair. The lawyer had almost died for this case. They all had. "What happens now?" Navarro asked. "Now we find Paul Dung. We bring him back and we give Jason Jessup something he's never had." "What's that?" Cruz smiled. It was a tired smile, but it was real. "Justice," he said. "The real kind." The search for Paul Dung lasted 4 days. The FBI got involved on day 2, after the story broke on every major news network. The narrative had shifted. Jason Jessup was no longer the innocent landscaper. He was the wrongfully convicted victim of a conspiracy between 2 corrupt police officers who had framed him to protect a serial killer. The public was outraged. The mayor demanded answers. The police chief suspended 3 officers pending investigation. But Dung remained invisible. Torres's contacts turned up nothing. The airports had no record of him. The bus stations had no tickets in his name. His truck was found abandoned at a rest stop outside Barstow, the keys in the ignition, the gas tank full. He had walked away, disappeared into the desert, become a ghost. Navarro refused to accept it. On the 5th day, he drove back to Desert Pines, not to Mallory's trailer that had been processed and sealed, but to the house where Paul Dung had lived before retiring. It was a small adobe at the end of a dirt road, surrounded by mesquite trees and silence. The windows were dark. The door was locked. Navarro picked the lock in 30 seconds and let himself in. The house was neat. Too neat. A place that had been cleaned and organized and emptied of anything personal. No photographs, no mail, no dishes in the sink, no clothes in the closet. Dung had planned his disappearance carefully, methodically, the same way he had planned everything else. But he had made one mistake. In the back bedroom, behind a loose baseboard, Navarro found a photograph. It was old, faded, creased from being folded and unfolded 1,000 times, a woman and a girl. The woman was in her 30s, pretty, with dark hair and tired eyes. The girl was 9 years old, missing her front teeth, smiling like she didn't know there was evil in the world. Emma Flores. Navarro stared at the photograph. He didn't understand. Why would Dung have a picture of Emma Flores? She wasn't his wife. She wasn't his daughter. She was a stranger, a victim, a case number. Unless she wasn't a stranger. He turned the photograph over. On the back, written in faded blue ink, were 3 words. "My little girl." Navarro's hands began to shake. He pulled out his phone and called Cruz. Paul Dung was Emma Flores's biological father. Navarro said. That's why his prints were on the backpack. He wasn't planting evidence. He was saying goodbye. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Frank, Cruz said slowly, Emma Flores's father was a man named Carlos Flores. He testified at trial. He was in the gallery every day. He cried when they read the verdict. Carlos Flores was her stepfather. Dong was her biological father. He gave her up for adoption when she was 2 years old. He never stopped watching her, never stopped following her. He knew her schedule, he knew her friends, he knew where she walked to school. And when she was murdered, he couldn't handle it, so he found someone to blame. Someone who looked like him, someone with a record, someone the police would believe. Navarro's voice was barely a whisper. He didn't kill Emma, Leo. He loved her. But he killed every woman after her, every Marisol Delgado, every woman who reminded him of what he lost. He was punishing the world for taking his daughter. Then who killed Emma? Navarro looked at the photograph again, at the little girl with the missing teeth, at the smile that had frozen time. I don't know, he said, but I'm going to find out. Chapter 18. The San Hilario County District Attorney's Office convened an emergency meeting at 8 a.m. the following morning. The conference room on the 17th floor was packed. Prosecutors, investigators, victim advocates, and a representative from the California Attorney General's office. Navarro sat at the far end of the table, the photograph of Emma Flores in front of him, the weight of 24 years pressing down on his shoulders. Jack Rossi stood at the head of the table, his suit pressed, his jaw set, his eyes red from lack of sleep. He had been awake for most of the past 72 hours, managing the fallout from the Webb confession and the manhunt for Paul Dung. We have a problem, Rossi said. Marcus Webb is talking. He's given us a full confession, his role in covering up evidence, his role in framing Jason Jessup, his knowledge of Paul Ding's crimes. But he's also given us something we didn't expect. He clicked a remote. The screen behind him lit up with a photograph of a woman in her late 30s, dark hair, angular face, wearing a San Hilario PD uniform. Officer Teresa Webb, Rossi said, Marcus's younger sister, Paul Dung's ex-wife, the mother of Emma Flores. The room went silent. She gave Emma up for adoption in 1993, Rossi continued. She was 17 years old. The father was Paul Dung, who was 20 at the time. They were never married. Teresa moved to Nevada, changed her name, cut all ties. Emma was adopted by Carlos and Elena Flores when she was 2. Navarro stared at the photograph, Teresa Webb, the woman who had abandoned her daughter, the woman who had started a chain of events that led to murder and framing and 24 years of lies. Where is she now? Someone asked. She died in 2001. Car accident, drunk driving, 6 months before Emma was murdered. Rossi clicked to the next slide. A death certificate, Teresa Webb, age 38. Cause of death, blunt force trauma. Contributing factor, alcohol intoxication. Paul Ding never got over her, Rossi said. He never got over losing Emma. He spent years spiraling, drinking, obsessing. Marcus tried to help him, but by 2002, Dung was a wreck. And when Emma was killed, something inside him broke completely. Who killed Emma? Navarro asked the question everyone was thinking. Rossi looked at him. We don't know. The original investigation pointed to Jessup, but now, with Dung's prints on the backpack, with Webb's confession about destroyed evidence, we have to consider the possibility that the real killer was never caught, or that Dung killed her himself. The room turned to look at a woman standing in the doorway, Elena Torres. She was holding a file folder, her face pale, her eyes dark. I've been going through Dung's personal effects, Torres said. The ones he left behind, letters, journals, photographs. He wrote about Emma constantly, about how much he loved her, about how he wished he could see her, about how he wished he could hold her one last time. She opened the folder and pulled out a page, yellowed and creased. And then, in 2002, 3 weeks before Emma was murdered, he wrote this: "If I can't have her, no one can." The room was suffocating now. No one moved, no one breathed. "That's not grief," Torres said. "That's possession, that's ownership. That's the language of someone who sees a child as property, not as a person." "Are you saying Dung killed his own daughter?" Rossi asked. "I'm saying he had the motive. He had the access. He had the forensic knowledge to avoid leaving evidence. And he had a brother-in-law who would cover for him." Torres set the folder on the table. "We need to find Paul Dung, not just for Marisol Delgado, for Emma, for the truth." Rossi nodded slowly. "Then that's our priority. Every available resource, every jurisdiction, every channel. I want Paul Dung found by the end of the week." The room emptied. Prosecutors and investigators filed out, their faces grim, their steps heavy. Navarro stayed in his seat, staring at the photograph of Emma Flores, at the little girl who had been failed by everyone who was supposed to protect her. Cruz sat down next to him. "You okay?" Cruz asked. "No." "That's honest." "I'm tired, Leo. I've been tired for 24 years. I thought finding the truth would make it better, but it just makes it worse." Cruz put a hand on Navarro's shoulder. "The truth doesn't heal. It just tells you where the wound is. Healing is something else, something you have to do yourself." Navarro looked at him. "When did you get so wise?" "About 10 minutes ago, right after I threw up in the bathroom." Navarro almost smiled. Almost. His phone buzzed. He looked at the screen. A text from an unknown number. But not the same unknown number, a new one. "I know where Dung is. Meet me at the old zoo. Midnight. Come alone." Navarro showed Cruz the message. "It's a trap," Cruz said. "They're all traps. But sometimes the trap is the only way to catch the hunter." "You're not going alone." "I have to." "No." Cruz stood up. "You don't. I'm coming with you, not as a lawyer, as a witness. Someone needs to be there to tell the story if things go wrong." Navarro wanted to argue, but he didn't have the energy. And Cruz was right. Midnight, the old zoo, 24 years of hunting. It was finally going to end. 19. Chapter 19. The old zoo had been closed since 2005, a casualty of budget cuts and declining attendance. The city had left it to rot, cages rusting, pathways cracking, signage fading. Homeless people used it for shelter. Teenagers used it for dares. And tonight someone was using it for a reckoning. Navarro arrived at 11:45 p.m. Cruz was in the passenger seat, his face pale in the glow of the dashboard lights. Torres was following in her jeep, keeping her distance, ready to move if things went wrong. Navarro had argued against bringing her. Cruz had overruled him. 3 was better than 2, and 2 was better than 1 when walking into the unknown. "This is the place," Navarro said, killing the engine. The zoo entrance loomed ahead, a wrought iron gate shaped like twisting vines, the words San Hilario Zoological Gardens, barely legible beneath layers of rust and graffiti. "You see anyone?" Cruz asked. "No, but they're here." They got out of the truck. The night was cool, the sky clear, the stars sharp as broken glass. Navarro carried his Glock in a hip holster concealed beneath his jacket. Cruz carried nothing, no weapon, no badge, just his phone and his eyes. They walked through the gate. The path led past empty enclosures, lions, tigers, bears, all gone now, their ghosts pacing the concrete floors. The wind carried the smell of decay, of old hay and older secrets. Navarro's footsteps echoed on the pavement. Cruz's breathing was shallow, controlled. They reached the center of the zoo, a circular plaza with a fountain that no longer ran. In the middle of the plaza, sitting on the edge of the dry fountain, was a man, Paul Dong. He was 62 years old, but he looked older. His hair was gray and thinning, his face lined like a road map, his hands resting on his knees as if he had been waiting for a long time. He wore a flannel shirt, jeans and work boots. He was unarmed, at least visibly. "Deng," Navarro said. "Detective Navarro." Deng's voice was soft, almost gentle. The voice of a man who had made peace with his demons. "Thank you for coming. Where's your gun?" "I don't have one. I don't need one. I'm not here to fight." "Then why are you here?" Dong looked up at the sky. The stars reflected in his eyes, cold and distant. "I'm here to confess," he said. Navarro stepped closer. Cruz stayed back, his phone in his hand, recording everything. "Confess to what?" "To everything. Emma, Marisol, the others, all of them." Dong's voice cracked. "I killed them, every single one." Navarro's heart hammered against his ribs. "You killed Emma Flores, your own daughter." Deng closed his eyes. Tears slid down his cheeks, catching the starlight. "I didn't mean to," he whispered. "I just wanted to see her, to talk to her, to tell her who I was. But she got scared. She started screaming. I put my hand over her mouth to quiet her, and she stopped breathing. You strangled her. I held her too tight for too long. When I realized what I'd done, it was too late." Dong opened his eyes. They were red, raw, empty. "I loved her more than anything, and I killed her. So I made it look like someone else, a predator, someone the police would believe, someone who already had a record." Jason Jessup. Jason Jessup. I'd seen him around. He was odd, creepy. He fit the profile. I left his palm print on the backpack. I'd lifted it from a prior arrest file I had access to. I planted fibers from his truck. I made sure the evidence pointed to him. And Webb? Marcus didn't know. Not at first. He suspected, but he didn't know. By the time he figured it out, it was too late. Jessup was convicted. The case was closed. Marcus made a choice. He chose to protect me instead of exposing the truth. Because you were family. Because I was broken. Because he thought he could fix me. Because he thought if he just kept me away from temptation, I would stop. But you didn't stop. Dong shook his head. I couldn't. After Emma, something inside me was gone, replaced by something else, something hungry. I started watching women, following them, imagining what it would feel like to put my hands around their throats. Marisol Delgado. She was the first after Emma. I waited 24 years. I tried to fight it. But when Jessup got out, when I saw him on the news, smiling, free, something snapped. I couldn't let him have the life Emma never got to have. So I started again. You killed her to frame Jessup. I killed her because I wanted to. The framing was just practical. Navarro felt sick. He had spent 24 years hunting Jason Jessup, convinced the man was a monster. And all along, the real monster had been standing behind him, wearing a badge, collecting evidence, smiling at crime scenes. "Why the old zoo?" Navarro asked. "Because this is where I brought Emma, the day before she died. I followed her here, watched her laugh with her friends, watched her eat ice cream, watched her be happy." Dong looked around at the empty enclosures, the crumbling walls. "This is the last place I saw her alive. It seemed like a good place to say goodbye." "You're not saying goodbye. You're turning yourself in." I'm giving you what you want, a confession, a conviction, an end to all of this. Cruz stepped forward. His voice was steady, but his hands were shaking. Paul Deng, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Deng smiled. It was a sad smile, broken at the edges. I don't need an attorney, he said. I need forgiveness. But I know I'll never get it. He stood up, raised his hands. Navarro stepped forward, pulling out his handcuffs. And then the gunshot split the night. Deng's body jerked. A red flower bloomed on his chest. He looked down at it, confused, almost curious, as if he had never seen blood before. Then his knees buckled and he crumpled onto the concrete, his eyes still open, his mouth still forming words that would never come. Navarro spun, his Glock out, searching for the shooter. A figure emerged from the shadows near the old monkey house. Marcus Webb, his arm in a sling, his face pale from blood loss, a pistol in his good hand. He was my family, Webb said. I had to do it. I had to be the one. Navarro aimed at Webb's chest. Drop the weapon, now! Webb looked at the gun in his hand, then at Deng's body, then at Navarro. No, he said. He raised the pistol to his own temple. Marcus, don't! The second gunshot was louder than the first. Marcus Webb fell beside his brother-in-law, their blood mixing on the concrete, two men who had loved and killed, and finally found a peace that had eluded them in life. Navarro lowered his weapon. His hands were steady. His heart was not. Cruz walked to his side, his phone still recording, his face ashen. It's over, Cruz said. Navarro looked at the bodies, at the fountain, at the empty enclosures. No, he said, it's just beginning. 20. Chapter 20. The sun rose over San Hilario like it always did, indifferent to the bodies left in its wake. Navarro stood at the edge of the zoo plaza, giving his statement to a half-dozen investigators who had descended on the scene like locusts. Cruz sat on the edge of the fountain, his head in his hands, his phone finally silent after hours of ringing. Torres had arrived minutes after the shots, her face hard, her jaw tight. She had seen death before. They all had. But this was different. This was the end of something that had consumed their lives for months. The crime scene technicians worked around them, marking evidence, taking photographs, measuring distances. Deng and Webb lay where they had fallen, covered in white sheets that did nothing to hide the shapes beneath. Navarro had seen enough death to know that a sheet was just a courtesy. The dead didn't care. The living did. Jack Rossi arrived at 7 a.m., his suit fresh, his eyes bloodshot. He had been up all night fielding calls from the governor's office, the attorney general, and 3 different news networks. The story had broken hours ago. Anonymous leaks, social media speculation, a frenzy of information and misinformation. We need to make a statement, Rossi said, pulling Navarro aside. The whole story, everything, the conspiracy, the cover-up, the confessions. The public deserves to know. They deserve to know that 2 police officers framed an innocent man and let a serial killer walk free for 24 years. Navarro's voice was flat, exhausted. They deserve to know that the real killer was standing in the crime scene, collecting evidence, while we chased a ghost. They deserve the truth. Rossi put a hand on Navarro's shoulder. And so does Jason Jessup. Navarro hadn't thought about Jessup, not since the shooting. The man who had spent 24 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. The man who had been vilified by the public, abandoned by his family, stripped of everything except his conviction that the truth would eventually come out. Where is he? Navarro asked. Home, under guard. Calder is with him. She's been updating him in real time. What does he want? Rossi hesitated. He wants to see you. Navarro stared at him. Why? He didn't say, but I think you should go. The drive to Jessup's apartment took 20 minutes. It was a small one-bedroom in a modest building on the east side of the city, paid for by the state as part of his transitional release. Navarro had driven past it a dozen times during the investigation, always watching, always waiting. Now he walked up the front steps and rang the bell without knowing what he was going to say. Calder answered the door. She looked different out of her courtroom armor, softer, smaller, human. Her eyes were red, but her voice was steady. "He's in the living room," she said. "Go easy on him." Navarro walked inside. The apartment was sparse. A couch, a coffee table, a bookshelf with a few paperbacks. No photographs, no decorations, no signs of a life lived. Jessup was sitting in an armchair by the window, looking out at the street below. He was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt, his gray hair uncombed, his face unshaven. He looked like a man who had been crying. "Detective Navarro," Jessup said without turning around. "I was wondering when you'd come. You wanted to see me." "I did." Jessup turned. His pale blue eyes were wet, but his voice was calm. "I wanted to thank you." Navarro blinked. "Thank me? For not giving up, for not believing the DNA, for not accepting the easy answer." Jessup stood up, slowly, his joints stiff from decades of disuse. "You're the only one who never stopped believing I was guilty. And you were right. I didn't kill Emma Flores. But I wasn't innocent either." Navarro felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean?" Jessup walked to the bookshelf and pulled down a photograph. It was old, faded, creased. A woman in her 20s, dark hair, dark eyes, smiling at the camera. "Her name was Elena," Jessup said. "She was my girlfriend. Before prison. Before everything. She disappeared in 1999, 3 years before Emma Flores was murdered. The police never found her body. They never even looked. They said she probably ran off with someone else. But I knew. I always knew." "Knew what?" Jessup turned the photograph over. On the back, written in faded blue ink, were 3 words. "She's with Emma." Navarro's breath caught. "Paul Deng." "I think so. I think he killed her. I think he killed a lot of women before Emma. And I think he would have kept killing if I hadn't been there to take the blame." Jessup set the photograph down. "I spent 24 years in prison hating you, detective. Hating the system. Hating everyone who put me there. But now I know the truth. You weren't my enemy. You were my only hope." Navarro didn't know what to say. He had spent 24 years believing Jessup was a monster. And in a way, he had been right. Jessup wasn't innocent. He had been a predator, a stalker, a man who made women uncomfortable just by existing. But he hadn't been a killer, and that distinction mattered. "I'm sorry," Navarro said. The words felt inadequate, hollow, useless. Jessup nodded. "I know." They stood in silence for a long moment. 2 men who had been circling each other for decades, finally standing still. "What happens now?" Jessup asked. "Now we find Elena," Navarro said, "and all the others. We give them names. We give them graves. We give them the justice they never got." Jessup's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you," he whispered. Navarro turned and walked out of the apartment, leaving Jason Jessup alone with his photograph, his memories, and the long, slow work of rebuilding a life that had been stolen from him. 21. Chapter 21. The weeks that followed were a blur of press conferences, legal filings, and funerals. Navarro attended 3 of them, one for Marisol Delgado, whose family had finally received the truth, along with their daughter's body. One for Anthony Rivas, whose photographs were entered into evidence and then sealed. too disturbing for public release, and one for Robert Mallory, the retired detective who had carried his secret to the grave. Navarro stood in the back at Mallory's service, watching the handful of mourners pay their respects to a man they never really knew. He didn't stay for the reception. Jason Jessup was officially exonerated on a Friday. Judge Patricia Chang presided over the hearing, her face impassive as she read the order, vacating his conviction and dismissing all charges with prejudice. The courtroom was packed, reporters, advocates, curious citizens, and a small contingent of Jessup's remaining family. Navarro sat in the back row next to Cruz, watching as Jessup stood to receive his freedom. "The court apologizes," Chang said, her voice echoing off the limestone walls. 24 years is a debt that can never be repaid, but the state of California acknowledges its error, and the court orders your immediate release. You are free, Mr. Jessup, truly free." Jessup nodded. He didn't smile, he didn't cry. He just stood there, absorbing the words, letting them wash over him like water. Then he turned and looked at the gallery. His eyes found Navarro. He nodded again, a small acknowledgement, a private understanding. Then he walked out of the courtroom, a free man for the first time in his adult life. Calder followed him, her arm linked through his, her face unreadable. She had filed a motion to withdraw as his attorney the day after Webb's death, citing irreconcilable differences. But Jessup had asked her to stay. She was the only lawyer who had ever told him the truth, even when it hurt. He trusted her, and trust, after 24 years of lies, was worth more than gold. The investigation into Paul Dung's other victims continued for months. Navarro led the task force, working out of the same basement office, surrounded by the same filing cabinets, the same stale coffee, the same ghosts. But now he had help. Torres had signed on as a consultant, her FBI connections proving invaluable in tracking down cold cases from across the state. Cruz provided legal support, filing motions to exhume bodies, to reopen investigations, to compel DNA testing on evidence that had been sitting in storage for decades. They found Elena first, Jessup's girlfriend. Her remains were buried in the desert 50 miles east of San Hilario, in a shallow grave marked only by a pile of stones. Dung had written about her in his journals, how he had followed her, confronted her, silenced her. She had known something about Emma, he wrote. She had suspected the truth. He couldn't let her talk. They found 6 more women over the next 8 months. Some had been reported missing. Some had been written off as runaways. One had been living in a group home for developmentally disabled adults, forgotten by everyone except the social worker who filed her missing person report and then quit when no one followed up. Navarro visited each grave. He stood in the silence, listening to the wind, and said their names out loud. Elena, Maria, Sophia, Carmen, Lucia, Isabel, Rosa. He promised them that they would not be forgotten. He promised them that someone would remember. Marcus Webb's funeral was not well attended. A few officers from his old precinct, a cousin from out of state, and a woman who identified herself as his ex-wife, though no one had known he was ever married. Navarro did not attend. He sat in his truck across the street from the cemetery, watching the small group huddle around the grave, and felt nothing. Not anger, not sadness, just a vast empty exhaustion. Cruz called him that evening. "The state bar is launching an investigation," Cruz said, "into the original prosecution, the judge who presided over Jessup's trial, the prosecutors who hid evidence, the defense attorney who failed to object." "Good," Navarro said. "Let them burn. That's not justice, Frank. That's revenge. Sometimes they're the same thing." Cruz was quiet for a moment. Then, "Gloria Reyes is coming home. She's agreed to testify in the civil suit. Jessup is suing the city for wrongful conviction. $200 million. She'll never see a penny. Maybe not, but she'll have her day in court. her chance to tell the world what she saw, what she's always known. Cruz paused. She asked about you, wanted to know if you'd be there. Navarro looked out his window at the darkening sky. I don't know. You should be. You're the reason she's alive. I'm the reason she spent 20 years hiding. You're the reason she gets to stop. Navarro hung up. He sat in the dark alone and thought about Emma Flores, about her photograph, about her smile, about the little girl who had been failed by everyone who was supposed to protect her. He thought about Paul Deng, about Marcus Webb, about Robert Mallory. He thought about Jason Jessup, alone in his apartment, staring at a photograph of a woman he had loved and lost. And he thought about the work that still needed to be done, the graves that were still unmarked, the families that were still waiting, the truth that was still buried. He started the engine and drove home. Tomorrow he would dig again. 22. Chapter 22. 6 months after Paul Deng's death, the civil trial of Jessup versus City of San Hilario began. The courtroom was Department 42, the same room where Jason Jessup had been convicted 24 years earlier, the same bench where Judge Patricia Chiang had presided over his exoneration. Now Chiang sat again, her face weathered but her eyes sharp, ready to oversee the reckoning. The city had hired a private law firm to defend against Jessup's wrongful conviction claim. The lead attorney was a woman named Catherine Hayes, 55 years old, with silver hair and a reputation for being the most expensive defense lawyer money could buy. She had never lost a civil case. She didn't intend to start now. We will prove, Hayes said in her opening statement, that the city of San Hilario acted in good faith. That the officers involved made mistakes, yes, but not malicious ones, not corrupt ones, and that Jason Jessup, whatever his struggles, is not entitled to $200 million for a conviction that was at the time entirely reasonable based on the evidence available. Cruz represented Jessup, having taken the case pro bono. He stood at the plaintiff's table, thinner than he had been a year ago, his face lined with fatigue and something that looked like hope. His opening statement was brief, measured, devastating. We will prove, Cruz said, that the city of San Hilario didn't make mistakes. They made choices, choices to hide evidence, choices to destroy exculpatory information, choices to frame an innocent man so they could close a case and protect one of their own. Jason Jessup lost 24 years of his life, not because of bad luck, because of bad faith, and we intend to hold them accountable. Navarro was the first witness called. He walked to the stand, raised his right hand, and swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The bailiff smiled at him. He didn't smile back. Cruz handled the direct examination. Detective Navarro, how long have you been investigating the Emma Flores homicide? 24 years. And in that time, what did you believe? Navarro looked at Jessup sitting at the plaintiff's table, his hands folded in front of him, his pale blue eyes fixed on Navarro's face. I believed Jason Jessup was guilty, Navarro said. I believed it with every fiber of my being. I built my entire career around that belief. And now I know I was wrong. Navarro's voice cracked just slightly. Jason Jessup didn't kill Emma Flores. He didn't kill anyone. He was a convenient suspect, an easy target, a man whose odd behavior made him fit a profile that wasn't his. The real killer was Paul Deng, a crime scene technician who used his position to manipulate evidence, destroy exculpatory information, and frame an innocent man. And who helped him? Detective Marcus Webb, Detective Robert Mallory, and a half-dozen other officers who looked the other way, who accepted the easy answer, who chose to believe what they wanted to believe rather than follow the evidence where it led. Hayes rose for cross-examination. Her voice was smooth, practiced, like water flowing over stones. Detective Navarro, you've admitted that you believed Mr. Jessup was guilty for 24 years. Isn't it possible that you're overcorrecting now, that your guilt about your own mistakes is coloring your testimony? No, no, you're that certain. I'm certain that the palm print on Emma's backpack could have been transferred secondarily. I'm certain that the fiber evidence was compromised. I'm certain that the jailhouse informant was paid to lie. I'm certain that Paul Dung's fingerprints were found on the inside of the backpack and never reported. I'm certain that 8 men died in prison after meeting Jessup, and that not a single one of those deaths was properly investigated. I'm certain that Marcus Webb confessed to covering up evidence. I'm certain that Paul Dung confessed to killing Emma Flores, Marisol Delgado, and at least 6 other women. I'm certain that Jason Jessup spent 24 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And I'm certain that the city of San Hilario is responsible. The courtroom was silent. Hayes stood frozen, her mouth open, her questions forgotten. Cruz smiled. Navarro stepped down from the stand and walked back to his seat, his heart pounding, his hands shaking, his conscience finally clean. The trial lasted 3 weeks. Witness after witness took the stand. Forensics experts, former prosecutors, retired police officers, family members of the victims. Gloria Reyes testified via video link, her face older, her voice steadier, her story unchanged from the day she had first told it 24 years ago. I saw his truck, she said. I saw him cleaning something out of the bed, something red. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but later when I saw the news, I knew. I knew what I had seen. Who did you see? Cruz asked. Paul Deng, not Jason Jessup. It was always Paul Deng. The defense tried to impeach her. They brought up her drug use, her disappearance, her decades of hiding. But Gloria didn't waver. She had spent 20 years running from the truth. Now she was running toward it. On the final day of testimony, Jessup took the stand. He spoke for 2 hours, his voice quiet, his words measured. He described his life before prison. A loner, yes, a bit strange, but not a killer. He described his arrest, his trial, his conviction. He described the 24 years he had spent behind bars, watching his mother die through a video screen, losing touch with his family, losing hope. I didn't kill anyone, he said, but I stopped believing that mattered. I stopped believing that anyone would ever listen. I stopped believing in justice. And then Frank Navarro walked into my life, and Leo Cruz and Elena Torres, and they reminded me that the truth is still worth fighting for. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. They returned a verdict in favor of Jason Jessup. The award, $150 million. Jessup didn't smile when the verdict was read. He didn't cry. He just sat there, his hands folded in front of him, his pale blue eyes fixed on some point in the distance. Outside the courthouse, a crowd had gathered. Cameras, reporters, supporters, detractors. Jessup walked down the steps, Calder on one side, Cruz on the other. Navarro stood at the bottom, watching. Jessup stopped in front of him. "Thank you," Jessup said. "You don't have to thank me." "I know," Jessup extended his hand, "but I want to." Navarro shook it. The hand was warm, dry, alive. "You going to be okay?" Navarro asked. Jessup looked out at the crowd, at the cameras, at the world that had finally decided to see him. "I don't know," he said, "but I'm going to try." He walked away into the sunlight, into the rest of his life. Navarro watched him go. Then he turned and walked back into the courthouse. There was still work to do. 23. Chapter 23. The civil trial ended, but the reckoning was just beginning. The California Attorney General's office launched a full-scale investigation into the San Hilario Police Department, focusing on the evidence room fire of 2006, the pattern of suppressed exculpatory evidence, and the culture of silence that had allowed Paul Dong and Marcus Webb to operate for decades. 6 officers were suspended. 3 retired under pressure. 2 were criminally charged with obstruction of justice. Navarro watched it all from the sidelines. He had been called to testify before a grand jury, had handed over every page of the Jessup file, every photograph, every note he had scribbled in the margins over 24 years. The prosecutors thanked him for his cooperation. The defense attorneys vilified him as the obsessed cop who had helped frame an innocent man. The truth, as always, was somewhere in between. He spent his evenings at the Bradbury Building, helping Cruz sort through the remains of the case. The library had been restored, new table, new laptops, new windows that actually closed. The photograph of Emma Flores was back on Cruz's desk, next to a photograph of Marisol Delgado, and another of Elena, Jessup's girlfriend, and another of the 6 women they had found in the desert. 7 women, Cruz said one night, staring at the photographs. 7 women that we know of. How many more are out there? Dong's journals mentioned 12, Navarro said. We found 7. There are 5 more somewhere. Buried, dumped, hidden. Will we ever find them? I don't know, but we have to try. Cruz poured 2 glasses of whiskey. The good stuff, not the desk drawer rot gut he usually drank. He handed one to Navarro. To the ones we found, Cruz said. To the ones we haven't. They drank in silence. Torres left San Hilario in the spring. She had been offered a position with the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, her old job, the one she had left after burning out on serial killers and bureaucratic red tape. She had told Navarro she wasn't sure she was ready to go back. He had told her that no one was ever ready. You just went. Take care of yourself, Torres said, standing at the airport curb, her duffel bag at her feet, her leather jacket zipped against the morning chill. You too. And take care of him. She nodded toward the Bradbury Building, visible in the distance, its terracotta facade glowing in the early light. Cruz is going to burn himself out if someone doesn't watch his back. That's your job. Not anymore. Now it's yours. They hugged. Torres smelled like coffee and gunpowder and something else, something Navarro couldn't name. Find the rest of them, Torres said. I will. She walked into the terminal and didn't look back. Gloria Reyes moved back to San Hilario in the summer. She bought a small house in the foothills, not far from where Emma Flores had lived, and planted a garden in the backyard. Tomatoes, peppers, roses, things that grew, things that lived. Navarro visited her once on a Sunday afternoon, bringing a bottle of wine and no agenda. They sat on her porch, watching the sun set behind the mountains. Do you miss it? Navarro asked. The running? Gloria laughed. It was a rusty sound, unpracticed, but real. No, she said. I miss feeling safe, but I don't think that was ever real. I think I was just hiding from a feeling I couldn't name. And now? Now I have a name for it. Paul Deng. Marcus Webb. The whole damn system. She sipped her wine. It's easier to be scared of something you can see. The invisible stuff, that's the worst. Navarro nodded. He understood. I testified at the civil trial, Gloria said. Did you see? I watched every minute. I lied in my original testimony. I said I was sure it was Jessup's truck. I wasn't sure. I was scared. I wanted to give them what they wanted so I could go home. No one blames you. I blame me. She set down her glass. But I'm done blaming myself. I did what I had to do to survive. And I'm still here. That has to count for something. It counts for everything. They sat in silence as the stars came out, one by one, scattered across the sky like old friends. Jason Jessup bought a house in the desert. Not the same desert where Paul Dong had buried his victims, but a different desert farther east, closer to the Arizona border. He wanted space. He wanted silence. He wanted to be somewhere that didn't remind him of prison or courtrooms or the little girl whose murder had stolen his life. He invited Navarro to visit once. Navarro drove out on a Saturday morning, 6 hours through the empty landscape, arriving just before noon. Jessup's house was a small adobe painted white, with a covered patio and a view of the mountains. A dog barked from the backyard, a rescue, Jessup said, a mutt with one eye and a limp. She doesn't trust anyone, Jessup said, scratching the dog behind her ears. Neither do I, so we're a good match. Navarro looked around the house. It was sparse like the apartment had been, but there were photographs now. Elena, his mother, a nephew he had never met, little pieces of a life he was trying to rebuild. "Are you happy?" Navarro asked. Jessup considered the question. "I don't know if I know how to be happy, but I'm not sad. That's something." "It's a lot." They sat on the patio, drinking iced tea, watching the dog chase lizards across the dirt. "What are you going to do now?" Jessup asked. "Now that the case is closed?" "The case is never closed. There are 5 more women out there. Maybe more. I'm going to find them." "And after that?" Navarro looked out at the mountains, at the endless sky, at the vast and indifferent beauty of the desert. "After that," he said, "I don't know. I've never thought about after." Jessup nodded. He understood. Some people spent their whole lives looking backward. Others looked forward. Navarro had spent 24 years looking at the past. The future was a foreign country. But maybe it was time to learn the language. 24, Chapter 24. The call came on a Tuesday, 11 months after Paul Dung's death. Navarro was in his basement office staring at a map of the desert, marking the locations where they had found the 7 bodies, trying to identify a pattern that might lead to the 5 that remained. His phone rang. The caller ID read San Hilario, PD homicide. Navarro. "Detective, it's Sergeant Olivas. We've got something you need to see. Construction crew out in the foothills. They found remains." Navarro's pen stopped moving. "How many?" "At least 2. Maybe more. The medical examiner is on scene, but there's something else." "What?" "The pose, hands folded across the chest, just like Emma Flores." Navarro was out of his chair and moving before Olivas finished the sentence. The construction site was a planned housing development on the eastern edge of the foothills, a stretch of land that had been undeveloped for decades. The crew had been excavating for a retention basin when the backhoe struck something hard, something that wasn't rock. Navarro ducked under the crime scene tape and walked to the edge of the excavation. The hole was 20 feet deep, 40 feet wide, a gash in the earth that exposed layers of soil and sediment, and at the bottom, the remains of 3 bodies. They were arranged in a line, side by side, their skeletal hands folded across their chests. The flesh was gone, reduced to bone and fragments of clothing, but the pose was unmistakable. The same pose, the same careful arrangement, the same signature. Dr. Maya Chen, the chief medical examiner, was kneeling beside the remains, her camera flashing. She looked up as Navarro approached, her face unreadable behind her surgical mask. "How long?" Navarro asked. "Hard to say. The soil conditions here are unusual. Alkaline. Good for preservation. I'd estimate 10 to 15 years, but I won't know for sure until I get them on the table." 10 to 15 years. That's after Dong retired. Chen nodded. If these are his victims, he didn't stop when he left the department. He just got better at hiding them. Navarro looked at the 3 bodies. 2 appeared to be female based on pelvic structure. The third was smaller, younger, a child. His heart stopped. Chen, the small one. Chen followed his gaze. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I know what you're thinking. But we can't assume. How old? I won't know until... Ballpark. Chen sighed. 8 to 12 years old, based on bone development. But that's not a scientific estimate. That's a guess. Navarro pulled out his phone and scrolled through Dong's journals, which had been scanned and digitized. He searched for keywords: foothills, construction, girl. He found an entry from 2011. Took her to the quiet place, the place where no one goes, the place where the earth is soft and the sky is wide. She fought, but not for long. They never fight for long. I laid her with the others, my family, the ones who will never leave me. Navarro read the passage 3 times, then he looked at Chen. There are more, he said. At least 5 more, maybe more than that. We need to expand the search, bring in ground-penetrating radar, every inch of this site. This is a crime scene, Detective, not a construction site. I'll need a court order. Then get one. I'll call the DA myself. Chen stood up, brushing dirt from her knees. You really think he buried them here? All of them? I think Paul Dong was a creature of habit. He had patterns, rituals. He posed the bodies the same way. He probably buried them the same way. Same depth, same spacing, same location. Navarro looked out at the undeveloped land stretching toward the mountains. This was his cemetery, his private memorial, his way of keeping them close. That's sick. That's dung. Navarro turned back to the remains. We're going to find them all, every last one, and then we're going to give them back to their families. Chen nodded. She pulled off her mask and looked at Navarro with something that might have been respect. You've been doing this a long time, haven't you? Too long. And you're still here. I don't know how to be anywhere else. Chen smiled, just slightly. That's called purpose, Detective. Don't lose it. She turned back to her work, leaving Navarro alone at the edge of the grave, staring down at 3 bodies that had been waiting for years to be found. His phone buzzed. A text from Cruz. I heard about the site. I'm on my way. Don't do anything stupid before I get there. Navarro typed back. Too late. He pocketed his phone and walked down into the excavation, into the dust and the bones, into the long and terrible work of bringing the dead home. 25. Chapter 25. The excavation took 2 weeks. Ground-penetrating radar revealed 14 anomalies beneath the surface of the construction site. 14, not 5, not 8. 14. Navarro stood at the edge of the dig every day, watching as the forensic anthropologists and crime scene technicians uncovered body after body. They worked in grids with brushes and trowels, treating each discovery with the reverence it deserved. The media camped outside the perimeter, helicopters circling overhead, reporters shouting questions that Navarro refused to answer. Cruz was there most days, sitting in a folding chair, his laptop open, his phone pressed to his ear. He was coordinating with the DA's office, the medical examiner, and a half-dozen family advocacy groups. The remains would need to be identified. The families would need to be notified. The funerals would need to be arranged. 14 funerals. 14 families whose lives were about to be shattered by news they had waited years, decades to hear. Paul Deng couldn't have done this alone, Cruz said on the 8th day. They were sitting in Navarro's truck, drinking coffee that had gone cold hours ago. 14 bodies, 24 years. He would have needed help, someone to dig, someone to drive, someone to keep quiet. Webb. Webb was one person, and he wasn't a digger, he was a cleaner, a fixer. But digging graves, hauling bodies, that takes time, that takes effort, that takes a partner. Navarro stared out the windshield at the excavation site. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the scarred earth. Deng had a brother, Navarro said. Older, lived in Bakersfield. I interviewed him after the trial. He said he hadn't spoken to Paul in years. We should talk to him again. He died in 2019. Cancer. Cruz cursed under his breath. So the brother is gone. Who else? Friends, co-workers, old partners. Webb was his only real friend. Everyone else kept their distance. Deng was off. People noticed. They just didn't say anything. Until now. Until now. Navarro set down his coffee cup. I've been thinking about the evidence room fire. 2006. Deng had already retired by then. But Webb was still on the force. Webb had access. Webb could have started the fire, or arranged for someone else to do it. We'll never prove that. Webb is dead. We don't need to prove it. We just need to understand it. Navarro opened the door and stepped out of the truck. The air smelled like dust and death. Deng was protecting himself, but he was also protecting his collection. The evidence room held files on every case he'd ever worked, including the ones no one knew about. You think he kept trophies? I think he kept records, journals, photographs, maybe even souvenirs. And when he couldn't get to them himself, he asked Webb to destroy them. Cruz stepped out of the truck and stood beside Navarro. They watched as the last of the day's light faded behind the mountains. There's something else, Cruz said. The DNA from Marisol Delgado's fingernails. The unknown profile. We ran it through Caldas again. Still no match. That doesn't mean anything. Deng could have worn gloves. Or the DNA could have come from someone else entirely. Or Deng had an accomplice. Someone who helped him subdue Marisol. Someone whose DNA is on her body. Navarro turned to look at Cruz. You really think there was someone else? I think we have 14 bodies in the ground, a dead serial killer, a dead cop, and a lot of unanswered questions. I think we'd be fools to assume we know everything. Cruz pulled out his phone and showed Navarro a photograph. It was a woman, mid-50s, gray hair, sharp features. This is Linda Webb, Marcus Webb's ex-wife. She divorced him in 2005, moved to Oregon, changed her name. She's been living off the grid for almost 20 years. Why would she change her name? According to the divorce filing, she was afraid of Marcus. Claimed he was violent. Claimed he threatened to kill her if she ever told anyone what she knew. What did she know? That's what we need to find out. Cruz pocketed his phone. I'm flying to Oregon tomorrow. I want you to come with me. Navarro looked back at the excavation site, at the lights bobbing in the darkness as the technicians continued their work. How long will we be gone? 2 days, 3 at most. And the dig? Torres is coming back. She'll oversee things here. Navarro nodded slowly. He didn't like leaving. But Cruz was right. There were still questions, still loose ends, still a chance that Paul Deng hadn't acted alone. Fine, Navarro said. We leave at dawn. That night, Navarro couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the distant sound of traffic on the freeway. His mind was a carousel of images, bones in the dirt, hands folded in prayer, the photograph of Emma Flores, the pale blue eyes of Jason Jessup. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. He picked it up. A text from an unknown number, but not the same unknown number. A new one. You're looking in the wrong place. Linda Webb doesn't know anything. She's a victim, not a witness. The person you're looking for is still in San Hilario, still wearing a badge, still hiding in plain sight. Navarro sat up in bed. He typed back, "Who is this?" No response. He tried again. "If you know something, tell me. I can protect you." The three dots appeared, then stopped, then appeared again. Then, "You can't protect me." "No one can. But I can help you. Meet me at the Bradbury building. Midnight. Come alone. I'll find you." Navarro stared at the screen. The Bradbury building, his office, his sanctuary. Midnight. Alone. He looked at the clock. 11:15 p.m. He got dressed. 26. Chapter 26. The Bradbury building was dark at midnight. Navarro parked around the corner, killed his lights, and approached on foot. The street was empty, the usual homeless population having migrated to a warmer block. A single street lamp flickered near the entrance, casting nervous shadows on the faded sign. Navarro had told no one about the text. Not Cruz, not Torres, not Rossi. He didn't know who to trust anymore. The message had said someone was still wearing a badge, still hiding in plain sight. If that was true, anyone could be the enemy. He unlocked the front door with his key and stepped inside. The lobby was silent. Margaret's desk was empty, her chair pushed in, her reading glasses resting on a stack of case files. The building felt different at night, older, heavier, like it was holding its breath. "You came." The voice came from the staircase. Navarro turned. A figure descended from the second floor, moving slowly, deliberately. The light was too dim to make out a face, but the silhouette was familiar. The height, the posture, the way they held their shoulders. "Who are you?" Navarro asked. The figure stepped into the pool of light from the street lamp outside the window. Navarro's blood went cold. "Hello, Frank," said Margaret, the silver-haired receptionist, the woman who had greeted him on his first day at Cruz and Associates, the woman who had been in the lobby when Jessup walked past her to kidnap Cruz. "Margaret," Navarro said. His voice was steady, but his mind was racing. "You've been texting me." "Someone had to." She walked to the reception desk and sat on the edge, her legs dangling, her reading glasses swinging from their chain. Someone who knew the truth, someone who had been watching for a very long time. "How long?" Margaret looked down at her hands. They were old hands, spotted with age, but steady. 30 years, she said. "I was a clerk at the San Hilario PD in 1995. Evidence room. I saw things, filed reports, kept my mouth shut because that was the job." "What did you see?" "Deng, coming and going at odd hours, checking out evidence that had nothing to do with his cases, logging items in and out without proper signatures." She looked up. "I told my supervisor. He told me to mind my own business. So I did. Until 2002. Until Emma Flores." Navarro took a step closer. "What happened in 2002? "I saw Dong the night Emma's body was found. He was in the evidence room at 3 a.m. alone, handling the backpack. When I came in, he dropped it, acted like he was just doing his job. But I saw his face, Frank. I saw the look in his eyes. He wasn't processing evidence. He was saying goodbye. Why didn't you say something?" Margaret laughed. It was a bitter sound, devoid of humor. "Say something? To who?" "My supervisor was the one who told me to stay quiet." The lead detective was Robert Mallory, who was already covering for Dong. The DA was more interested in a quick conviction than the truth. "I was a clerk, a nobody. If I had come forward, then they would have destroyed me." "So you stayed quiet?" "I stayed quiet, and I watched. For 24 years I watched. I watched Dong kill again and again. I watched Webb cover it up. I watched Jessup rot in prison. And I did nothing," her voice cracked, "until now." "Why now?" Because of you, Margaret stood up. Because you never stopped looking. Because you believed in something when everyone else had given up. Because you made me believe that maybe, just maybe, the truth still mattered. Navarro's throat was tight. The texts, the tips, the lighthouse, Rivas's hard drive, all of it was you. All of it was me. I knew about Matthew Jessup because I had been tracking him for years. I knew about Rivas because I had seen him visiting Dong in the evidence room. I knew about the hard drive because I had watched Dong hide it. Why didn't you just come to me directly? Because I was scared. Because I didn't know if I could trust you. Because I had spent 24 years being afraid, and breaking that habit took time. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a USB drive. This is everything, every file I copied from the evidence room before the fire, every photograph Dong took of his victims, every journal entry he wrote, every piece of paper that should have been destroyed but wasn't. Navarro took the drive. It was small, light, warm from her body heat. "Does Cruz know?" Navarro asked. "About me? No. About the drive? No. I wanted to give it to you first. I wanted you to decide what to do with it." Navarro looked at the drive in his hand. This was it, the key to everything, the truth that had been buried for 3 decades. "Margaret," Navarro said, "you're not a coward, you're a survivor. There's a difference." Margaret's eyes filled with tears. "I could have stopped him. If I had come forward in 2002, before Jessup was convicted, maybe nothing. You would have been fired, discredited, ignored. Dong would have kept killing, and you wouldn't have been there to document it." Navarro slipped the drive into his pocket. "You did what you had to do to survive, and because you survived, we have the evidence we need to bring the rest of them home." Margaret wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "The rest of them? There are more. Bodies we haven't found. Victims we don't know about. This drive might lead us to them." She nodded slowly. "Then you'd better get started." Navarro turned to leave. Then he stopped. "Margaret, one more question." "Yes?" "The evidence room fire, 2006, did you have anything to do with that?" She looked at him for a long moment. Her face was unreadable. "I was there the night it started," she said, "but I didn't light the match. Webb did. I watched him pour the accelerant and strike the lighter, and I didn't stop him." "Why not?" "Because I thought if the evidence burned, no one would ever find the truth, and I was afraid of what would happen if they did." Navarro stared at her, the woman who had been hiding in plain sight, the woman who had watched and waited and documented, the woman who had saved the truth on a USB drive and carried it for 18 years. "You should talk to Cruz," Navarro said. "He'll understand." "I know." Margaret sat back down at her desk. "I'll talk to him in the morning. Right now, I need a minute." Navarro nodded. He walked to the door, pushed it open, and stepped out into the night. The street was still empty. The street lamp was still flickering, but everything else had changed. He pulled out his phone and texted Cruz. "Cancel the trip to Oregon. I have what we need. Meet me at the office at 8 a.m. Cruz responded immediately. "What is it?" Navarro typed back, "The truth." He pocketed his phone and walked to his truck, the USB drive burning a hole in his pocket, the weight of 30 years of silence finally beginning to lift. 27. Chapter 27. The USB drive contained 14,847 files, photographs, journals, crime scene reports, autopsy findings, witness statements, and a meticulously kept ledger of every woman Paul Dong had ever followed, photographed, or killed. Margaret had organized them by year, beginning in 1995 and ending in 2018. The year Dong's health began to fail, and his killing slowed. Navarro and Cruz spent 3 days in the library, going through every file. Torres joined them via video call, her face flickering on a laptop screen, her voice crackling through the speakers. They worked in shifts, sleeping on the floor of the library, eating takeout from the diner down the street, refusing to stop until they had seen everything. On the 3rd day, Cruz found the pattern. He didn't just kill randomly, Cruz said, his voice hoarse from lack of sleep. He had a type, women who reminded him of his ex-wife. Dark hair, dark eyes, slim build, and girls who reminded him of Emma. Same age range, same smile, same missing tooth in one case. He was replacing them, Torres said, recreating his family. The women were his wife, the girls were his daughter. He was building a fantasy. A cemetery, Navarro said. Not a family, a cemetery. Cruz pulled up a map on the large screen. Red dots marked every victim's body location: the desert, the foothills, the construction site, and a half-dozen other places they hadn't yet searched. There are 47 dots, Cruz said. 47 women and girls. We found 14. That means 33 are still out there. Navarro stared at the map. The dots were scattered across 3 counties, some clustered together, some isolated, some in places that had been developed and built over. 33, Navarro whispered. That's not a serial killer. That's a rampage. It's 47, Torres said. Total, over 23 years. That's roughly 2 per year. Some years more, some years less. He was organized, disciplined. He knew how to control his urges. Until he didn't. Cruz zoomed in on the construction site. The last 3 years of his life, the killings increased. 5 in 2016, 7 in 2017, 9 in 2018. He was losing control, getting sloppy. That's why he started posing them again. He wanted to be caught. Or he wanted to be remembered, Navarro said. They sat in silence, staring at the map, at the 47 red dots, at the magnitude of the horror they had uncovered. What do we do now? Cruz asked. Now we tell the world, Navarro said. We release the files. We name the victims. We give their families the truth. And Dung, Webb, Mallory? They're all dead. There's no one left to prosecute. There's the city, the department, everyone who looked the other way, everyone who enabled them. Navarro stood up. There's still accountability. There's still justice. It just looks different now. He walked to the window and looked out at the city. Somewhere out there, in the desert, in the foothills, in the forgotten corners of the county, 33 bodies were waiting to be found. He was going to find them. Every last one. The press conference was held on the steps of the Hall of Justice. Jack Rossi stood at the podium, his face gray, his voice heavy. Behind him stood Navarro, Cruz, Torres, and a half-dozen other investigators who had worked the case. The media had come from across the country. Print, television, online. Every outlet hungry for the story that had everything. Corruption, murder, cover-up, redemption. Rossi read from a prepared statement. He described the scope of Paul Dong's crimes. He named the victims they had identified. He acknowledged the failures of the San Hilario Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, and the criminal justice system as a whole. Today, Rossi said, we begin the process of atonement. We will find every remaining victim. We will notify every family. We will release every document. And we will reform every practice that allowed this tragedy to occur. A reporter shouted a question. What about Jason Jessup? Is the city going to pay him the full judgment? Rossi paused. The city has agreed to settle Mr. Jessup's claim for $180 million. In addition, we have established a fund for the families of Paul Dung's victims. Every family will receive compensation. Every family will receive an apology. Every family will receive the truth. Another question. Detective Navarro, is it true that you're retiring? Navarro stepped forward. The cameras turned to him. The flash of a dozen strobes blinded him for a moment. I'm not retiring, he said. I'm just getting started. There are 33 women and girls still out there. I'm going to find them. I'm going to name them. And I'm going to make sure they're never forgotten. He stepped back from the podium. The questions continued, but he didn't answer them. He had said what he needed to say. Cruz put a hand on his shoulder. You did good, Cruz said. We did good. Now what? Navarro looked out at the crowd, at the reporters, at the cameras, at the world that was finally paying attention. Now we go to work. He walked down the steps through the crowd and disappeared into the city, ready to begin the longest and most important investigation of his life. 28. Chapter 28. The task force became Navarro's life. He moved out of his basement office and into a larger space on the second floor of the Bradbury building, courtesy of Cruz, who insisted that the investigation deserved proper facilities. The room had windows, actual windows, that looked out onto the street, and Navarro found himself distracted by the sunlight for the first few weeks. He had spent so long in the dark that light felt like an accusation. The team grew. Torres returned from Quantico, taking a leave of absence from the FBI to help with the search. 2 cold case detectives were assigned from the San Hilario PD, both young, both eager, both haunted by the scale of what they were uncovering. A forensic anthropologist joined from the university, along with a team of graduate students who volunteered their weekends to sift through soil samples and bone fragments. They worked from a wall-sized map of the county, divided into grids, each grid color-coded based on probability of containing remains. Red for high probability, yellow for medium, green for low. The red grids were mostly in the desert and the foothills, places Dung had known well, places where he could dig without being seen. His journals mention a cabin, Torres said, pointing to a yellow grid in the mountains east of the city. He inherited it from his father in 2005, used it as a weekend retreat. He writes about taking guests there. Guests, Navarro repeated. That's what he called them. Guests, visitors, friends. He never used the word victim, not once. Cruz was sitting at a desk in the corner, reviewing the journals for the 5th time. There's a pattern to the language. Early on, he's careful, clinical. He describes what he does like a procedure. Later, he gets more emotional, more confessional. He knew he was dying, and he knew someone would eventually read these. He wanted to be caught, Navarro said, or he wanted to be understood. Maybe both. Cruz set down the journal. The cabin. We should search it. It's been 20 years. Whatever was there is probably gone. Or maybe he left something behind, something he couldn't bring himself to destroy. Navarro looked at the map, the yellow grid, the mountains, the cabin that had been in Dung's family for generations. Torres, you're with me, Navarro said. We leave in the morning. The cabin was 2 hours east of San Hilario, accessible only by a dirt road that had been washed out in several places. Navarro's truck bounced and shuddered over the ruts, the suspension groaning in protest. Torres held on to the dashboard, her face impassive, her eyes scanning the trees for signs of recent activity. Place hasn't been touched in years, Torres said. No tire tracks, no footprints, no trash. Dung died almost 2 years ago. No one's had a reason to come out here. Except family. His only family was Webb, and Webb is dead. They rounded a bend and the cabin came into view. It was small, built of rough-hewn logs, with a porch that sagged on one side and a chimney that leaned at a precarious angle. The windows were dark, the door was closed. A stack of firewood beside the porch had collapsed into a pile of rot. Navarro parked and killed the engine. The silence was immediate and absolute. No birds, no wind, just the ticking of the engine and the beating of his own heart. They approached the cabin slowly, weapons drawn, though neither expected to find anyone inside. The door was unlocked. Navarro pushed it open with his foot. The inside was worse than the outside. Dust covered every surface. Animal droppings littered the floor. The smell of decay, old, faded but still present, hung in the air like a ghost. "Someone's been here," Torres said, pointing to the floor. Footprints. Recent. Maybe a few weeks old. Leading from the door to a trapdoor in the corner of the main room. Navarro crossed to the trapdoor. It was made of heavy wood, reinforced with iron bands, secured with a padlock that had been cut. The cut was fresh, the metal still bright. "He knew we were coming," Navarro said, "or he wanted us to find it." Navarro pulled open the trapdoor. A ladder descended into darkness. He shone his flashlight down into the hole. The beam illuminated a dirt floor, concrete walls, and in the center of the room, a table. On the table, arranged in a circle, were 9 photographs. 9 women. Navarro climbed down the ladder, his heart pounding. Torres followed. They stood in the underground room, staring at the photographs. Each one showed a woman in her 20s or 30s, dark hair, dark eyes. Each one was labeled with a name and a date, and each one had a small wooden box beside it, like a miniature coffin. Navarro opened the first box. Inside was a lock of hair, a piece of jewelry, a photograph of a child. "He kept souvenirs," Torres said, "from every victim. Not souvenirs, remembrances. He loved them in his own twisted way. He couldn't let them go." Navarro opened the second box, then the third, then the fourth. Each one contained a piece of a life that had been stolen. "There are 9 boxes," Torres said. 9 women we don't have in our count. 9 more victims." Navarro's voice was barely a whisper. 9 more families who don't know what happened to their daughters. He pulled out his phone and took photographs of everything. The table, the boxes, the photographs, the names and dates. Then he climbed the ladder and walked outside into the sunlight. He called Cruz. "We found the cabin," Navarro said, "and we found 9 more victims. Women who were never reported missing. Women who were never looked for. Women who no one knew were gone." Cruz was silent for a moment. Then, 9 more? 9 more, at least. There could be others. Other cabins, other hiding places. We're just getting started. "Frank, how many are there?" "Total." Navarro looked up at the mountains, at the endless trees, at the vast and indifferent wilderness that had hidden so many secrets for so long. "I don't know," he said, "but I'm going to find out." 29. Chapter 29. The discovery at the cabin changed everything. 9 new victims meant 9 new investigations, 9 new families to locate, 9 new graves to find. The task force expanded again, bringing in forensic genealogists, DNA specialists, and a team of behavioral analysts from the FBI. The Bradbury Building's second floor became a war room, filled with whiteboards, corkboards, and the constant hum of computers processing data. Navarro had stopped going home. He slept on a cot in the corner of the office, showered at the gym across the street, and ate meals that Torres shoved into his hands at irregular intervals. Cruz worried about him. Torres worried about him. Even Margaret, who had returned to work after her confession, left notes on his desk, reminding him to eat and sleep. But Navarro couldn't stop. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the photographs on the table in the cabin. 9 women, 9 names, 9 families who had spent years wondering what had happened to their daughters, their sisters, their mothers. He owed them the truth. The first identification came from a DNA match. A woman named Sofia Mendez, age 26, reported missing by her husband in 2009. Her case had been classified as a voluntary disappearance. She had left her job, her apartment, her car, all without explanation. The police had assumed she had run off with another man. Her husband had assumed the same. Her mother had never stopped believing that something terrible had happened. Navarro made the call himself. He sat in the Bradbury Library, the phone in his hand, the number written on a piece of paper in front of him. The woman who answered had a soft voice, tentative, as if she had been expecting bad news for a very long time. "Mrs. Mendez, this is Detective Frank Navarro with the San Hilario Police Department. I'm calling about your daughter, Sofia." A pause, then, "You found her?" It wasn't a question. "Yes, ma'am, we found her." The woman on the other end of the line began to cry. Navarro sat in silence, letting her grieve. There were no words that could make this better. There was only the truth, and the truth was a knife. "Was it him?" the woman asked finally. "The one on the news? Deng?" "Yes, ma'am, it was Paul Deng." "Did she suffer?" Navarro closed his eyes. He had seen Sofia's remains. The forensic anthropologist had found evidence of blunt force trauma to the skull. Death had been quick, probably. But the terror before death, that was something no one could measure. "We don't think she suffered long," Navarro said. It was not a lie. It was not the whole truth. It was what the woman needed to hear. "I want to see her," the woman said. "I want to bring her home." "I'll make sure that happens. I'll call you tomorrow with the details." "Thank you, Detective. Thank you for not giving up." Navarro hung up. He sat in the silence, the phone still in his hand, the weight of 9 more calls pressing down on his chest. Cruz walked in and sat across from him. "That was the first," Cruz said. "That was the first. 9 more to go. And then 33 more after that." Cruz reached across the table and took the phone from Navarro's hand. "You can't do this alone, Frank. You can't carry all of this by yourself." "I don't have a choice." "You do. You just don't see it." Cruz set the phone on the table. "We're going to make these calls together. Every single one. You're not going to carry this alone." Navarro looked at Cruz. The lawyer's face was tired, lined with fatigue and empathy. He had been through as much as Navarro had. Kidnapped, beaten, almost killed. And he was still here, still fighting. "Okay," Navarro said. "Together." They made the next call together, and the next and the next. By the end of the week, all 9 families had been notified. By the end of the month, all 9 bodies had been recovered from the mountains, the desert, and the foothills. By the end of the year, the task force had identified 23 of the remaining 33 victims, 23 families who finally had answers, 23 graves that could finally be marked, 23 stories that could finally be told. Navarro stood in the cemetery on the last day of the year. The sky was gray, the air cold, the ground hard beneath his feet. He had come to visit Emma Flores's grave as something he did every year on the anniversary of her death. But this year he wasn't alone. Cruz stood beside him. Torres stood on his other side. Margaret was there too, her silver hair tucked under a wool hat, her hands shoved into the pockets of her coat. And Jason Jessup. He had driven out from the desert, his dog in the back seat, his face thinner than Navarro remembered. He stood a few feet apart from the others, his pale blue eyes fixed on the headstone. Emma Flora's beloved daughter, 1993 to 2002. She would have been 32 this year, Jessup said, same age as my Elena when she disappeared. She would have, Navarro said. She should have. Jessup knelt in front of the grave. He placed a small stone on the headstone, a Jewish tradition he had learned in prison from a cellmate. Then he stood and stepped back. I'm leaving, Jessup said, moving to New Mexico, starting over. Are you going to be okay? Cruz asked. Jessup looked at the grave, at the sky, at the mountains in the distance. I don't know, he said, but I'm going to try. He turned to Navarro and extended his hand. Navarro shook it. Thank you, Detective, Jessup said, for everything. Go live your life, Jason. That's how you honor them. That's how you win. Jessup nodded. He walked back to his car, his dog barking a greeting, and drove away, disappearing down the cemetery road and into the gray afternoon. Navarro watched until the car was out of sight. Then he turned back to the grave. Rest easy, Emma, he said. We'll take it from here. 30. Chapter 30. 2 years after Paul Dung's death, the last of his victims was found. Her name was Alicia Campos. She was 23 years old when she disappeared in 2015. A nursing student at the community college, a part-time cashier at a grocery store, a daughter, a sister, a friend. She had been reported missing by her mother, who had called the police every week for a year before they stopped returning her calls. The case had gone cold. The file had been buried. No one had looked for her, until Navarro. The tip came from a retired ranger who had worked in the state park north of the city. He had read about the task force in the newspaper and remembered a shallow grave he had stumbled upon years ago, a grave he had reported to the authorities at the time. No one had followed up. No one had investigated. It was just a hole in the ground, he had been told. Probably an animal. Navarro drove to the park with Torres. They hiked 2 miles into the woods following the ranger's directions and found the grave exactly where he had said it would be. The remains were scattered. Animals had gotten to them over the years, but the skull was intact and the dental records matched. Alicia Campos. Navarro knelt beside the grave and said a quiet prayer. He wasn't a religious man, but he had learned over the years that the dead deserved something. A word, a moment, a recognition that they had existed, that they had mattered, that someone remembered. Rest easy, Alicia. He said, We'll take you home. The identification of the last victim marked the official end of the task force. The Bradbury Building's second floor was emptied of whiteboards and computers and evidence lockers. The graduate students returned to their studies. The cold case detectives went back to their other investigations. The forensic anthropologist flew home to her family. Navarro stood in the empty room looking out the window at the city below. The sunlight was bright, almost blinding, reflecting off the windows of the high-rises and the windshields of the cars crawling through the streets below. Cruz walked in and stood beside him. It's over, Cruz said. It's never over. But this part is. What are you going to do now? Navarro considered the question. For the first time in years, he didn't have an answer. There were no more bodies to find, at least none that they knew of. There were no more families to notify. There were no more graves to dig. I don't know, Navarro said. I've never not had a case. Then maybe it's time to find one. Cruz handed him a file. This came in this morning. A woman in Bakersfield disappeared in 1998. Her family never stopped looking. They heard about the task force and reached out. Navarro took the file. He opened it. A photograph of a woman in her 20s, dark hair, dark eyes, a smile that seemed to reach out across the decades. Her name is Valerie Soto, Cruz said. She was last seen leaving work at a department store. Her car was found in the parking lot, keys in the ignition. No witnesses, no suspects, no leads. Navarro stared at the photograph. Another victim, another family, another mystery. You think Dong killed her? I think it's possible. She fits the profile, same age range, same appearance, same geographic area. Cruz paused. But she disappeared in 1998. That's 3 years before Emma Flores. If Dong killed her, it means he started earlier than we thought. Which means there could be more victims. From before 1995, before Margaret started keeping records. It's possible. Navarro closed the file. He looked at the photograph of Valerie Soto, at her smile, at her eyes. When do we start? Navarro asked. Cruz smiled. I was hoping you'd say that. Torres is already in Bakersfield. She's been there for 3 days going through old case files. I'll drive up tomorrow. I'll come with you. I was counting on it. They stood in silence for a moment. 2 men who had been through hell together, who had seen the worst of humanity and somehow managed to keep going. You know, Cruz said, most people would retire after a case like this. Move to the beach, take up fishing. Most people aren't me. No, they're not. Cruz put a hand on Navarro's shoulder. That's why you're good at this, Frank. You don't know when to quit. Neither do you. Someone has to keep you out of trouble. They walked out of the empty room together, down the stairs, past Margaret's desk, and out of the front door of the Bradbury building. The sun was warm on their faces. The city hummed around them, oblivious to the darkness that had been buried beneath its streets. Navarro looked up at the sky. The sky was blue. The clouds were white. The world was beautiful and terrible and full of secrets. He had a new case. He had a purpose. He had a reason to keep going, and that, he realized, was enough. 31. Chapter 31. The Bakersfield case took 6 months. Valerie Soto had been 24 when she disappeared. A receptionist at a medical clinic, a woman with a wide circle of friends and no known enemies. Her family had never given up hope. Her mother, now 78 years old and confined to a wheelchair, still kept Valerie's room exactly as it had been the day she vanished. The bed was made, the clothes were in the closet, the perfume bottle on the dresser still held a few drops of the scent Valerie had worn on her last day. Navarro sat with the mother for an hour, listening to her talk about her daughter. He didn't interrupt, he didn't take notes, he just listened. He had learned over the years that the living needed to speak about the dead. It was a kind of prayer, a kind of healing, a kind of hope that the dead were not forgotten. I know she's gone, the mother said, her voice thin, her hands trembling in her lap. I've known for a long time, but I need to bring her home. I need to bury her. I need to know where to put the flowers. We'll find her, Navarro said. I promise. He kept his promise. The break came from a former neighbor of Paul Dung, a man who had lived next door to Dung's cabin in the mountains for 15 years. He had seen things, he said. Strange things. Lights in the middle of the night. The sound of digging. A man who came and went at odd hours, always alone, always carrying something heavy. He had a shed, the neighbor said, out behind the cabin. He never let anyone inside, said it was his workshop. But I never heard any tools, never saw any sawdust. Just him, going in and out, always at night. Navarro obtained a search warrant for the shed. It took 3 weeks. The judge who signed it was the same judge who had presided over Jessup's original trial, a woman named Barbara Keene, who was now retired, but still held sway in the legal community. She had read about the task force in the newspaper. She had followed the story with a mixture of horror and guilt. I should have seen it, Judge Keene said, handing Navarro the signed warrant. I should have asked more questions. I should have pushed back on the prosecution, but I didn't. I let them railroad that man, and now 47 women are dead. 48, Navarro said. We're working on 48. Judge Keene closed her eyes. Find her, detective, find them all. The shed was exactly where the neighbor had described it, a small wooden structure painted dark green, tucked behind the cabin and partially obscured by overgrown brush. The lock was rusted but intact. Navarro cut it with bolt cutters and pulled open the door. The inside was dark and dusty. A workbench ran along one wall, covered in tools, hammers, saws, screwdrivers, things that could be used for construction or destruction. Shelves lined the opposite wall, filled with boxes and jars and containers. In the center of the room, on a small table, was a photo album. Navarro picked it up. The cover was leather, worn soft with age. He opened it to the first page, a photograph of a woman. Young, dark hair, dark eyes, smiling. Beneath the photograph, written in Dung's neat, precise handwriting, Valerie Soto. 1998, my first. Navarro's hands shook. He turned the page. Another photograph, another woman, another name, another year. Elena Vasquez, 1998, my second. He turned the pages slowly, methodically, each one a new horror, a new name, a new date. The album contained photographs of every woman Dung had ever killed, from Valerie Soto in 1998 to Marisol Delgado in 2022. 48 photographs, 48 women, 48 lives stolen. At the back of the album, tucked into a small envelope, was a map. It was hand-drawn, meticulously detailed, showing locations across 3 counties. Each location was marked with a small X and a date. Graves, every single grave. Navarro spread the map out on the workbench. 48 X's, 48 graves. Some he had already found, some he had not, including Valerie Soto's. He pulled out his phone and called Cruz. I found it, Navarro said. I found everything, the map, the album, every victim, every grave. Cruz was silent for a moment. Then, 48? 48. My God. Get Torres, get the team. We have a lot of digging to do. 32, Chapter 32. The recovery of 48 bodies took 14 months. It was the largest forensic excavation in California history, involving more than 200 personnel, anthropologists, crime scene technicians, cadaver dogs, and a rotating team of volunteers from universities across the state. The cost ran into the millions. The emotional toll was incalculable. Navarro was at every dig. He stood in the sun and the rain and the wind, watching as each body was carefully unearthed, documented, and removed. He watched as the families gathered at the edges of the crime scene tape, weeping, praying, waiting. He watched as the remains were loaded into coroner vans and driven away, each one a life, each one a story, each one a tragedy. Valerie Soto was found on a Tuesday. Her grave was in the desert, 60 miles east of San Hilario, marked by a small pile of stones that had been placed there by Dung 26 years earlier. The forensic anthropologist estimated that her remains were well preserved, thanks to the arid climate and the depth of the burial. Dental records confirmed her identity within hours. Navarro called Valerie's mother. He had made this call so many times that the words had become automatic, but the pain never diminished. "We found her," Navarro said. "She's coming home." The mother didn't speak. She just cried. Navarro held the phone and let her cry. It was all he could do. The final body was recovered on a Friday afternoon in late spring. The grave was in the foothills, not far from where Emma Flores had been found, a cruel symmetry that did not escape Navarro. The remains were those of a woman in her early 20s, unidentified, unclaimed, unknown. She had no name on the map, just a date and a question mark. The forensic anthropologist estimated that she had been in the ground for nearly 30 years, which meant she was one of Deng's earliest victims. There were no dental records, no DNA on file, no missing person report that matched her description. She was a ghost, a woman who had disappeared so completely that no one had noticed she was gone. Navarro stood at the edge of the grave and looked down at her bones. She deserved a name. She deserved a grave marker. She deserved to be remembered. "We'll find out who you are," he said. "I promise." The identification process took another year. Forensic genealogists traced the unknown woman's DNA through commercial databases, building a family tree that stretched back generations. They found a cousin in Oregon, a second cousin in Texas, a third cousin in Florida. None of them had ever heard of her. Finally, they found a match, a woman named Diana Reyes, age 22, who had been reported missing by her roommate in 1994. The roommate had told police that Diana had gone out for a walk and never returned. The police had filed a report and done nothing else. Diana had no family in the area, no one to push for answers, no one to keep her memory alive. Until now. Navarro tracked down Diana's roommate, a woman named Patricia, who now lived in Arizona, married with children of her own. She had spent 30 years wondering what had happened to her friend. She had spent 30 years feeling guilty for not doing more. "I thought she just left," Patricia said, her voice breaking. "I thought she found someone new, someone better. I never imagined." "You didn't know," Navarro said. "None of you knew. That's not your fault." "Whose fault is it?" Navarro didn't have an answer. He wasn't sure there was one. 33. Chapter 33. The memorial was held on a Saturday, 1 year to the day after the last body was recovered. The city had dedicated a small park in the foothills, on land that had once been part of Paul Dong's hunting ground. 48 trees were planted in a wide circle, one for each victim, their roots digging into the soil that had held so many secrets for so long. A granite monument stood at the center of the circle, engraved with 48 names. Navarro stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the families gather. Some wept, some held hands, some stood in silence, staring at the names of their loved ones carved into stone. He had been to too many funerals, too many memorials, too many services for women who should still be alive. But this one felt different. This one felt like an ending. Cruz stood beside him, his arm in a sling. He had tripped on the stairs of the Bradbury building the week before and fractured his wrist, a mundane injury that felt almost absurd given everything they had been through. "You did it," Cruz said. "We did it. 48 women, 48 families. They all have answers now." Navarro nodded. The answers didn't bring anyone back. They didn't undo the decades of pain and grief and loss. But they mattered. They mattered because the truth mattered. Because the dead deserved to be remembered. Because the living deserved to know. Torres appeared at Navarro's other side, her hair longer than it had been when she left, her face softer but her eyes still sharp. She had taken a leave from the FBI to see this through, and now that it was over, she didn't know what came next. "What are you going to do now?" Torres asked. "The same thing I've always done. Find the next case, follow the evidence, bring the truth to light. There will always be another case. I know. And you'll always be there." Navarro looked out at the circle of trees, at the families, at the monument, at the sky, blue and endless and indifferent. "Someone has to be," he said. Jason Jessup sent a letter. It arrived at the Bradbury Building a week after the memorial, addressed to Navarro in care of Cruz and Associates. The handwriting was neat, precise, the same handwriting that had filled out prison forms and legal documents for 24 years. Dear Detective Navarro, I didn't attend the memorial. I couldn't. Too many ghosts. But I wanted you to know that I was thinking about you, about all of you, about the work you did. I'm doing okay. The desert suits me. The dog is good company. I've made a few friends, people who know my story and don't judge me for it. It's not the life I imagined, but it's a life. And that's more than I had for a very long time. Thank you for not giving up on me. Thank you for not giving up on the truth. Thank you for being the person you are. If you're ever in New Mexico, look me up. The coffee is terrible, but the company is decent. Yours, Jason Jessup Navarro, folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. He would keep it, he decided. A reminder, a keepsake, a piece of the past that he could carry with him into the future. Margaret retired at the end of the year. She was 74 years old, and the weight of her secrets had finally been lifted. She sold her house in the suburbs and moved to a small apartment near the beach, where she could watch the waves and feel the salt wind on her face. She called Navarro once a week to check in, to make sure he was eating, to remind him that the world was bigger than the cases he carried. "You did good, Frank," she said on one of those calls. "You did real good. We did good, all of us. I'm proud of you. I know I'm not your mother, but I'm proud of you anyway." Navarro smiled. It was a small smile, barely there, but it was real. "Thanks, Margaret. That means a lot. Take care of yourself and then take care of Leo. That man works too hard. So do I. I know. That's why I'm worried." She hung up. Navarro set down the phone and looked out the window of his office. The sun was setting over San Hilario, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Somewhere out there, a woman was waiting to be found. A family was waiting for answers. A case was waiting to be solved. He picked up the file on his desk, a new one, a fresh one, a woman named Camila Reyes, who had disappeared from a bus stop in 2019, and began to read. There was always work to do, and Frank Navarro would always be the one to do it. 34, Chapter 34. The Camila Reyes case was different. For one thing, she wasn't a victim of Paul Dung. She had disappeared in 2019, a year after Dung's death, which meant someone else was responsible. For another, she had vanished in broad daylight from a bus stop on a busy street, in full view of a security camera that had somehow malfunctioned at the exact moment she disappeared. Coincidence, the original investigators had said. Bad luck, they had said. Navarro didn't believe in coincidence or bad luck. He believed in evidence. He spent 3 months on the case, working out of the Bradbury Building with a small team of volunteers. Cruz provided legal support. Torres came up from Quantico on weekends. Margaret, even in retirement, sent him newspaper clippings and tips from her network of old contacts. The break came from a cell phone record. Camilla's phone had pinged a tower near a warehouse district on the south side of the city, hours after she was supposed to have been picked up by her mother. The original investigators had missed the ping. They had requested records only for the day of the disappearance, not the days that followed. Navarro requested records for the entire week. The phone had moved from the bus stop to the warehouse district, from the warehouse district to a residential neighborhood on the east side, from the residential neighborhood to a rural area outside the city limits. Then nothing. The phone had gone dark. Navarro drove to the rural area. It was farmland, mostly, fields of corn and soybeans stretching to the horizon. A few farmhouses, a few barns, a few dirt roads that led nowhere. He parked his truck at the side of the road and walked. The sun was high and hot. Sweat trickled down his back. He had been doing this long enough to know that the answer was rarely in the first place you looked, but he also knew that you had to start somewhere. He found the barn at the end of a long driveway, hidden behind a stand of oak trees. It was old, weathered, the paint peeling, the roof sagging. A padlock hung on the door, but it was open. The shackle had been cut recently, the metal still bright. Navarro drew his weapon and approached. The inside of the barn was dark and cool. Hay bales lined the walls, farm equipment rusted in the corners, and in the center of the dirt floor, a patch of earth that looked different from the rest. Fresher, disturbed. He knelt beside it. The soil was loose, crumbly, easy to dig. He didn't have a shovel, so he used his hands. It took him 20 minutes to find her. Camila Reyes had been dead for almost 3 years, but the soil conditions had preserved her remains remarkably well. Her hands were not folded across her chest. That was Dung's signature, not this killer's. But her body had been posed, arranged, displayed. Someone had taken the time to make her look peaceful. Navarro sat back on his heels. He pulled out his phone and called Cruz. "I found her," Navarro said. "Camila? Camila? Where?" Navarro looked around the barn, at the hay bales, at the rusted equipment, at the dark corners where someone had stood and watched as he dug. "I'll send you the coordinates," he said, "but there's something else." "What?" "Whoever killed her isn't Dung, and they're still out there." 35. Chapter 35. The barn became a new crime scene, and Navarro found himself back in familiar territory. Yellow tape, floodlights, forensic technicians in white suits crawling over every inch of the dirt floor. The difference was that this time he wasn't chasing Paul Dung's ghost. He was chasing someone new. Someone who had learned from Dung, or perhaps had been waiting for him to die so they could take his place. Cruz arrived at sunrise, his wrist still in a sling, his face pale from lack of sleep. He stood next to Navarro at the edge of the tape, watching the technicians work. "The pose isn't Dung's," Cruz said. He folded their hands. This killer just crossed them over the chest. Similar, but different. Close enough to confuse us. Close enough to make us think it was a copycat. Or someone who knew Dung. Someone who studied him. Someone who wanted to finish what he started. Navarro nodded. He had been thinking the same thing. The medical examiner's preliminary report came back 3 days later. Camila Reyes had been strangled, but not with hands, with a ligature, a rope, or a cord of some kind. There were no defensive wounds on her hands or arms, which suggested she had been restrained before she was killed. And there was something else, something that made Navarro's blood run cold. The killer had left a mark on her body, a small symbol carved into the skin of her inner thigh, too small to be noticed by anyone who wasn't looking for it. The symbol was a circle with a line through it, like a target, or an eye. "An eye," Torres said when Navarro described it over the phone. "The all-seeing eye. He's watching. He wants you to know he's watching. Or he wants to be watched. He wants attention. He wants recognition. A narcissist, someone who thinks he's continuing Dung's legacy or surpassing it. Can you run the symbol through FBI databases, see if it's shown up in other cases?" "I'm already on it, but Frank..." "What?" "Be careful. This killer isn't Dung. Dung was sloppy at the end, desperate. This one is organized, disciplined. He waited 3 years after Dung's death to kill again. That takes patience. Or fear. Maybe he was afraid Dung would find out. Maybe he was working for Dung. Or with him." The line was silent for a moment. Then, "You think Dung had an accomplice? Someone we never found?" "I think it's possible. Webb was his cleanup crew, but Webb wasn't a killer. He covered things up. He didn't participate. Until the end. Until Marisol Delgado. Until the end. But even then, Webb didn't kill her. He just disposed of the body. Dong was the one who did the killing. So who carved the symbol into Camila's thigh? Navarro didn't have an answer, but he intended to find one. The investigation into Camila Reyes's murder consumed the next 6 months. Navarro traced her final movements, interviewed her friends and family, and built a timeline of her last days. She had been a nursing student like Alicia Campos, working part-time at a clinic, living with her mother in a small apartment on the east side. She had no enemies, no stalkers, no ex-boyfriends with grudges. She was, by all accounts, an ordinary young woman who had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. The security camera footage from the bus stop was never recovered. The company that operated the cameras had gone out of business, and the servers had been wiped clean. But Navarro found a witness, a woman who had been waiting at the same bus stop, who had seen a man approach Camila and say something to her. He was average, the witness said. Medium height, medium build, brown hair. Nothing special. I didn't even notice him until he touched her arm. Did she know him? Navarro asked. I don't know. She didn't look scared, just surprised. Then she walked with him. They went around the corner. I didn't think anything of it. I figured he was a friend. Can you describe him any better? His face? His eyes? Anything? The witness closed her eyes, trying to remember. He had a tattoo on his neck, small, like a symbol. I couldn't see it clearly, but it was there. Navarro pulled out his phone and showed her a picture of the symbol found on Camila's thigh, the circle with the line through it. Like this? The witness's eyes widened. Yes, exactly like that. Navarro thanked her and walked back to his truck. His heart was pounding. The killer had a tattoo that matched the symbol he left on his victims. That was something. That was a lead. He called Torres. The symbol is a tattoo, Navarro said, on the killer's neck. We need to find every tattoo parlor in the city that's used that design in the past 5 years. That's hundreds of shops, thousands of tattoos. Then we start with the ones near the bus stop, the ones near the warehouse district, the ones near the barn. I'll make some calls. Navarro hung up and started the engine. He had a long day ahead of him, but for the first time in months he felt like he was making progress. Solve 36. Chapter 36. The tattoo parlor was called Needle and Thread, a narrow storefront wedged between a pawn shop and a check-cashing store on the south side of the city. The windows were covered in graffiti, the buzzer was broken, and the door was unlocked. Navarro walked into a small waiting room with black walls, a cracked leather couch, and a reception desk that looked like it had been salvaged from a dentist's office in 1987. A man appeared from the back. He was in his 50s, covered in tattoos, with a shaved head and a gold tooth that caught the fluorescent light. His name was Vinny, according to the name tag on his chest. Help you? Vinny asked. His voice was bored, practiced, the voice of someone who had seen everything and didn't care about any of it. Navarro showed his badge. I'm looking for information about a tattoo. A symbol. Circle with a line through it. Vinny's face didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. Recognition, maybe. Or fear. I don't know nothing about that. You haven't even seen it yet. I don't need to see it. I know what you're talking about. And I don't know nothing about it. Navarro pulled out his phone and showed him a photograph of the symbol found on Camila Reyes' body. This one, Navarro said. Ever ink it on anyone? Vinny looked at the photograph for a long moment. Then he looked at Navarro. Then he looked at the door, as if calculating whether he could make it to the street before the detective could grab him. I can't, Vinny said. I got a family. I got kids. I can't get involved in this. Involved in what? Vinny's eyes darted around the room, checking for witnesses, for cameras, for anyone who might be listening. Then he leaned in close. Guy came in here about 4 years ago, wanted that symbol on his neck, said it was a tribute to someone he admired. Who? He didn't say, but I saw his face. I remember his face because he was off, like something was missing, something behind the eyes. Can you describe him? White guy, early 30s, brown hair, brown eyes, nothing special, but he had a voice like he was reading from a script, like he'd practiced what he was going to say 100 times before he said it. Did he give a name? Cash only, no name, no ID. Just handed me $500 and sat in the chair. Navarro's pulse quickened. Anything else? Anything you remember about him? Vinny thought for a moment. Then his face lit up with something like memory. He smelled like chemicals, like bleach and ammonia, like he'd just cleaned something. Navarro felt a chill run down his spine. Bleach and ammonia. Cleaning supplies, the tools of someone who needed to remove evidence, someone who had killed before and knew how to cover his tracks. Did he come back? Any other tattoos? Once. About a year later. Wanted the same symbol, but on his wrist. Said he wanted to be able to see it, to remind himself. Remind himself of what? Vinny shook his head. He didn't say, but I didn't ask. I just did the tattoo and took his money. I don't ask questions. That's how I've stayed in business for 30 years. Navarro pulled out a photograph of Paul Dung and held it up. Is this the man? Vinny squinted at the photograph. Nah, this guy's old. The guy I inked was younger. 40s, maybe. Not this old. Navarro showed him a photograph of Marcus Webb. Vinny shook his head again. Not him either. Navarro pulled out his phone and scrolled through photos of every person who had been associated with the Dung case, detectives, technicians, witnesses, suspects. None of them matched Vinny's description. He put his phone away. You've been helpful, Navarro said. If you remember anything else, call me. He handed Vinny a business card. Vinny took it with trembling fingers and shoved it into his pocket without looking at it. Navarro walked out of the tattoo parlor and into the sunlight. The street was busy, people walking, cars honking, children playing on the sidewalk. Ordinary life going on as if nothing had happened, as if a killer wasn't walking among them. His phone buzzed, a text from Torres. Found something, get back to the office. Navarro didn't need to be told twice. 37. Chapter 37. Torres had set up a command center in the Bradbury Building's library, whiteboards covered in photographs, timelines, and crime scene maps. When Navarro walked in, she was standing at the largest board, circling a name in red marker. Who is it? Navarro asked. His name is Daniel Marsh, Torres said. 34 years old. Former corrections officer at San Hilario State Penitentiary. Worked there from 2015 to 2020. Navarro felt the pieces click into place. He worked in the same prison where Dung was housed. Same unit, for 2 years. Marsh was assigned to the protective custody wing, where Dung spent his final years. Torres turned to face him. I pulled his personnel file. He resigned in 2020, 6 months after Dung died. No explanation, no disciplinary actions, just walked away. What's his background? Military, Army, 2008 to 2012. Honorable discharge, no record of deployments. Then he worked security at a mall for a few years before joining the prison system. No criminal record, no red flags. Clean as a whistle. Too clean. Exactly. Torres handed him a photograph. Daniel Marsh was average in every way. Medium height, medium build, brown hair, brown eyes. The kind of face you'd pass on the street and forget a second later. But there was something in his expression, a flatness, an emptiness. Like Vinny had said, something missing behind the eyes. The tattoo parlor, Navarro said. Vinny described a man in his early 30s. Brown hair, brown eyes. That was 4 years ago. Marsh would have been 30. He fits the description, and he had access to Deng, hours alone with him, conversations, time to be influenced. Or to be recruited. Torres nodded. I've been thinking about that. What if Deng wasn't working alone in the end? What if he was training someone, passing on his methods, his philosophy? His what? His justification, his belief that he was doing these women a favor, putting them out of their misery, freeing them from a world that didn't deserve them. Torres's voice was hard, controlled. It's not rational, but killers like Deng don't need rational. They need validation. And what better validation than a protege, someone to carry on the work after he's gone? Navarro looked at the photograph of Daniel Marsh, at the flat eyes, the empty expression, the face of a man who had learned from a master. Where is he now? That's the problem. I ran his address, his vehicle registration, his credit cards. Nothing. He's been off the grid since 2021. No job, no apartment, no bank account. He's living somewhere cash only, under a different name, waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting to kill again. Torres pulled up a map on the large screen. Red dots marked the locations of Deng's victims. Blue dots marked something else. I mapped Marsh's known movements during his time as a corrections officer. His route to work, his lunch breaks, his errands. There's overlap with 3 of Deng's grave sites. Which 3? The ones in the desert, the ones closest to the prison. Marsh could have visited them, paid his respects. Navarro felt sick. We need to find him before he kills again. We're working on it. I've got a team running facial recognition on every security camera in the city. If he's here, we'll find him. How long? Days, maybe weeks. But Frank... What? Torres hesitated. If Marsh is Deng's protege, he's not going to stop at one victim. He's been dormant for almost 4 years. That's a long time to hold back. When he breaks, he's going to break hard. Navarro looked at the whiteboard, at the photographs of Deng's victims, at the name Daniel Marsh circled in red. Then we'd better break him first. 38, Chapter 38. The search for Daniel Marsh consumed the next 2 weeks. Navarro worked 18-hour days, sleeping in the library, eating at his desk, refusing to go home until the man was in custody. Cruz brought him coffee and sandwiches and updates from the courthouse. Torres coordinated with the FBI field office, running facial recognition, tracking financial transactions, following digital breadcrumbs that led nowhere. Marsh had vanished. No credit cards, no cell phone, no social media. He had withdrawn his savings in cash, $23,000, and walked away from his apartment, his car, his entire life. He was living somewhere off the grid, in a place where no one would think to look for him. The desert, Cruz said one night, staring at the map. He worked in the desert. He knows the desert. He could be hiding in any of 100 abandoned buildings, any of 1,000 miles of empty land. We've already searched the prison's surrounding area. Nothing. Then he's not there. He's somewhere else. Somewhere Deng took him. Somewhere they went together. Navarro looked at the map. The desert stretched east and north, hundreds of miles of nothing. But there was one place they hadn't searched. One place that kept nagging at the back of his mind. The cabin, Navarro said. We searched the cabin, twice, nothing. Not the cabin, the land around it. Deng's father owned hundreds of acres. We never searched the perimeter. We never looked for other structures, other hiding places. Cruz's eyes widened. You think Dong had a second sight? I think Dong was a planner. He thought ahead. He prepared for contingencies. If he was training Marsh, he would have wanted a place to train him. Somewhere private. Somewhere no one would interrupt. Torres was already on her phone calling the FBI field office, requesting a search team. We can be there by morning. Navarro shook his head. No, I'm going tonight. I'm not waiting. Frank, it's dark. You can't search hundreds of acres in the dark. I can search the buildings, the structures, the places Marsh might be sleeping. Cruz stepped between them. He's right, Elena. Every hour we wait is an hour Marsh could be moving, could be killing. We need to move now. Torres looked from Cruz to Navarro. Then she nodded. I'll drive, she said. The moon was full, bright enough to cast shadows on the desert floor. Navarro drove, his truck bouncing over the rutted dirt road that led to Dong's property. Torres rode shotgun, her eyes scanning the darkness, her hand resting on the pistol at her hip. Cruz was in the back seat, his laptop open, tracking their location on a GPS map. They reached the cabin just after midnight. The building was dark, just as it had been the last time Navarro had seen it. But something was different. The door was closed. The lock was intact. But the window on the east side was broken. Fresh glass glinted in the moonlight. He's been here, Navarro said. Recently. They approached the cabin with weapons drawn. Navarro kicked the door open and swept the main room. Empty. The furniture was covered in dust, undisturbed, but the trap door to the underground room was open. The padlock was gone. Navarro climbed down the ladder, Torres behind him. The underground room was empty. No photographs, no boxes, no souvenirs. Dong's collection had been moved, but there were new additions. A sleeping bag, a backpack, a pile of canned food, and a photograph pinned to the wall with a knife. Camila Reyes, the same photograph that had been in her missing person file, smiling, alive, unaware of what was coming. Navarro pulled out his phone and photographed the scene. Then he climbed the ladder and walked outside. He was here, Navarro said. Recently, within the last few days. Where did he go? Cruz asked. Navarro looked out at the desert, at the endless darkness, at the millions of places a man could hide. I don't know, but he can't have gone far. He doesn't have a car. He's on foot. Or he has a vehicle hidden somewhere. Torres was already on the radio calling for backup, requesting a perimeter search. But the desert was vast and the night was dark, and Daniel Marsh was a ghost. Navarro walked to the edge of the clearing and stared into the trees. Somewhere out there a man was watching, waiting, planning his next move. I know you're out there, Marsh, Navarro said quietly, and I'm going to find you. The desert offered no response. 39, Chapter 39. The search grid expanded over the next 72 hours. Helicopters crisscrossed the desert sky. Ground teams moved in coordinated lines, checking every abandoned building, every cave, every hollow where a man could hide. The media picked up the story, copycat killer on the loose, and the city went into a state of heightened alert. Women walked in pairs, parents kept their children close. The shadow of Paul Dong had returned, stretched and distorted, but no less terrifying. Navarro didn't sleep. He couldn't. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the photograph pinned to the wall with a knife. Camila Reyes, smiling, alive, a taunt, a challenge, a promise that there would be more. On the fourth day, they found the truck. It was parked behind an abandoned gas station 40 miles east of the cabin, hidden from the road by a collapsed billboard. The license plates had been removed, but the VIN was intact. The truck was registered to a Daniel Marsh. Forensics spent 6 hours processing the vehicle. They found fingerprints, Marsh's and others they couldn't identify. They found fibers, hair, traces of blood. They found a map marked with X's, locations across the state, places Navarro didn't recognize. And they found a notebook. The notebook was leather-bound, worn at the edges, filled with Marsh's handwriting. It was part journal, part manifesto, part instruction manual. Marsh wrote about Dong with reverence. My teacher, my mentor, the man who showed me the truth. He wrote about women with contempt, the source of all suffering, the destroyers of men, the ones who must be cleansed. And he wrote about his plans. Phase 1. Honor Dong's legacy. Complete the work he started. Find the ones he missed. Phase 2. Expand the territory. New cities, new methods, new victims. Phase 3. Find a successor. Someone to carry on the work after I'm gone. Someone who understands the mission. Navarro read the notebook from cover to cover, sitting in the passenger seat of his truck, the desert sun beating down on the roof. When he finished, he closed the book and stared out the window. This isn't just a killer, Navarro said. This is a cult. Of one. For now. Torres was standing outside the truck, her phone in her hand. The FBI is sending a behavioral analyst. They want to build a profile, predict his next move. He's not going to make a move, not yet. He's lying low, waiting for the heat to die down. How do you know? Because that's what Dong taught him. Patience, discipline, control. Marsh isn't going to risk getting caught. He's going to wait until we stop looking. Then he's going to start again. Then we never stop looking. Navarro nodded. He stepped out of the truck and walked to the edge of the gas station, looking out at the desert. Somewhere out there, Daniel Marsh was watching, waiting, planning. We need to change our approach, Navarro said. Stop searching for him. Start drawing him out. How? Navarro turned to face her. We give him what he wants. Attention, recognition, a stage. You want to use the media. I want to use everything, press conferences, social media, a documentary if we can get one. We make him famous, we make him feel seen, and then we watch who comes out of the woodwork. Torres considered this. It's risky. It could encourage him, give him exactly what he wants. Or it could make him sloppy, make him reach out, make him contact someone he shouldn't. And if it doesn't work? Navarro looked back at the desert. Then we keep searching. We never stop. We find him eventually. They always make mistakes. They always get caught. You sound confident. I've been doing this a long time. I've seen the patterns. The only question is how many women he kills before we find him. Torres was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. I'll make some calls, she said. Fraught, Chapter 40. The press conference was held on the steps of the Hall of Justice, the same steps where Navarro had stood 2 years ago, announcing the end of the Dong task force. Now he stood there again, flanked by Cruz, Torres, and a representative from the FBI facing a sea of cameras and microphones. The sun was bright, unforgiving, exposing every line on his face, every gray hair, every sign of the years he had spent chasing monsters. I'm here to talk about Daniel Marsh, Navarro said, reading from a prepared statement. He is a former corrections officer who worked at San Hilario State Penitentiary. He is believed to be responsible for the murder of Camila Reyes. He may be responsible for others. We are asking for the public's help in locating him. A photograph of Marsh appeared on the screens behind him. Average face, average build, average everything. The kind of face that disappeared in a crowd. Daniel Marsh is dangerous, Navarro continued. He has training in law enforcement. He has knowledge of investigative techniques. He knows how to avoid detection. But he also has a need for recognition. He wants to be seen. He wants to be known. That is his weakness. A reporter shouted a question. Is it true that Marsh was a protege of Paul Dung? Navarro paused. He had expected the question. He had prepared for it, but hearing it out loud in public made it real in a way that the notebook had not. Daniel Marsh was influenced by Paul Dung, Navarro said carefully. He worked in the same prison unit where Dung was housed. He had access to Dung. He may have been manipulated by Dung. We are investigating all aspects of their relationship. Another question. Do you think Marsh has killed before Camila Reyes? We are looking into that possibility. How many victims are we talking about? Navarro looked into the cameras, into the eyes of the city, into the faces of the families who had already lost so much. I don't know, he said, but I intend to find out. The press conference generated hundreds of tips, phone calls, emails, social media messages, a flood of information that overwhelmed the task force's capacity to process it. Volunteers were brought in to screen the tips, separating the credible from the crackpot, the useful from the useless. Most of the tips were worthless. People who thought they had seen Marsh at a grocery store, a gas station, a bus stop. People who thought their neighbor looked like the photograph. People who wanted attention or reward money or just something to do with their fear. But 3 tips stood out. The first came from a woman in Bakersfield who had seen a man matching Marsh's description at a truck stop. He had been alone, eating a sandwich, reading a newspaper. He had paid in cash and left quickly, as if he was in a hurry. The second came from a man in Barstow who had sold a used bicycle to a man who looked like Marsh. The man had paid in cash, had not given a name, and had ridden away on the bicycle heading east. The third came from a woman in Las Vegas who had seen a man matching Marsh's description at a bus station. He had been carrying a backpack and a sleeping bag. He had bought a ticket to Salt Lake City. He's running, Torres said, studying the tips. He knows we're on to him. He's trying to get out of the state. Or he's trying to throw us off, Navarro said. Plant false sightings, send us in the wrong direction. You think he's that sophisticated? I think he was trained by Paul Ding, and Dung was a master of misdirection. Cruz was on his laptop, tracking the locations of the tips on a map. Bakersfield, Barstow, Las Vegas. That's a triangle he's moving. But where? Salt Lake City, if the bus station tip is real. Or he's circling back, coming home. Cruz zoomed out on the map. The cabin is right in the middle of this triangle. He could be using it as a base. Going out, coming back, going out again. Navarro stared at the map, at the cabin, at the triangle, at the vast empty spaces in between. We need to go back, Navarro said. To the cabin, tonight. Frank, we've searched that place twice. There's nothing there. There's something we missed. I know there is. Torres put a hand on his arm. You need to sleep. You haven't slept in days. You're not thinking clearly. I'm thinking more clearly than I have in years. Marsh is obsessed with Dung. He's not going to leave the area where Dung lived and died. That's his shrine, his holy land. He's still there. I know he is. Cruz and Torres exchanged a look. Then Cruz closed his laptop. I'll drive, Cruz said. 41. Chapter 41. The cabin looked different in the dark. Navarro had seen it under the harsh light of day, under the glare of floodlights, under the cold gaze of the moon. But tonight, with only the headlights of Cruz's sedan cutting through the darkness, it looked like something else entirely. A skull, a monument, a grave. They parked 100 yards from the structure and walked the rest of the way, their footsteps muffled by the sandy soil. Navarro carried his Glock. Cruz carried a flashlight. Torres had stayed behind to coordinate the search from the command center, but she had made Navarro promise to check in every hour. He had promised, knowing he would probably break that promise. The cabin was dark. The broken window was still broken. The door was still closed. But the padlock was gone. Not cut, not broken, just gone. Someone had unlocked it and taken it with them. Navarro pushed the door open with his foot. The interior was black, the air thick with dust and decay. He clicked on his flashlight and swept the beam across the room. Empty. The furniture was gone. The photographs were gone. The remnants of Marsh's stay, the sleeping bag, the backpack, the canned food, were gone. Someone had cleaned the place, scrubbed it, erased it. "He's been here," Navarro said. "Recently. Today, maybe." "How can you tell?" Navarro pointed to the floor. Footprints, fresh, crisp, undisturbed by dust, leading from the door to the trapdoor. They crossed to the trapdoor. It was open the same as before, but the ladder was different, newer, stronger. Someone had replaced the old, rotting rungs with new wood. Navarro climbed down first, his heart pounding, his flashlight beam bouncing off the concrete walls. The underground room had been transformed. The table was gone. The boxes were gone. The photographs were gone. But the walls were covered in writing. Words, hundreds of words, thousands of words, painted in black, in red, in white. Sentences, paragraphs, manifestos, names, dates, prayers. Dung lives. The work continues. Cleanse the unclean. 48 was just the beginning, and at the center of the far wall, larger than the others, surrounded by a circle of red. Navarro. Cruz climbed down behind him and stopped short, his flashlight beam joining Navarro's, illuminating the horror. "My God," Cruz whispered. "He knows who I am," Navarro said. "He knows my name. He knows I've been hunting him." "He knows everything." Navarro walked to the wall and touched the letters of his own name. The paint was still wet. It smeared under his fingers. "He was here today," Navarro said. "He's still here, now." They heard it at the same time. A creak, a footstep, the sound of someone moving above them. Navarro drew his weapon. Cruz killed his flashlight. They stood in the darkness, listening. The footsteps moved across the floor above them. Slow, deliberate, unhurried. The footsteps of someone who knew he was being heard, someone who wanted to be heard. Then the trapdoor slammed shut. The sound echoed off the concrete walls, a final, terrible punctuation. Navarro ran to the ladder and climbed. He pushed against the trapdoor. It didn't move. He pushed harder. Nothing. Someone had dropped the padlock into the hasp, locking them in. He pulled out his phone. No signal. The concrete walls, the steel-reinforced door, the desert isolation. Marsh had planned this. He had turned the underground room into a cage. "Frank," Cruz's voice was tight, controlled. "The walls, look at the walls." Navarro turned his flashlight back to the writing. In the dim beam he saw something he had missed before. Among the words, the manifestos, the names, there was a pattern. Symbols, arrows, a map. Not a map of the desert, a map of the room. And at the center of the map, a small X. Navarro crossed to the X. It was marked on the floor, painted in white, barely visible against the concrete. He knelt and ran his fingers over the surface. A crack, a seam, a hidden compartment. He pried it open with his knife. Inside was a box, wooden, small, unmarked. He lifted it out and opened the lid. A phone, a burner phone, the screen dark, the battery dead. Next to it, a charger, and a note written in the same handwriting as the walls. "Call me." Navarro plugged in the charger. The phone powered up. There was one contact in the address book, one number. He pressed dial. The phone rang twice. Then a voice. Calm. Familiar. Wrong. "Hello, Detective." "Daniel Marsh. You found my room. I was hoping you would. I put a lot of work into it. Why are you doing this? There was a pause, then, because someone has to. Dung showed me the way. He opened my eyes. He made me see what you refuse to see. Which is what? That the world is full of filth. Women who use men, discard them, destroy them. Women who deserve what they get. Dung was a hero, a visionary, and you put his name in the dirt. Dung was a serial killer. He murdered 48 women. 48 women who deserve to die. 48 women who are better off dead. 48 women who won't hurt anyone ever again. Navarro's hand tightened on the phone. You're sick, Marsh. You need help. I need freedom. Freedom to continue the work. Freedom to honor my teacher. Freedom to finish what he started. Where are you? Close. Very close. But you won't find me. Not tonight. Not ever. A soft laugh. I just wanted to hear your voice. To thank you. For caring so much. For trying so hard. For making this interesting. The line went dead. Navarro stared at the phone. Then he looked at Cruz, at the walls, at the map painted in blood red and black. He's not running, Navarro said. He's hunting. 42. Chapter 42. The fire department arrived first, responding to a call about smoke in the area. Navarro heard the sirens long before he saw the flashing lights. He was still in the underground room, still staring at the phone in his hand, when the first firefighters broke through the trapdoor with axes and pry bars. You okay in there? A firefighter called down. Navarro looked up. The trapdoor was open. Light poured in from above, harsh and welcome. We're fine, Navarro said. But there's a fire somewhere. You need to find it. They found it 20 minutes later. A small blaze in a metal barrel behind the cabin, fueled by papers and photographs and the remnants of Daniel Marsh's time in hiding. The fire was almost out by the time the firefighters reached it, smoldering in the bottom of the barrel, sending up a thin column of smoke that had been visible for miles. Navarro stood at the edge of the barrel and looked inside. The papers were mostly ash, unreadable, but a few fragments remained. A corner of a photograph, a scrap of notebook paper with a single word visible. Deng. He's sending us a message, Cruz said, standing beside him. He's burning his past, his connection to Dung. He's becoming something new. Or he's erasing evidence, making it harder for us to track him. Maybe both. Navarro reached into the barrel and pulled out a fragment that had escaped the flames. It was a photograph, partially burned, showing two men standing side by side. One was Daniel Marsh, younger, his face unlined, his eyes still holding something like hope. The other was Paul Dung in his prison uniform, his arm around Marsh's shoulder like a father with a son. He's been planning this for years, Navarro said. Even before Dung died, he was waiting, training, preparing. And now he's ready. Navarro tucked the photograph into his pocket. Now we have to stop him. The task force reconvened at the Bradbury building at dawn. Torres had brought in fresh coffee and bagels, but no one was hungry. The walls of the library were covered in new photographs, crime scene images from the cabin, screenshots from the burner phone, stills from the press conference. He's not a copycat, Torres said, standing at the whiteboard. He's a disciple. He believes he's continuing Dung's mission. He believes he's doing something righteous. The notebook mentioned phases, Cruz said. Phase 1 was honoring Dung's legacy, finding the ones Dung missed. We've already found all of Dung's victims. The map led us to every grave. Maybe not. Maybe Dung had victims we don't know about, victims who weren't in the album, victims Marsh learned about through their conversations. Navarro stood up. We need to go back to the prison, talk to everyone who worked with Marsh, everyone who knew him. Find out what Dung told him, where he took him, who he introduced him to. I'll make the calls, Torres said. No, I'll go. I want to see his cell, his workspace, the places he and Dong met. Cruz put a hand on his arm. Frank, you haven't slept. You're running on fumes. I'll sleep when Marsh is in custody. You'll sleep when your heart gives out, which will be soon if you don't take care of yourself. Navarro pulled his arm away. I don't have time to take care of myself. There's a killer out there, a killer who knows my name, who knows where I work, who knows... He stopped. His face went pale. What? Cruz asked. Marsh knows where I work. He knows the Bradbury building. He's been there. He could have been inside. He could have... He pulled out his phone and dialed Margaret's number. It rang 4 times, then went to voicemail. He called again. Voicemail. He called the office landline. No answer. I'm going to Margaret's apartment, Navarro said, already moving toward the door. I'll drive, Cruz said. Margaret's apartment was on the 3rd floor of a small building near the beach, a quiet street lined with palm trees and parked cars. Navarro took the stairs 2 at a time, his heart pounding, his breath ragged. He knocked on her door. No answer. He knocked again, harder. Margaret, it's Frank. Open up. Silence. He stepped back and kicked the door. The frame splintered. He kicked it again. The door swung open. The apartment was empty. Neat. Orderly. The bed was made, the dishes were washed, the windows were closed. But Margaret was nowhere to be found. And on the kitchen table, weighed down by a salt shaker, was a note. Gone to visit my sister in Oregon. Needed a break from all this. Don't worry, I'll call when I get there. Navarro read the note 3 times, and the handwriting was Margaret's. Neat, precise, the same handwriting that had filled out case files for 30 years. But something was wrong. The paper was fresh, the pen was new, and the salt shaker was from Margaret's kitchen, but it had been moved, shifted, used as a paperweight. She didn't write this, Navarro said. Cruz was standing in the doorway. What do you mean? Margaret left months ago. She retired. She moved. She's not coming back. Someone wrote this note to make us think she's still here, to buy time. Time for what? Navarro looked around the apartment. At the empty chair, the silent phone, the closed blinds. Time to find her, Navarro said, before we realize she's missing. He pulled out his phone and called Torres. Marsh has Margaret, Navarro said. We need to find her, now. 43. Chapter 43. The search for Margaret mobilized every resource the task force had. Torres contacted the FBI, the state police, and every local law enforcement agency within a 300-mile radius. Cruz put together a timeline of Margaret's last known movements, tracing her phone, her credit cards, her car. Navarro drove to her sister's house in Oregon, a 6-hour drive that he made in 4.5, only to find Margaret's sister alone, confused and deeply worried. She called me 2 days ago, the sister said, her voice trembling. She said she was coming to visit, said she needed to get away from the city, but she never showed up. I've been calling her phone. It goes straight to voicemail. Navarro showed her a photograph of Daniel Marsh. Do you recognize this man? The sister studied the photograph. Her face went pale. He came to the door about a week ago, said he was a friend of Margaret's, said he wanted to surprise her for her birthday. I told him where she lived. I didn't know. Navarro felt the floor drop out from under him. Marsh had been hunting Margaret for weeks, maybe longer, and no one had noticed. Thank you, Navarro said. We'll find her, I promise. He drove back to San Hilario in a daze, his mind racing, his heart heavy. Margaret had been his ally, his confidant, his connection to the past. She had risked everything to give him the truth. And now she was paying the price. The break came from an unexpected source. A traffic camera on the outskirts of the city captured a vehicle matching the description of Margaret's car, a silver Honda Civic license plate 6YZ432, heading east on the interstate toward the desert. The timestamp was 3:17 a.m. 2 days ago. The driver was visible through the windshield. Daniel Marsh. "Where's he taking her?" Cruz asked, staring at the image on the screen. "The desert. Somewhere no one will find her." Navarro turned to Torres. "We need to expand the search grid. Every road, every trail, every dirt path within 100 miles of the last sighting. That's thousands of square miles, Frank." "Then we cover every inch." Torres nodded. "She made the calls. They found the car on the third day. It was parked behind an abandoned gas station, the same gas station where Marsh's truck had been found weeks ago. The doors were locked, the keys were gone, and there was blood on the driver's seat. Not much, a few drops, but enough." Navarro's hands shook as he processed the scene. He had seen blood before. He had seen death before. But this was different. This was personal. "Let's track her," Navarro said. "Footprints, tire tracks, anything." The ground was hard, dry, uncooperative. But Torres found something, a trail of footprints leading away from the car, heading east toward the mountains. 2 sets of prints, one large, one small. Marsh and Margaret, he was walking her somewhere, keeping her alive. "Why hasn't he killed her?" Cruz asked. "Because he wants something, information, leverage, a bargaining chip." Navarro looked toward the mountains. "Or he wants me to find her. He wants me to see what he's done." "You think he's using her as bait?" "I think he's using her to send a message. And I think we need to follow that trail before it goes cold." They followed the trail for 6 miles. The sun beat down on them, merciless, unforgiving. Navarro's legs ached, his lungs burned, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Margaret was out there somewhere waiting for him. The trail led to a canyon, narrow and deep, with sheer rock walls on either side. The footprints disappeared into the shade of the canyon, hidden from the sun, hidden from view. Navarro drew his weapon. Torres drew hers. Cruz stayed behind, his phone in his hand, ready to call for backup. They entered the canyon. The air was cool, damp, strange. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, a steady, rhythmic sound that echoed off the walls. The footprints were clearer here, preserved by the shade, showing every detail of Marsh's boots and Margaret's shoes. They rounded a bend and found her. Margaret was sitting on a rock, her hands bound in front of her, her feet tied together, her mouth taped shut. She was alive. Her chest was moving, her eyes were open, but she looked exhausted, dehydrated, broken. And standing behind her, a knife to her throat, was Daniel Marsh. "Hello, Detective," Marsh said. "I was wondering when you'd get here." "Let her go, Marsh." "I don't think so. She's my insurance, my ticket out of here." "You're not going anywhere." Marsh smiled. It was the same flat, empty smile Navarro had seen in his photograph. The smile of a man who had nothing to lose. "Neither are you," Marsh said. "Not unless you want her blood on your hands." Navarro steadied his weapon. He had a clear shot. But Marsh was using Margaret as a shield, her body pressed against his, her head blocking his vital organs. One wrong move and she was dead. "What do you want?" Navarro asked. Marsh's eyes glittered in the dim light. "I want you to understand. I want you to see that I'm not a monster. I'm a soldier. A soldier in a war that Dong started and I'm going to finish. You're a killer, Marsh. That's all you are. I'm a liberator. I free women from their suffering. I free men from their torment. I bring balance to a world that has none. You bring death. That's all you bring." Marsh's smile faltered, just for a moment. But it was enough. Navarro saw his chance. He fired. The bullet hit Marsh in the shoulder, spinning him around, knocking the knife from his hand. Margaret screamed behind the tape. Torres rushed forward, tackling Marsh to the ground, pinning his arms behind his back. Navarro holstered his weapon and knelt beside Margaret. "It's okay," he said, pulling the tape from her mouth. "You're safe now. I've got you." Margaret's eyes filled with tears. "I knew you'd come," she whispered. Navarro held her as she cried, his arms around her shaking shoulders, his heart finally beginning to slow. Behind them, Torres was reading Marsh his rights. It was over. 44. Chapter 44. Daniel Marsh was charged with the murder of Camila Reyes, the kidnapping of Margaret Chen, and a list of other offenses that grew longer as the investigation continued. The FBI joined the prosecution, citing interstate implications, and the case was moved to federal court. Marsh was held without bail, deemed a flight risk and a danger to the community. Navarro watched the arraignment from the gallery, sitting next to Cruz, their shoulders touching, their faces expressionless. Marsh stood at the defendant's table, his shoulder bandaged, his eyes fixed on Navarro. He didn't smile, he didn't frown. He just watched, like a predator studying its prey. "He's not going to stop," Cruz said quietly. "Even in prison, he's going to keep trying. Then we keep watching, we keep waiting, we keep making sure he never gets out." "That could be decades." "I have decades." Cruz looked at him. "You're not going to retire, are you?" "I don't know how." "That's not an answer. It's the only one I have." The trial began 6 months later. The prosecution presented a mountain of evidence: the notebook, the photographs, the DNA, the testimony of Margaret Chen, who had recovered from her ordeal and was determined to see Marsh put away for life. She took the stand on the third day, her voice steady, her eyes clear, her presence a testament to survival. "He told me everything," Margaret said. "He wanted me to understand. He wanted me to tell the world. He said Dong was a prophet and he was the disciple. He said there would be more after him, that the work would never die." The defense attorney tried to impeach her, suggesting that her memory was faulty, that her trauma had distorted her perceptions. But Margaret didn't waver. She had spent 30 years watching, waiting, documenting. She knew how to hold on to the truth. Navarro testified on the 5th day. He described the underground room, the writing on the walls, the photograph of Deng and Marsh, the taunting phone call, the final confrontation in the canyon. He spoke for 2 hours, his voice calm, his words measured. When he finished, the courtroom was silent. The jury deliberated for 4 days. They returned a verdict of guilty on all counts. Marsh showed no emotion as the verdict was read. He stood at the defendant's table, his shoulder healed, his eyes still fixed on Navarro. As the bailiffs led him away, he turned and spoke for the first time since the trial began. "This isn't over," Marsh said. "You know that, don't you, Detective? This isn't over." Navarro watched him go. "I know," he said quietly. "It's never over." Margaret moved to Oregon after the trial. She bought a small house near her sister, planted a garden, adopted a cat. She called Navarro once a week, the same as before, to check in, to remind him to eat, to tell him about the weather. "The roses are blooming," she said on one of those calls. "You should come see them." "Someday," Navarro said. "You always say someday." "Someday I'll mean it." She laughed. It was a good sound, warm and real. "Take care of yourself, Frank." "You too, Margaret. You too." Navarro stayed in San Hilario. The task force was disbanded, its funding exhausted, its mission complete. But new cases came in every week. Missing persons, cold cases, mysteries that had been buried for years. Cruz took on more clients, his practice growing, his reputation solidifying. Torres returned to the FBI, commuting to Quantico, but keeping an apartment in the city, and Navarro kept working. He moved back to his basement office, the one without windows, the one with the old filing cabinets and the flickering fluorescent lights. It felt like home. It felt like where he belonged. One night, late, he pulled out the photograph of Emma Flores. He had kept it all these years, tucked into the Jessup file, worn soft at the edges. He looked at her smile, her missing teeth, her eyes that held no fear because she didn't know what was coming. "I'm sorry," Navarro said. "I'm sorry it took so long. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. But I didn't forget you. I never forgot you." He tucked the photograph back into the file and closed the drawer. Then he picked up the next case file, the one that had come in that morning, a woman who had disappeared from a bus stop in 2019, a case that had been cold for years, a case that needed fresh eyes, and began to read. There was always work to do, and Frank Navarro would always be the one to do it. 45. Chapter 45. The years passed. Navarro kept working. Cases came and went, some solved, some not, some that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He watched Cruz grow grayer, Torres climb the ranks at the FBI, Margaret send postcards from Oregon. He watched new detectives join the force, young and eager, full of ideas and energy. He watched them burn out, transfer out, give up. He never gave up. On his 65th birthday, Cruz threw a party at the Bradbury Building. There was cake, champagne, and a small crowd of friends and colleagues. Navarro stood in the corner, nursing a glass of sparkling water, watching the people who had come to celebrate a life he wasn't sure deserved celebrating. "You look miserable," Cruz said, joining him. "I look like I want to go home." "That's the same thing." Cruz raised his glass. 65 years, 30 of them spent chasing monsters. That's not nothing. It's not everything either. No, but it's something. Cruz set down his glass. The department is offering you a retirement package, full pension benefits. You could leave tomorrow. I know. Are you going to take it? Navarro looked around the room at the young detectives laughing, at the old files stacked in the corner, at the photograph of Emma Flores on the wall, still watching, still waiting. "Not yet," he said. "There's still work to do." The work changed him, not all at once, but slowly, imperceptibly, like water wearing down stone. He became quieter, more withdrawn, less willing to share his thoughts. He stopped going to the gym, stopped answering his phone, stopped returning Margaret's calls. Cruz noticed. Torres noticed. Even the young detectives noticed. But no one knew what to say. No one knew how to reach him. One night, Cruz found him in the basement office, staring at the wall, his hands folded on his desk. "Frank," Cruz said, "it's 2 a.m. Go home." "I am home." "This isn't home. This is a tomb. You're burying yourself alive." Navarro didn't respond. Cruz walked to the desk and sat across from him. "I'm worried about you. We're all worried about you." "There's nothing to worry about." "You've lost weight. You're not sleeping. You don't talk to anyone. That's not nothing." Navarro looked at Cruz. His eyes were red, tired, hollow. "I've been doing this for 30 years, Navarro said. 30 years of looking at dead women. 30 years of telling families their daughters aren't coming home. 30 years of chasing men who don't deserve to live. And I'm tired, Leo. I'm so tired." "Then stop. I can't." "Why not?" Navarro looked at the photograph of Emma Flores, at her smile, at her eyes. "Because if I stop, no one else will do it. They'll move on to the next case, the next victim, the next tragedy, and the dead will stay dead, and the families will stay broken, and no one will remember. I'll remember. You're a lawyer. You'll be gone in 5 years. Partner at some fancy firm. Corner office. Big money. Frank, it's okay. I'm not angry. I'm just tired. Navarro stood up. I'm going home. I'll see you tomorrow. He walked out of the office, leaving Cruz alone in the basement, surrounded by files and ghosts and the weight of 30 years. Navarro didn't come in the next day or the day after. Cruz called his phone. No answer. He drove to Navarro's apartment and knocked on the door. No response. He used the spare key, the one Navarro had given him years ago, and let himself in. The apartment was dark, the curtains drawn, the air stale. Empty bottles lined the kitchen counter, dishes piled in the sink. And in the bedroom, lying on the bed, fully dressed, was Frank Navarro. He wasn't dead. His chest was moving, his eyes were closed. But he wasn't alive either. Cruz sat on the edge of the bed and put a hand on Navarro's shoulder. Frank, wake up. Navarro's eyes opened. They were glassy, unfocused. Go away, Leo. No, I'm not going away. I'm not giving up on you. Not now, not ever. Why not? Because you didn't give up on me. On the Jessup case, on any of it. You kept going when everyone else stopped, and I'm going to do the same for you. Navarro closed his eyes. A tear slid down his cheek. I don't know how to do this, Navarro whispered. I don't know how to be anything other than a detective. Then we'll figure it out together. Cruz sat with him until the sun came up. They didn't talk. They didn't move. They just sat there, two old men in a dark room, holding on to each other in the only way they knew how. 46. Chapter 46. Navarro took a leave of absence. 3 months, paid, mandated by the department, after Cruz submitted a formal letter expressing concern about his well-being. Navarro protested at first, then stopped protesting, then stopped speaking altogether. He stayed in his apartment, curtains drawn, television off, phone silent. The world moved on without him. He let it. Cruz visited every day. He brought food that Navarro didn't eat, news that Navarro didn't hear, companionship that Navarro didn't acknowledge. But he kept coming every day like a heartbeat, like a promise. Torres flew in from Quantico once a month. She sat with Navarro in silence, reading case files, making phone calls, being present. She didn't try to fix him. She didn't try to change him. She just stayed. You're not alone, she said one afternoon. You've never been alone. You just forgot. Navarro looked at her, really looked at her. For the first time in months, he saw her face clearly. The scar above her eyebrow, the strength in her jaw, the kindness in her eyes. I remember, he said. His voice was rough, unused. I remember now. The turning point came on a Tuesday. Margaret sent a postcard from Oregon, a photograph of roses in full bloom, red and pink and white, climbing the side of her house. On the back, in her neat, precise handwriting, these came from the garden I planted after the trial. They survived the winter. So did I. So will you. Navarro held the postcard for a long time. Then he stood up, walked to the bathroom, and looked at himself in the mirror. He barely recognized the man staring back. Gaunt, gray, hollow-eyed, a ghost wearing Frank Navarro's face. I'm still here, he said to his reflection. I'm still here. He showered for the first time in a week. He shaved. He put on clean clothes. He walked out of his apartment and into the sunlight. The city was the same. The streets were the same. The people were the same. But something inside him had shifted, cracked, let in the light. He walked to the Bradbury building. Cruz was in the library, reviewing a case file, his reading glasses perched on his nose. He looked up when Navarro walked in. Frank? Leo. They looked at each other, no words needed. Cruz stood up and walked to the window. I was thinking about Emma Flores today. About all of them. About how we found them, named them, buried them. And I was thinking about how none of that brought them back. No, but it gave them peace, and it gave their families answers. Did it give you peace? Navarro considered the question. No, but it gave me purpose, and purpose is the closest thing to peace I've ever known. Cruz nodded. He understood. What now? Cruz asked. Now I go back to work. There's a case, the woman from the bus stop. I never finished it. It's been 3 years, Frank. That case is cold. Then we warm it up. Cruz smiled. It was the first real smile Navarro had seen in months. Okay, Cruz said. Let's warm it up. 47. Chapter 47, The Woman from the Bus Stop, was named Elena Vega. She was 28 years old, a pharmacy technician, a mother of 2 young boys. She had disappeared on a Tuesday evening in July 2019 after finishing her shift at the hospital. Her car was found in the parking lot, her purse on the passenger seat, her phone in the cup holder. She had walked to the bus stop, according to witnesses, but she never got on the bus. Navarro reopened the case on a Monday morning, sitting at his basement desk, surrounded by files and photographs and the accumulated debris of 3 decades of detective work. The original investigation had been thorough but fruitless. No witnesses, no suspects, no leads. Elena Vega had vanished into thin air. She was taken, Navarro said, more to himself than to Cruz, who was sitting across from him. Someone saw her at the bus stop, approached her, convinced her to leave with him. Or forced her. No signs of a struggle, no witnesses who saw anything unusual. He convinced her. Someone she knew? Someone who knew her. Someone who knew her schedule, her routine, her vulnerabilities. Cruz pulled out his notebook. Where do we start? We start at the beginning. Her job, her home, her friends, her enemies, everyone who crossed her path in the weeks before she disappeared. The investigation took 6 months. Navarro interviewed dozens of witnesses, re-examined hundreds of pieces of evidence, and followed leads that went nowhere. Elena's family was desperate for answers, her young sons now old enough to understand that their mother wasn't coming back. Navarro felt their pain like a physical weight. The break came from a traffic camera that had been overlooked by the original investigators. The camera was located on a street near the bus stop, pointed at an intersection, capturing a partial image of a vehicle that had passed by at the time Elena disappeared. The image was grainy, blurry, almost useless. But Navarro sent it to the FBI lab in Quantico, where Torres had connections. They can enhance it, Torres said over the phone, but it'll take time and it might not give us anything. It might give us everything. 3 weeks later, the enhanced image arrived. The vehicle was a dark sedan, late model, with a partial license plate. Navarro ran the plate through the DMV database and got a hit. The car was registered to a man named Vincent Cole. 43 years old, lived in the same neighborhood as Elena Vega. Had a criminal record, 2 arrests for stalking, both dismissed when the victims refused to testify. Navarro felt the hair stand up on the back of his neck. Vincent Cole, he said, reading the file. He lived 3 blocks from Elena. He worked at the same hospital. He had access to her schedule, her routine, her vulnerabilities. Cruz looked over his shoulder. And he was never interviewed, never investigated, never even considered. Because the victims refused to testify, because the cases were dismissed, because no one connected him to Elena. Until now, Navarro stood up. I'm going to talk to him. Vincent Cole lived in a small house on a quiet street, the same street where Elena Vega had walked her sons to school. Navarro parked across the street and watched the house for an hour. The curtains were drawn. The garage door was closed. No sign of movement. He approached the front door and knocked. A man answered. Mid-40s, brown hair, brown eyes, average height, average build. The kind of face you'd pass on the street and forget a second later. But his eyes were wrong. Flat. Empty. The same emptiness Navarro had seen in Daniel Marsh's eyes. Vincent Cole. Who's asking? Navarro showed his badge. Detective Frank Navarro, San Hilario, PD. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Elena Vega. The man's face didn't change. Not a flicker, not a flinch. I don't know anyone by that name. She lived 3 blocks from you, worked at the same hospital, disappeared from a bus stop near your home. I don't know her. Can you tell me where you were on the evening of July 16th, 2019? Cole stared at him for a long moment. Then he smiled. It was a thin smile, cold and knowing. I was home, he said, alone. No one to verify that. But I was home. You understand I'll need to verify that. Verify whatever you want. Cole leaned against the door frame. I didn't do anything to that woman. I never even met her. You're wasting your time. Navarro looked past Cole into the house. The living room was dark, but he could see photographs on the wall. Photographs of women. Dozens of them, all dark-haired, all young, all anonymous. May I come in? Navarro asked. No. I can get a warrant. Then get one. Cole closed the door. Navarro stood on the porch, his heart pounding, his mind racing. The photographs on the wall. The eyes, the smile, the familiarity. He walked back to his truck and called Cruz. Vincent Cole is our guy, Navarro said. I need a warrant, his house, his car, his phone, everything. On what grounds? On the grounds that I just saw a shrine to Paul Dung on his living room wall. There was a pause. Then, I'll call the judge. 48, Chapter 48. The warrant was signed within the hour. Judge Patricia Chiang, the same judge who had presided over the Jessup exoneration, reviewed Navarro's affidavit and signed without hesitation. The pattern is unmistakable, she said. Go get him. Navarro assembled a team, Cruz, Torres, and 4 uniformed officers. They hit Cole's house at 6 p.m., just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the quiet street. Navarro knocked. No answer. He knocked again. Nothing. Take the door, Navarro said. The officers rammed the door open. Navarro went in first, his weapon drawn, his flashlight cutting through the darkness of the living room. The photographs were still on the wall, but now, in the beam of his light, Navarro could see them clearly. 47 photographs, 47 women. The same arrangement, the same spacing, the same reverence that Paul Dung had shown in his underground room. Clear, an officer shouted from the kitchen. Clear, another called from the bedroom. Navarro moved to the back of the house toward a closed door. He tried the knob. Locked. Vincent Cole, this is the police. Open the door. Silence. Navarro stepped back and kicked the door. It splintered but held. He kicked it again. The frame cracked. A third kick sent the door swinging open. The room was dark, windowless, lined with shelves, and on the shelves were boxes. Dozens of boxes, each one labeled with a name and a date. Navarro opened the nearest box. Inside were photographs, clothing, jewelry, and a lock of hair. The label read, Elena Vega, July 2019. His hands shook as he opened another box. Maria Sanchez, March 2018. Another. Carmen Diaz, November 2017. Another. Lucia Flores, June 2016. Box after box, victim after victim. Women who had been reported missing. Women who had never been found. Women who had been erased from the world but preserved in Vincent Cole's private museum. Frank, Cruz's voice was tight, controlled. "You need to see this." Navarro turned. Cruz was standing at a desk in the corner of the room, pointing at a computer screen. The screen showed a map of the city, marked with dozens of red dots. Each dot represented a woman Cole had been following. Their names, their addresses, their routines. And at the center of the map, a single blue dot. Navarro's address. "He's been watching you," Cruz said. "For months, maybe years." Navarro stared at the blue dot. At his own home. At his own life, tracked and documented by a man he had never met. "We need to find him," Navarro said. "Now." The search for Vincent Cole spread across the city. Every available officer was deployed. Roadblocks were set up. Airports and bus stations were notified. Cole's photograph was released to the media, along with a warning. "Armed and dangerous, do not approach." Navarro coordinated the search from the command center at the Bradbury building, his eyes fixed on the map, his phone pressed to his ear. Hours passed. No sightings, no leads, no Cole. "He's gone underground," Torres said. "He knew we were coming. He was prepared." "How could he have known?" "Maybe he saw you watching his house. Maybe he had a lookout. Maybe he just had a feeling." Navarro thought about the photographs on the wall, the women, the boxes, the map with his own address at the center. "He's not running," Navarro said. "He's hunting." "Hunting who?" Navarro looked at the map, at the blue dot, at his own name. "Me." 49. Chapter 49. Navarro didn't go home that night. He couldn't. The blue dot on Cole's map had burned itself into his mind, his address, his life, his vulnerability. Cole had been watching him, studying him, waiting for the right moment. And now that moment had come. He stayed at the Bradbury building, pacing the library, his phone in his hand, his eyes fixed on the windows. Cruz sat at the table working his own phone, coordinating with the police department, the FBI, the media. Torres had gone to Navarro's apartment with a team of officers, searching for any sign that Cole had been there, had left something behind, had prepared a trap. The call came at 3 a.m. Navarro's phone buzzed. Unknown number. He answered. "Detective Navarro." Vincent Cole's voice was calm, almost friendly. The voice of a man who had nothing to lose. "I've been thinking about you." "Where are you, Cole?" "Somewhere safe. Somewhere you'll never find me. But that's not important. What's important is that I want you to understand something." "What's that?" "I'm not like Deng. I'm not like Marsh. I don't need to kill to feel powerful. I don't need to leave bodies to make a point. I'm something different, something worse." "What are you?" "I'm a collector. I find women who don't matter to anyone, women who have no families, no friends, no one who will miss them, and I keep them, forever, in my boxes, in my photographs, in my memory. They matter to me." Cole laughed. It was a soft sound, almost gentle. "You don't even know their names, Detective. Not all of them. Not most of them. You've been too busy chasing ghosts to see the bodies right in front of you." "Then tell me their names." Another laugh. "No, I don't think I will. I think I'll let you wonder. I think I'll let you spend the rest of your life wondering how many women you could have saved if you had paid attention." The line went dead. Navarro stared at his phone. Then he looked at Cruz. "He's not going to stop," Navarro said. "He's going to keep collecting, keep killing, keep hiding. Unless we find him. Then we find him." "How? He's a ghost. He's been doing this for years. He knows how to disappear." Cruz stood up and walked to the whiteboard. He picked up a marker and wrote Vincent Cole's name in the center. "We start over," Cruz said. "We go back to the beginning. Every victim, every box, every photograph. We build a timeline. We find the patterns. We find the places where he lived, worked, hunted. And then we find him. That could take years. It could. But we have years, and we have something Cole doesn't have. What's that? Cruz turned to look at Navarro. We have each other. 50, Chapter 50. The investigation into Vincent Cole consumed the next 18 months. Navarro and Cruz built a task force from scratch. Torres returned from Quantico, 2 cold case detectives were reassigned, and a team of forensic accountants began tracing Cole's financial records. The boxes found in his house yielded 47 victims, but Navarro suspected there were more. There were always more. They started with Elena Vega, the woman from the bus stop, the one who had brought them to Cole in the first place. Her family had been waiting for answers for 5 years. Her sons were now teenagers, old enough to understand that their mother wasn't coming back, young enough to still hope. Navarro visited the family himself. He sat in their living room, surrounded by photographs of Elena, and told them what he knew. Not everything. Some things were too painful, too graphic, too much for a mother and her children to bear. But enough to give them a small measure of peace. We're going to find him, Navarro said. I promise you that. The mother looked at him with eyes that had cried too many tears. Everyone makes promises, Detective. No one keeps them. I keep mine. The break came from a bank statement. Cole had been renting a storage unit on the outskirts of the city, paying in cash, visiting late at night when no one was watching. The unit was registered under a false name, but the rental agreement had a fingerprint. Cole's, lifted from the signature line. Navarro obtained a search warrant and opened the unit on a Thursday morning. Inside were more boxes, dozens of them. Dozens more victims, and a wall covered in photographs, not of women this time, but of Navarro. Navarro at his desk, Navarro in his truck, Navarro walking into the Bradbury building, Navarro at the cemetery visiting Emma Flores's grave, photographs taken from a distance through telephoto lenses over months and years. He's been watching you for a long time, Cruz said, his voice hushed. He's been obsessed. This isn't obsession, Frank. This is a hunt. He's been studying you, learning your routines, your weaknesses, your patterns. He's going to try to kill me. Maybe, or maybe he wants something else. What? Cruz looked at the photographs, at Navarro's face captured in dozens of moments, unaware, vulnerable. He wants to be you, Cruz said. He wants your life, your purpose, your connection to dung. He wants to take your place. Navarro felt a chill run down his spine. He had been hunted before, by Marsh, by Webb, by the ghosts of the past. But this was different. This was personal. Then we let him come, Navarro said. We set a trap. We use me as bait. Frank, that's insane. It's the only way. He won't stop until he's caught or killed, and I'm not going to let him kill anyone else. Cruz stared at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Okay, Cruz said, but we do it my way. No heroics, no solo confrontations. We do it by the book. Navarro extended his hand. Cruz shook it. By the book, Navarro agreed. 51. Chapter 51. The trap was set in motion over the following weeks. Navarro continued his routine, arriving at the Bradbury building at the same time each morning, leaving at the same time each night, taking the same routes, visiting the same places. But now he was never alone. Torres had assembled a team of undercover officers who shadowed him at a distance, blending into the crowds, watching for any sign of Vincent Cole. Cruz coordinated from the command center, monitoring surveillance feeds, tracking Cole's known associates, waiting for a mistake that might never come. He's too careful, Torres said after 2 weeks of watching. "He knows we're looking for him. He's not going to make a move." "He'll make a move," Navarro said. "He can't help himself. He's been watching me for years. The temptation to get closer, to make contact, to finally have what he wants, it'll eat at him until he breaks. And if he doesn't, then we find another way." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Margaret Chen, now living in Oregon, received a letter at her new address. No return address, no postmark. Just her name and address, written in neat, precise handwriting that she recognized immediately. She called Navarro before she even opened the envelope. "I got a letter," Margaret said. "From Cole, I'm sure of it." "Don't open it," Navarro said. "I'm coming to you." He flew to Oregon that afternoon, Cruz beside him, Torres coordinating from the ground. The letter was waiting on Margaret's kitchen table, unopened, a threat and a promise sealed inside a white envelope. Navarro put on gloves and opened it carefully. Inside was a single photograph. Margaret, leaving her house, captured through a telephoto lens, and on the back, written in the same handwriting, "I know where you live. I know where they all live. Tell Navarro to stop looking for me or I'll start visiting." Navarro stared at the photograph, at Margaret's face, unaware, vulnerable, at the threat written in cold, precise letters. "He's escalating," Cruz said. "He's warning us, giving us a chance to back off." "Are we going to back off?" Navarro looked at Margaret, who was standing in the doorway, her face pale, her hands trembling. "No," Navarro said. "We're going to find him, and we're going to stop him." 52, Chapter 52, Navarro increased the pressure. He released Vincent Cole's photograph to every news outlet in the state, along with a detailed description of his crimes. The FBI added Cole to their most wanted list. The U.S. Marshal Service joined the hunt. Cole's face was everywhere, on television, on social media, on billboards along the interstate. There was nowhere left for him to hide, but he remained hidden. Weeks turned into months. The tips poured in, thousands of them, but none led to Cole. He had changed his appearance, abandoned his vehicle, dropped off the grid entirely. The man who had been watching Navarro for years had become a ghost. "He's not in the city," Torres said one afternoon, standing at the whiteboard reviewing the latest batch of tips. "He's not in the state. He's probably not even in the country." "Then where is he?" "Mexico, Canada, somewhere without extradition, somewhere he can start over." Navarro shook his head. "No, he's not running. He's hiding. There's a difference." "What's the difference?" "Running is about fear. Hiding is about patience. Cole is patient. He's been patient for years. He's willing to wait us out." "How long?" "As long as it takes." The waiting wore on Navarro. He continued his routine, work, home, sleep, repeat. But the edge had gone out of him. The fire had dimmed. Cruz noticed. Torres noticed. Even the young detectives noticed. "You're burning out," Cruz said one night, sitting across from Navarro in the basement office. "You need a break." "I need to find Cole." "You need to take care of yourself. You can't catch him if you're dead." "I'm not dead." "You're not alive either. You're just existing, going through the motions." "That's not living, Frank." Navarro looked at Cruz, at the lines on his face, the gray in his hair, the wariness in his eyes. They had been through so much together. Wars, losses, triumphs. And now this. "What do you want me to do?" Navarro asked. "Retire? Move to the beach? Take up fishing?" "I want you to find a reason to live, something other than this case, something other than chasing monsters." "I don't know how." "Then learn." Cruz stood up and walked to the door. "I'm going home. I'll see you tomorrow." "And Frank?" "What?" "Think about what I said." Cruz left. Navarro sat in the silence, staring at the wall, at the photographs of victims, at the map dotted with red pins. He thought about Emma Flores, about Elena Vega, about all the women who had been taken, killed, forgotten. He thought about their families, their children, their futures stolen. And he thought about what Cruz had said, about finding a reason to live. He didn't have an answer, not yet. But for the first time in a long time, he was willing to look for one. 53. Chapter 53. The call came on a Sunday morning, 3 months after Cole had disappeared. Navarro was at home, sitting in his armchair, staring out the window at the gray sky. He had been thinking about retirement, not seriously, but the thought had crossed his mind more than once. Cruz's words had lodged themselves in his chest like a splinter, working their way deeper with each passing day. His phone rang. "Torres. We got him," she said. "Border Patrol picked him up trying to cross into Mexico. Fake passport, fake ID. But he forgot to change his tattoo." Navarro was out of his chair and moving before she finished the sentence. The Border Patrol station was a small building on the edge of the desert, surrounded by barbed wire and floodlights. Navarro arrived at noon, Cruz beside him, the sun high and merciless. Vincent Cole was sitting in a holding cell, handcuffed to a metal bench, his face expressionless. He looked different than his photographs, thinner, older. The skin around his eyes was dark, bruised-looking, as if he hadn't slept in weeks. But his eyes were the same, flat, empty, cold. Navarro stood outside the cell, looking in. "Hello, Vincent." Cole looked up. A slow smile spread across his face. "Detective Navarro, I was wondering when you'd come. You didn't think you'd get away, did you?" "I thought I might. I've gotten away with a lot over the years." Cole leaned back against the wall. "But I knew you wouldn't stop looking. That's what makes you different. That's what makes you dangerous. You're under arrest for the murders of Elena Vega, Maria Sanchez, Carmen Diaz, Lucia Flores, and 43 other women whose names we're still identifying. You will be transported to San Hilario to stand trial. Do you understand?" Cole nodded. "I understand. Do you have anything to say?" Cole looked at Navarro for a long moment. Then he leaned forward, his chains clinking, his voice dropping to a whisper. "You'll never find them all," Cole said. "Some of them are buried where no one will ever look. Some of them are scattered where no one will ever find. Some of them are gone forever, and only I know their names. Only I remember. Then you'll tell us." "No, I won't, because if I tell you, I lose my power, and power is the only thing that matters." Cole sat back, his smile returning. "You can lock me up. You can throw away the key. But I'll still have them. In my head, in my heart. Forever." Navarro stared at him, at the monster sitting in front of him, proud of his crimes, unrepentant, unbroken. "Take him away," Navarro said. The guards led Cole out of the cell. As he passed Navarro, he stopped. "One more thing, Detective." "What?" "Your friend. The old woman. Margaret." Cole's smile widened. "I know where she lives. I know her routine. I know her weaknesses. And if I ever get out, I'll finish what I started." Navarro's hand shot out, grabbing Cole by the collar, slamming him against the wall. Cruz was there in an instant, pulling him back, holding him steady. "Frank, don't." Cole laughed. It was a terrible